What's up, people? Who's here? Who's here? Who's here? Nobody? So, just before I started stream, I was, doing my normal things that I do on the daily, going to, walk, uh, walk my cat, and, I encountered a DGGer who recognized me, and then proceeded to beat the ever-living shit out of me. So, apologies for the black eye and the bruise on my face. But yeah, let's we have some things to cover. We have some things to cover today, and we will we'll see how that goes. Anyways, hold on. Cat, yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke. All right. Anyways, what do we got on the docket? Well, somebody recommended this video, and we'll take a look at it. Fake story, DGGers don't go outside. Well, it's actually funny you say that because my guy, Windy Fox, I'm actually stealing someone else's joke. That's a Stardust joke. That's not a Stardust joke. What the fuck are you talking about? All right. My top guy, who I'm in direct coordination with, Windy Fox, made this tweet. Let's take a look. Destiny's cult audience just attacked me for speaking out about Destiny. This is why I can't support Windy, because he can't decide if he wants to be a troll or like a clipping account. This is funny. It's very funny. But he, like, honestly, like, I can't retweet if you're just like lying. I'm sorry, bro. But Destiny's cult audience just attacked me for speaking out about Destiny's child molestation roleplay. Just my take is there's no proof of that. There's no proof that he was actually doing that. I'm not stating that as a factual claim. I don't think Windy is either. I think this is a joke. But I guess DGG discovered what a joke is, because just in case anyone got fooled by this, like, I love how they all know how fucking stupid they are, so they have to, like, they're like, everyone else in our, like, stupid fucking collective, just so you know, this is AI. At least they're accurately assessing the average intelligence of the group they come from. But anyways. Is that even... Yeah, no, it's AI. It's all AI. Hold on here just a second. So I guess to get us started, this tweet was making the rounds. Let's take a look at it. Okay, I guess it got taken down. Hold on. We'll have to go to it directly. It's not even working. Okay, hold on. There we go. This tweet has been making the rounds. Let's take a look. Cutie Cinderella has since deleted her tweets about DMCAing clips farming her. So, I've been away from every aspect of the internet for the last few weeks, actively grieving my best friend of 15 years. To come back online to see parasitic, bad faith clip accounts hate farming me, slash creative active hate thread, or slash creating active hate thread discussions over innocent clips slash content is disgusting. I'm over it. I'm tired of the cesspool these accounts create. The flagrant intent to farm and conspicuous content into a form of loathing isn't a network I want to be a part of against my will. Moving forward, I will be DMCAing any disingenuous or malicious use of my content. This is not something I've ever done, but it is something that I am setting my boundary on. Call me a bitch or pathetic, whatever you want for taking legal action. I'm done with the bullshit. I am a kind, smart, and beautiful person, and I will not tolerate people profiting off of my content with intent to spread false narratives and have no moderation of comments that are genuinely repulsive. I'm done with the abuse. I genuinely believe you are what you create and foster. If you would like to save my team some time, please tag accounts I should blacklist in the comments. So, so basically, I mean, obviously, this is like a horrible, like, this is all this is going to achieve is it's not going to stop people from clipping you in bad faith. It's just going to encourage more of it because everyone is going to want to be the one that you go in DMCA so they can get their fucking name out there. Like, like Cutie Cinderella's like DMCAing my account and trying to censor or silence me. It's just like, what is this hope? Like, I can agree that people taking clips out of context is problematic. And I also can agree that, like, yeah, it's not technically, like, fair use to, like, I don't think it's technically fair use to just post, like, unedited clips of other people's content, but to actually go through the effort of, like, DMCAing the people doing it, it's just like it's just utilization of the DMCA tool to, you know, silence coverage that you happen to dislike of yourself. Now, this doesn't go for if somebody's lying about what happened and then, like, editing things together to, you know, make it look like something else is the case. But if that's going on, hire a PR team. You don't need to like, if you're going to go through the effort of DMCAing people or taking any form of legal action, what you should do instead is a streamer of, like, this acclaim or this, you know, she's a big streamer. You can easily, if like a clip of you is making the rounds that's been taken out of context, I'm sure you guys have like PR firms and shit you could hire to, like, you know, help get the truth out there. This is a podcast from 2022. I haven't been on the internet for almost a month at this point and at an all-time low for the year. I'm tired of getting hate farmed by fucks trying to make a buck. Meanwhile, I'm in mourning over my best friend. I don't ever want to come back. Then don't. Has Parry stopped running yet? So I was going to talk about that a little bit later, but today, after getting bullied again in Spicy, and after Chud supposedly said on his stream that he's not going to be rating him on Kick anymore, Parry apparently has agreed to a debate. Except, this is what he's actually agreed to. For those of you that don't remember, our beef started over the, his takeaway or like mischaracterization of my Repsion coverage. That's what I originally wanted to debate him on, like, over a month ago at this point. I don't even know how long ago it was. I just know it's been longer than a month. But over time, it's become more of a debate and critique of him as a person, and his, like, tactics in general, as opposed to that specific drama. Now, I can debate that too. I'm still willing to debate that. But he's agreed to, my understanding is, he's agreed to do it on a Queeman stream, and where if I say anything that is, and he's only agreed to debate on the Repsion coverage. So, and the ability to, Queeman as the moderator must be allowed to mute me if I say anything that is off topic. So he'll debate me. So the debate has been agreed to on one very specific thing. And if anything else gets spoken about, I'll be muted. And also, apparently, I'm not allowed to stream it. Like, I don't know about you. I'll agree to do it, of course. But I'm still going to say he's running. Because that's not... You're running from everything else I want to debate you on. Like, you have to create, like, an actual hug box for this guy to be willing to talk to you. I'll do it. I'll absolutely do it. But that's not gonna, like, that doesn't count. He went and debated a spicy chatter today known as Ghoul, who I happen to like. I like Ghoul. They debated on some take he gave earlier today, and I was actually privy to this VC. Well, I was privy to part of it. I ended up joining. And hold on. I ended up joining the discussion to see what they were talking about. And not long after I arrived, he quickly just like gave out his take, and then he's like, so that's it, bye. And then he hangs up. I wasn't going to talk because I didn't want to give him an excuse to leave the VC. So I sat there muted. But he lost a debate to Ghoul in the Spice Pit VC and then fucking ran earlier. And it was over this tweet. We'll take a look. So, pure narcissism, but yeah, she totally cares about birds or whatever. This is in reference to somebody called Maya Higa. Kid next to me on this plane is watching me and Mr. Beast. I feel like I'm in a simulation. So there is nothing about this that is narcissistic. It's actually like kind of humbling and funny for you to sit down on, even if you're like a big, big streamer or a bit whatever she does. I don't really know her. But it is, even if you're the fucking biggest person in the world, it is still humbling to just like sit in a random place and somebody's watching you, right? That's like a coincidence, and it's pretty funny. There's nothing that's narcissistic about this. Oh, anyways, fuck me. All right. You know what, guys? Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. All right. So yeah, I mean, it's who cares? I mean, yeah, obviously. So his like whole model is his entire model is essentially just to say something he knows is controversial to get attention by virtue of that thing being controversial, as opposed to offering any actually like insightful position. This is actually what a contrarian is. People throw that term out a lot. A lot. A contrarian is not just somebody that by chance happens to take an unpopular position. A contrarian is somebody that regularly takes positions by virtue of them being unpopular. And people that do that are typically types who have nothing to actually add to anything. And the only way they can actually get people to give a fuck about them is to make people mad at them. So they do things like this. And that's, I guess, his entire content model. It's that and parasitism. He wants to get handouts from bigger creators, which is exactly what he wanted from me when we first became friends. He would regularly DM me to raid him and shit. And he was expecting that from Chud, so he'd go live on Kick while Chud's been live, and then just wait until, or expecting that when Chud finished, he'd raid into him. And now apparently that's not even going to happen anymore. So it's really bleak stuff. Well, I gotta change the title. Because we have something else to cover. Apparently, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to be debating Wick on Wednesday. But WhickTV, Liquid Sonic has made a video on WhickTV. Let's take a look. This could be good. I'm not super familiarized with like his history, so it'll be interesting to see a Liquid. So we're actually gonna also watch another Liquid Sonic video today that I never got to.
This is where
So let's take a look. Hold up. At Purple Perry Gaming is like to hold your feet to the fire on your standard for when it's acceptable to mock innocent dead family members. Will you engage with it, or should I not bother typing? What? I don't know. It's okay. There's nothing like... This is the thing. Edgy jokes are totally fine. They just need to be funny. When I was a kid, I thought edgy jokes were funny for being edgy. I even think that some shock humor is funny. I do it myself. I like to say outlandish shit for my own amusement that sometimes gets like a reaction in VCs and stuff, but I'll always denote it by saying just kidding right afterwards, because I am legitimately kidding. But the thing is, it's like such an immature mindset to believe that edginess in and of itself is like sufficient for being a funny joke. You get desensitized to it enough where it's like, no, you need a good setup, you need a good punchline, and when it's just like being edgy for the hell of it, like nobody's laughing. So when he decides to make a video about Hutch's dead sister or whatever, not only was that incredibly unfunny because it was just ripping the Chibi Reviews bit, but also it was literally it's not strategic. We're attempting to advocate for a serious cause, something that I personally believe is important, and I think many others do as well. And there's no reason to, for the sake of jokes, go and alienate the normies. Make whatever jokes you want in VCs or in private or in your own spaces, but I think it is good to, when you're when there's a serious argument to be had, I think it is good to moderate yourself. I think optics are valuable. And this whole, like, who gives a fuck about optics or whatever, is like, I'm sorry, but like a joke is not like worth sacrificing potentially moving people over to what you believe is an important position. Have I drank coffee yet? Yeah, I've just been up since 6 a.m. I have... I know that's what you guys probably do every day, but I'm not. This is not my. I have it's like delayed circadian rhythmic disorder, whatever the fuck it's. I don't know. But I get really tired during the day, and then I wake the fuck up at night. I'll probably wake up when the sun goes down. So let's take a look at this video from Liquid Sonic about our boy Wick.
Twitch poll really is a hideous relic of the recent past, peeling back the layer of performative leftism, some truly interesting freaks, along with some...
Whatever happened to Dylan Burns, by the way? This guy, like, went to the fucking, like, went to Ukraine. I haven't heard from him since.
Spectacular train wrecks did dwell in this corner.
Yeah, so the reason I know Doobie, I'm not super familiar with him, but the reason I do know him is because a long time ago, I don't know if anyone can find it, I went onto a Prime Case panel with Bunk. I temporarily crossed over into BreadTube.
Of the internet.
It's Elder Drazi.
But in a sea of losers, one legend rose up. And today, I want to pay him his dues. This video is a tribute to the death of Certainty.
Hi, my name is Wick. I run the Death of Certainty channel, and I'm here for adventure and fun.
The Fang of Zion.
You lied! I'm red-handed! You lied!
The unsung hero of Twitch poll that is WhickTV.
Welcome to yet another episode of WhickTV, a cross-ideological space where we come together and
I have to say, I was very wrong about Liquid Sonic. I was just wrong. Um, there's like a genre, and I said this before, I thought this about like Sleepy as well. There seems like there's a genre of people that just like that seem like they make content sometimes just for Queeman. That's how it like seemed like a long time, and I'm like, okay, dude, all right. This is like a little like you're totally right on everything, but it seems like you're like just making content to like get in with like a certain group of people or whatever, etc. But no, I was wrong. I think this guy does have. I think this guy's legitimate about his viewpoints. He does have shit to offer, and some of his videos I've seen are pretty good.
Discuss issues of the day, political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today we're going to be talking about boundaries, asserting one's boundaries, the importance of doing so. We're also going to touch on consent.
To put it simply, WhickTV's a legend. Unlike your average Twitch poll failure, he figured out quite astutely that instead of being entertaining or alluring himself, he could become a panel host and find other people to do that job for him. And with Wick, I think it's fair to call
Being a panel host is the easiest fucking shit on earth. You don't have to do anything. I saw this when I went into that Speakeasy guy's like stream or whatever, which apparently some of these people come from like his community. I don't know if you guys remember our boy Speakeasy, where the guy like, dude, that was a crazy panel. The guy like somebody called in and no, it was on Ert Report that somebody called in and accused me of being a kid. There was somebody that called in. I debated some guy on Speakeasy's panel about the death penalty, and he was coping so hard that he got like voted off that he like donated 100 just to get me kicked. But Speakeasy was high the whole thing and just doesn't say anything. He says nothing.
him a visionary. He'd step outside of what were the normal bounds of political debate and create some really crazy content for the viewers. Who was hosting the discussion around whether Not So Erudite was a snow bunny demon? WhickTV was. He wasn't hosting, but who showed up for the map debate in which a child that was being attended? That's right, Wick did. And who was hosting the debate around whether it was okay to have sex with dogs? Wick Bloody TV was.
I want to be clear, like when putting this panel together, there are so many people who wanted.
I don't know how long ago that was. I will say this, and you have to keep this in mind whenever we're talking about someone or something that was online years ago, and I speak from personal experience. It was not abnormal a while ago. I'm talking years ago. It was not abnormal online for minors to be in things, to be in people's servers, to be friends with adults on here, and I agree that's like absolutely it's good that that's become unacceptable. But it used to be normal for minors to be in communities, for minors to be on panels. I remember like Destiny debated like Lieutenant Corbus and shit, and I was on some of these panels when I was a minor. But what I will say is that this was actually just commonplace back then. I don't know how long ago that was, but
On this panel to defend dogfucking. There are so many people who claim to be actual zoophiles, who claim to have had.
Not saying it's okay, but I know people, for example, from when I wasn't a kid that long ago. I knew people from when I was a kid that had me around on things that were not pedophiles and had no bad intentions. They might have like made jokes to other people around me that would have been considered inappropriate, etc. But I know for like a lot of the people, just because they had like minors around them didn't denote necessarily like bad intent. It was just like super reckless.
Multiple relationships with multiple dogs.
Now I think it goes to show not just how great Wick is, but how great his audience is, that amongst them there were many eager people lining up to defend zoophilia. But I don't want this to be a total glaze, so I will offer a little critique. Where's YMS, or Rags, or Vosh for that matter? But despite them not having someone more high profile, they still had a great panel.
Okay, so the first thing I would say is I don't think animals can give informed consent. So technically, any sexual act with an animal is rape.
This was like this was the shit people used to debate on.
I'm just arguing that not all instances are like wrong, right? If they don't.
Rape is bad by definition.
Now please let me stop here to do some facial expression analysis. Look at this tryhard emoting to his low IQ audience. And then we have Giga Chad Wick, Cool as a cucumber. That's just how you know he's our guy. He's the realist out there. And when times change and things get serious, Wick knows how to do that too. He even managed to get work with Progressive Victory. At the time when Wick was with Progressive Victory, he was...
So my admin, who at the moment is not my admin because I was informed that in the Snark Left server, which I was not in when this happened and this wasn't brought to my attention, and as soon as it was brought to my attention, I took action, had reposted a tweet in the Snark Left server that had Wick's PII in it. And although I don't think they're like some evil, crazy doxer, obviously, like, yeah, there's absolutely no reason to be ever posting shit like that. So I took corrective action. But they were involved in some drama with Wick a long time ago, where essentially they found some like exploit with Progressive Victory and like tried to inform them about it, and they like didn't listen, and it was some, I don't even remember what the drama was.
working with Brianna Wu, someone else with a spotless history. And even when people like Copenseeth try to expose our guy Wick, Copenseeth is like this stupid collaboration between Dickers and this trans woman. And here they are trying to expose Wick for being dishonest about his work with Progressive Victory. And you know what? Fuck that. Who cares? If Brianna Wu tasked me with saving Israel by doing 100 viewer panels that included her a suspicious amount of times, well, I think I'd have something a bit more important on my plate than being honest to some ginger bloke. So let's move on, okay? His content, his bread and butter, it's solid. So then let me ask you this. What do you think of when you hear the name WhickTV? That's right, pink neon lights. Wick likes to party, and he fucks big time.
Yes, I fuck pussy, 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 pussy,
What is the context of this clip, man? What is the obviously, I'm a streamer too. I know you do ridiculous shit for streams. You could never pay me enough to get in my fucking underwear on stream with just like a robe on. You would not be able to pay. You know, maybe he's more brave than I am. I shouldn't be snarking. Maybe he's more brave than I would be. He does it for donos. At some point, okay, Chud has this like pathological fear of like being perceived as a lolcow. So he has these like ridiculous sayings. Like Chud got so like ridiculously mad that Connor shaved his head for a dono or whatever. He was like actually mad about it. He's like, you can on the precipice of doing tricks for treats, or like some ridiculous fucking say. It's like, I get it. I get like it's fun to go like do some crazy shit for money, whatever. This is not one of the things I'd be willing to do for money, because at that point I'm basically whoring myself out.
One thing that Wick's aware of is that his communities and the others around him do have a big issue with virginity. And Wick, as such a selfless man, still manages to find the time in his busy schedule of saving democracy to show all the neets how to be a player such as himself. Thanks, Wick. This is the Riz Royale. Wick was born ready for this. He's in his robe and he's ready to woo a lovely woman. So let's let him introduce himself.
This competition. Take it away.
First things first, right? I'm a man that pays my own way, so I won't be listening to any of that.
That's Pixie, right?
Let me just tell you, Pixie.
Whoa.
What I'm here for. I'm here for you. Okay. This is why I have come today, right? And soon, if I get my way, so will you. What we're here to do tonight is show these young whippersnappers.
Is she like in a hospital?
What it means, right? To talk to a lady, to charm a lady, to make you feel something. See, I already getting you to smile. I'm making you smile real easy. Look at that, right? You can't even help it.
That's like an uncomfortable smile.
Just think of what I'm going to be able to make
an awkward smile.
You later. That's it. That's all I need to do. They call me Wick. They call me the Stallion. They call me Big Dick Wick for a reason, and you'll find that out later.
Big Dick Wick? Huh?
Anyway, I'll pass it off to the
Who is calling you that?
other boys in the room.
What a fucking Chad. And the thing is, these other guys, they try to attack him, but Wick's got the banter too.
We got fucking Wick over here. The only girls he pulls are the mentally ill women. I want to come on these panels and debate about Nazis.
Man, your mom ain't mentally ill. Don't talk about your mom that way, bro.
Wick always comes out on top because he knows what impresses smart, successful young women. A good old-fashioned your mum joke. So he's got game, he's funny, and he's also got a secret, hidden talent. This might come as a bit of a shock to many of you, but Wick also knows how to serenade the ladies.
Here's
Oh
one for
no.
you. Okay.
Fancy.
Oh no, dude, please. I'm gonna die of second and embarrassment. I'm gonna die.
You know, the exercises. A moment. You know, you got to work up to it, right? You can't just go in, right? You got to like give it some time. So let me moisturize my throat here.
Moisturize your throat? Lubing your throat is crazy, Dad.
You don't always have to fuck her hard. In fact, sometimes that's not right to do. Sometimes you gotta make some love and fucking give her some smooches too. Sometimes you got to squeeze. Sometimes you got to say please. Sometimes you got to say, hey, I'm gonna fuck you gently. I'm gonna screw you sweetly. I'm gonna hump you.
That's the next one.
You got it? There you go.
I got the message.
What was that song? What was that song choice? Sing for ladies and gentlemen. I've been told I have the voice of an angel, okay? But I'd need to be drunk to say.
She's got the gist.
Sadly for us, Wick hasn't done another episode of the Riz Royale.
I have the same diffuser. W this guy. W random guy. I have the exact same diffuser.
But he does keep the spirit of it alive, showing off his masculinity when it's appropriate. Here he is with YouTube sweetheart
Aiden, I want to talk to you. What do you want to talk to me about?
Kinetic Kel, and he's getting some
What?
donos,
We
and
knew
he's
this.
showing us some moves. Look at him go. Woo! God, and Wick's always the player. Look at this one. Wick the Wizard casts Summon White Women. Haha. This funny little clip is from an appearance he made on the Chaos Cast. And this was hosted by one of the funniest and smartest.
You want to talk to me about the dangers of alcohol? Well, I don't really drink, so you don't need to convince me. You guys remember? I still have that one beer sitting in my fridge from my 21st birthday when I bought that pack. I've made a single alcohol purchase since turning 21.
Women online. The Bombay bombshell, Stardust.
Wick, are you the father?
Well,
I smoke weed. I don't really drink.
I'm not the father, but if you play card right, it could be your daddy.
Jesus Christ, that's disgusting.
That may come across as a bit creepy, but
Synth? Boblax? Prime K. This was, people, this was my debate mentor, okay? This is the person that taught me how to debate by humiliating me on a constant basis in front of everybody when I didn't know how to debate. And I learned ultimately through just failure. Just failure. It was an embarrassing time.
here Wick's role-playing. He's an awesome character actor.
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty.
Okay.
The Chaos Cast was
Dude, the okay after, that was a good stylistic choice to leave in like the awkward okay afterwards. Really helps it set, like the embarrassment set
an
in.
attempt at a Twitch poll comedy show, but from what I watched of it, it wasn't funny, and it was just Charm Hole carrying a bunch of tryhards. So let's move on and talk about the innovations Wick has created in funding his show. One time on a birthday stream, Wick prepared a cake to the face gag that he would perform on camera for $250 in donos. And it's safe to say his eager audience cleared that easily.
If we get about $250 in donations, whether it be super
I'm not like a birthday or celebration cake guy, you know what I mean? This is the one thing I agree with Trump on, okay? The one thing I agree with Trump on. The only cake I like a big, beautiful piece of chocolate cake. Okay, that's what I like. That's what I like. I'm not like really a cake guy, you know what I mean?
Chats, whether it be subs on Kick or subs on Twitch. I'm gonna put this gooey cake, and we're gonna put it in this face. And
Tiramisu is very good. I like tiramisu as well. I actually eat that more than I eat cake. Only problem is you can't eat it too late because it has caffeine. I also like Napoleon.
We're gonna rub it in. We're gonna get it all
Creme brulee, also very good.
all nasty and dirty up in here. That is $50, ain't it?
Yes, cheesecake, New York cheese. That's my favorite dessert with like some whipped cream, or like warm apple pie, vanilla ice cream. God, that's really fucking good.
That's $50, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna get all up in my face. Are you ready? Ready for this? Are you watching? Are you watching?
We're watching.
Oh. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, $5 more than ever
This
had.
is who I'm gonna be debating on Wednesday.
I thought my life was a tragedy. Turns out it was a comedy. But let me put my glasses on and get my headphones on. Oh, man. You look like cake Santa. What you doing? What you doing? If you coming down, if you see this coming down your chimney, gang, what you doing?
Calling the police.
You see this face, just pop its head out. Hello.
Honey, grab the shotgun.
What are you doing?
Then Wick, ever the showman, hosts an hour-long panel with cake still all over his face. Now with such power that Wick wields, there will come, in turn, detractors. And these people are some of the most pathetic excuses for humans that I have bared witness on this internet. One time when Wick owned the haters was when he was crowdfunding a new tooth. His audience kindly raised $3,000 for him.
This guy was crowdfunding a new tooth.
And he was his whimsical self during the process.
Like, look, at the end of the day, I lied to you about how I lost my tooth. I said it was a veneer that just fell out. That's not true. The real truth I'm going to expose here today on Chud Logic's show is that in my beef, right, with Twitter lefties, and saying that, hey, I think the filibuster is probably something we should, be cautious about overturning. So they found my house, they came to my house, and they attacked. It was brutal. And so this is how I lost my tooth. So you want to support that. If you want to support me fighting back against the injustices of Twitter.
I made this exact same joke at the start of stream.
Please, donate to my GoFundMe. Thank you.
Certified Wick moment.
Wick was happy making jokes about it, his audience was happy, but there was somebody that they forgot to ask. This funny looking guy is Kuimon. He's kind of...
That's a good bet. I like, I think Destiny does this on purpose. He, like, pretends like he can't pronounce the person's name. I like that there are still people that get Queeman's name wrong. That's how I first pronounced it when I read it. That's how I first pronounced it.
Like if Chris Kunzler grew up watching Destiny instead of Hasan, and he thought it would be a good idea to kick up a stink about Wick taking a while to get his tooth replaced. Here he posts, well-known panel host WhickTV posted a GoFundMe to fix his teeth, calling this an urgent and essential $2,400 procedure. He reached his goal with a $600 surplus over 3 months ago. Despite this, no updates have been provided. This thread will detail
Dude, the evil snarkers are making fun of a poor disabled guy's tooth surgery. It's crazy.
Hashtag Toothgate, hashtag Open Wide. But here's the thing, people that actually go outside know that these things take time. And Wick...
I just refer to Queeman as Tay-Sack Survivor Queeman. Wasn't Queeman like... I've said this before. Queeman is obviously not like... He's obviously not fully Jewish. He still has some like... Anglo features. I think he's probably half, right? So he can't have Tay-Sacks. Your joke doesn't work. Owned?
Absolutely owned.
No, you can technically have Tay-Sacks. It's just the gene is recessive, right? So you need both parents to be carriers, and it's typically only amongst Ashkenazi Jews, right?
Andrew Wilson when he attempted to smear him as a GoFundMe scammer.
So when you went personal, I went back. So the thing is, like, why did you rob your audience for your tooth fund? Why'd you do that, Wick?
Oh yeah, did I rob my audience for my tooth fund? You fucking moron! Do you not see the tooth right here? Why are you retarded?
What tooth?
This one,
He has like his like two front teeth, the way they're positioned, it makes him look very rodent-like. You know what I mean?
motherfucker. The one that they paid for. Asking why I robbed the audience of my tooth money when the tooth is
the tooth fairy
clearly there. Are you retarded?
The reverse tooth fairy?
What is going on? Are you retarded?
Can you point to the tooth, Wick, that got replaced?
This one.
I can't see it. Can you look right in the camera and point to it?
Yeah, I'm looking in the camera and you point. You can clearly see it. It's pretty clear.
That's the tooth that got replaced with?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now that's the Wick treatment, and to this day he's keeping this energy up. You see, there is a lot of bad, freaky stuff going on online, but Wick can cut through all that and go after people that make fun of him. And it's this same little obsessed guy again, obsessed with WhickTV's great success on this platform. And Wick has reached his breaking point. Now he's ready to burn it all down.
We need to start doing trigger warning Queeman, because I noticed that like sometimes it's not here, it's not as bad here, but I noticed like sometimes like whenever Queeman's like name is even mentioned, like there's some people that actually just get like so tilted.
You see, Wick
I want to be, I guess I sort of am like that to some people, but I want the day to come where my name gets mentioned and at least somebody's getting fucking pissed. I feel like it's already sort of like that a little bit in some places.
Managed to get some evidence on this Kuimon guy, and it turned out this guy's been doing streams making fun of him for years.
Watch the clip. We'll just watch the clip, and you can tell me.
There's actually some terrible.
Beckett's fans are the worst. Beckett's fans think I should go to like prison. I'm not even kidding. Beckett's fans think I should go to prison.
Terrible allegations, absolutely horrific stuff. I gotta say that's been brought up about.
Somebody literally said like, if you add Aiden, like if you let Aiden call in, that's like a line too far or whatever. I can't keep supporting you. I made some edgy jokes in a call and reposted, and all the main critics have now walked back the claim that I doxed. Reposted information in a private locked Discord chat that was already available to tens of thousands of people in YouTube videos, etc. Years before I knew who the person or the information belonged to. That's like the worst thing I've done. But they think I should go to prison for that. Some have even said I should go to prison and they should throw away the key.
The last day. And as you can see here, if we get some zoom and enhance analysis going on, you can see here Wick is touching, it appears to be Madam Genevieve.
Touching people's legs that you're at a party with and you're friends with. Crazy. But here's how they paint it.
It's outer thigh and knee. And this is the outer thigh here as well. It's the outer thigh and knee on Ginger Ramoth. He did not ask. He did not say, "Man, would you mind if I touched your leg?" before.
Who does that with friends? First of all. But you see how they're painting it?
What?
Right? First of all.
Mind if I touched your leg? Before. This is the outer thigh here as well. It's the outer thigh and knee on Ginger Ramoth. He did not ask.
I don't like, because I know like this is gonna sound soy as fuck, but I know that like women if I make, it's no secret I make rape jokes. I don't make rape jokes directed at women or like sexual jokes directed at women. Because I have like a subconscious fear of being perceived as like a creep, because I know that like they actually have to put up with creepy behavior all the time. And the thing is, what was I saying? Like in my like only like flirtatious message or whatever, you can literally see like how I'm like, I don't want to be awkward or whatever, like cringe shit like that. I would never feel comfortable putting my hand on a female I would never feel comfortable putting my hands on a female. Period. Okay? Period.
Did not say, "Man, would you mind if I touched?"
Even if they gave permission. I'm kidding now. Obviously, it would be like a thing of if I was doing a photo of somebody, I might put my arm around somebody or some shit. That's if we really know each other or whatever. I would never touch someone without their like permission. Unless I'm like beating the fuck out of you, or I'm kidding.
Your leg before.
Who does that with friends? First of all. But you see how they're painting it, right? And you see how they're clipping Ginger Ramoth.
Are we getting botted?
What she said, and we're gonna go to what else she said, and we're gonna talk about how this obviously was not.
Yeah, I'm working against the time slot here because everybody else is already live. That's the cope. That's my cope.
Joke. It was Schrodinger's joke, right?
That's right. It was Schrodinger's joke, and Wick epically debunks this here.
Well, I just want to hold on. I actually want to engage with this because I think there are too many like instances of Schrodinger's retard in this community. And I think everyone is guilty of it to some extent. So I'm not against the idea. I am not against the idea that like Queeman a few years ago might have done a Schrodinger's retard.
You see, Wick managed to get some evidence on this Kuimon guy, and it turned out this guy's been doing streams making fun of him for years.
Watch the clip. We'll just watch the clip, and you can tell me.
There's actually some terrible allegations, absolutely horrific stuff, I gotta say, that's been brought up about Wick on the last day. And as you can see here, if we get some zoom and enhance analysis going on, you can see here Wick is touching, it appears to be Madame Genevieve.
Touching people's legs that you're at a party with and you're friends with. Crazy. But here's how they paint it.
It's outer thigh and knee. And this is the outer thigh here as well. It's the outer thigh and knee on Ginger Ramoth. He did not ask. He did not say, "Man, would you mind if I touched your leg?" before.
Who does that with friends?
I mean, obviously this is going to be interpreted as some allegation of impropriety. It's obviously being done in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way. There's like an underlying point being articulated. So obviously you can't go and claim it was completely a joke, but it just seems tongue-in-cheek, and it seems like it's fine here because that's actually what happened. So long as the person isn't just like lying, then I don't really take any issue with this.
First of all, but you see how they're painting it, right? And you see how they're clipping.
Also, the only person Wick should be blaming is her, if he's actually aggrieved by this. But, well, actually, no, himself. If she legitimately takes issue, if she's like his friend and she didn't take any issue with it, then he should blame her for making people seem like she did. But if she legitimately did take issue with it and there's like some context here we don't have, then that's like all on him. That's his fault for even. What is the purpose of, if like the only way you'd really touch someone for a photo, once again, is if you like have your arm around them. I've done that for photos, right? Where you put your arm around somebody or some shit, or put your arm around two people if you're in between two people. But what is the purpose of reaching over her leg and touching her thigh? That's not like, there's no like, I don't know why. I've never done that for a photo.
Ginger Ramoth and what she said. And we're gonna go to what else she said, and we're gonna talk about how this obviously was not a joke. It was Schrodinger's joke, right?
That's right. It was Schrodinger's joke, and Wick epically debunks this here. But I think all we've got to do is look at the.
You should be breaking the touch barrier early with females, but never touch below her waist until you are dating. I mean, I have touched a female when we were making out with that one person that I'm being told might have been a lesbian when we were making out at the bar, but that's not true at all, actually. That is not the only time. It's not even close. What am I talking about?
Bigger picture, because if this feeble little Jew was sat in between two queens, he would quiver in fear. But of course Wick doesn't. He just reaches down and takes what's his. And what's even more pathetic is Kuimon tries to make fun of Wick for busting a move.
And he replied, instead of like explaining it or anything like that, he replied with a gif of me dancing. And again, does he think this is going to embarrass me?
Dude.
This was on stream. I was busting.
For those of you who don't know, this is like, it does look like that scene. There's a scene in Silence of the Lambs where the serial killer, like Buffalo Bill, is like, he's like dancing around with his like, what do you call it, a shawl or something, for the camera or whatever, and this song is playing. Goodbye Horses.
Move, right? I was down. I enjoy dancing, man.
do have a little dance break.
It's a good song. I didn't know that the person that sung it is a woman. Would you wick me? I'd wick me.
See, I don't think Wick just dabs on his haters, he fucking eviscerates them. He's practically dancing on their graves at this point. And look at this guy, what did he think he was trying with this? WhickTV mogs you, little bro. Wick mogs this whole platform, and this platform needs him. Fortunately, DGG are starting to get it. Look at this Reddit post. Go easy on WhickTV. He's our boy, and is genuinely good faith.
I don't think he is. I wasn't exceptionally mean to Wick. I've been nice to him, right? Because I like to be nice to people until they give me a reason not to. I'm not like totally snark brained where it's like, you know, I need to fucking be like mean to everybody or whatever. You know, dude, we need that. Somebody send the meme in inbox. It's so funny. Queeman in chat versus Queeman in call. I'm not like that. Or like you know, like a fucking barking dog. But I didn't like how he was retweeting an account that tried to. There's a fake narrative being pushed that I fantasized about sexually assaulting someone. That's not true. That's never happened. And he retweeted one of the tweets that was claiming that about me before we even got in the debate, just because I'm aligned with the people criticizing him. And it's like, yeah, I think that's like pretty bad. I haven't like, I didn't bring up, like, someone told me about the thigh thing. I didn't bring that up. But it's like, you know, obviously the guy does seem a little bit malicious. A little bit is doing a lot of work there.
Wick is a good boy. He needs to eat and provide for his people. Let him get his super char from shitters. Wick always defends and honors Steven and has never been a snake. Peace and love for Tiny and Wick. It's awesome to see such a reputable community sticking up for Wick. And a great—
We heard your— Okay, so this is a crazy— I know this is like a crazy thought. Okay? Believe it or not, somebody might make jokes about doing something that they're not legitimately fantasizing about doing. It's a good way to tell they're not being serious if they're like rapping about it and obviously drunk, right? But second of all, I never said anything about sexual assault. It was a joke. The joke there was about banging a dude's wife. I didn't say raping a dude's wife. I didn't say sexually assaulting. It was about banging a dude's wife. And the most malicious characterization and framing of that possible is he was fantasizing about sexually assaulting someone. It's like if I took the Destiny shovel tweet where he talked and said Destiny like fantasized about raping a woman to death with a shovel. I know what he was trying to do there. He was trying to rage bait and probably didn't actually want to go rape someone with a fucking shovel. I don't need to pretend that like obvious fucking jokes are legitimate, like legitimate statements denoting intent.
Great alliance is forming there. If you see this word consistency map from Wick's channel, the word Destiny comes out winning.
Why is Chibi Reviews in your rec? Well, that's probably because we've watched him. This is the account that I watch things on for stream, and we've watched him multiple times on stream.
Big time. Again, this platform needs WhickTV. Let me ask you this. Who's going to enable Kraut's doom spiral about the tankies? Who's going to help rebuild the image of self-confessed small p ped and lolly user food shops? And who's going to stick
Lyle
up for—
Convoy's wife would be— Okay, so believe it or not, when you're making a joke in the joke world, you're not using real world logic. It is the most, like can you joke? Is anyone who jokes about fucking somebody's wife fantasizing about sexual assault? Because technically they're married and there's no evidence that they would ever have an affair. So if your joke were carried out in reality, they wouldn't. But it's not, because it's a joke, right? The real world logic isn't being applied. It's not like you're actually going and doing that thing.
Destiny, and in his small way enable him to do literally anything he wants? It's Wick, obviously. And I think we all need to thank WhickTV for his service. His great work may very well mean—
It's like saying like, it's like someone makes it— why did the chicken cross the road? It's like, there's no chickens around here. There's no chickens around. It's a fucking joke
that no one is ever made fun of on the internet ever again. And with everything going on in the—
I honestly, to this day, can't believe Chud tried to make that argument.
world right now, I think that's what's most important to focus on.
Even people that were actively shitting on me thought that argument was retarded at the time. Also, sub to Liquid Sonic, because we're about to watch another one of his videos.
So, who sits on Discord all day trying to make friends? Chomos and bedblobs. But I see another route. If you're wasting your life on Discord, sit up straight and make something. It's actually pretty easy. And what do you need, really? A microphone. You have a computer already. The software's free. So really the barrier to entry is being as technically competent and intelligent as sensitive society. And what a better time to be making content. There's an online cult of Indians on the loose, led by a Cuban midget with potential stimulant-induced schizophrenia. There's an obese Italian stealing every single concept he can from real creators and then cheerleading lawsuits that could destroy this whole platform. And what are the people that see this as a problem actually doing?
It's so funny he's making this, because I thought for a stream one day, like doing like a commentary retrospective where I go over the different eras of the community. As it presently stands, people in our immediate proximity, I think at this point I'm like the oldest member. From like the people we know in our circle or whatever, I think I'm the oldest member of this community in terms of how long I've been here. It's 9 years now. Next February, I think it'll be a decade. So, you know, it has been it's been a while. It's been a long time. But I've gotten to see, I'm the oldest and youngest, yeah. But I've gotten to see every iteration of this community. I've been through all of it, and I've known the people that were a part of it. There's Chud. Chud comes from BreadTube and Twitch poll. Chud is not commentary. Chud wasn't commentary. But it's been 9 years.
Sitting on Discord and complaining about it all day, or you're gonna find a nice clip on Twitter and make them look silly. No, stop being lazy, step up and make...
2016 was dog shit. People look at that through rose-tinted glasses. The anti-SJW shit was retarded. Okay, what is Vinnie Martin... Can you just call in? This is so retarded. So Vincent Martin is now... I don't know who... I guess this guy is... Listen, we respect this about Vinny. Vinny's not sides-cocked. Alright? Vinny's not sides-cocked. He legitimately, I believe, he in good faith believes his own, like, retarded positions. I was having an argument with him on Twitter. Or no, it was here. What is this? What is this clip?
Destiny has the evidence, and I just need to trust them. And I have the evidence. I know I have the evidence. And the only reason why I'm not sharing the evidence is because I don't want to hurt Brit and Devil.
Well, yeah, obviously you're going to trust yourself. And the thing here is, Connor is not expecting, to my knowledge, the aggressive acceptance of... Put all the ridiculous to expect, like, there shouldn't be any... That's... You know, I'm going to fuck you or whatever. The problem with Dan... And Steven, the problem with their like crusade argument was not only did they acknowledge they're not providing all the evidence yet for the description of the Snark servers like a doxing community, not only do they admit that, but they are expecting the aggressively expecting the acceptance of claims that they're also simultaneously and admittedly unwilling to put all the evidence for on the table right now. No, you should expect the acceptance of your claims after you've proven them. It's like ridiculous to expect, like, there shouldn't be any, that's just entitlement. There shouldn't be any expectation of people accepting your claims if you're also not willing to provide the evidence for it.
More than this.
What is wrong with this? I unironically, I can't tell what the criticism is. I actually don't know what the criticism is here. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Even if I like try to think of, okay, from his mind, what is he seeing that, like, I actually just don't know what he's talking about. Am I missing something? If he's talking about the allegations against me, I literally said I'm not mad because I didn't do a good enough job at defending myself at the time. That's why the other day on Himpleton's stream and on my stream as well, when Gilded Pooh walks back the doxing claim and concedes, I said that's all I came here for, and we're done then. We're done, right? It's the same with Beckett. When Beckett walked back the doxing claim with me, I was done. I didn't care to go back and figure out if he was lying about something or not. My only interest was in clearing my own name, etc. I've applied this standard consistently.
Make some commentary videos. Imagine Sensitive Society, but his videos aren't a consistently...
Yo, thank you so much, Balls Mahone, for the 5 with our first tip of the stream. If you want to join him, you could tip as well through Streamlabs Super Chat. Also, like the fuck up, people. How does it feel being the commentary unk? I feel like I'm getting old. And I don't know, this has just been my life for, like, so long. I mean, I've done years without it in between those 9 years. But, like, I've just been, it's been, like, a part of my life for so long. It's, like, hard imagining a life necessarily with that option completely gone, I guess.
Worthless crock of shit. You could take this commentary slob formula.
Was I in DGG earlier, like the site? No, I've never used DGG chat in my entire life.
But just have funny jokes.
If you weren't in DGG, someone is impersonating you. If it's who I think it is, they're getting it. I'm banning them from my community. It's not funny if you're just like impersonating me. Like it's just that it just gets malicious at that point. People have done it as a joke. And it's like we're not like 15-year-old like Discord trolls anymore. People have actually like gone and reached out to people who were actively impersonating me. And how do I know that, like, for example, somebody that I've had people from my real life try to get in contact with me through this, people I haven't spoken to in years. So how the fuck do I know somebody isn't gonna reach out to somebody impersonating me, give them some information thinking it's me that they're not intended to receive, and then I get fucked over that? Like, I feel like I'm like it's totally valid to just like not permit that anymore.
And good takes, but then I don't even think it should be considered slop at that point. I don't think people should have ever embraced slop. It was funny when Dolan Dark first started saying it, but you hear now people repeating, "Ooh, I love drama."
Okay, that's
slop.
okay, that's not in person. If the name was just Aiden something, I'm not the only person on earth with that name.
Going off of that, I hear, "Yeah, I am retarded actually. I'm just a stupid goy, feed me my slop." And I believe this devalues what can be the true essence of this platform. Passionate people just in their houses, creating scuffed but novel and original content that breaks the mold of the...
Like, I get being funny, but like, I'm done with like the bits that extend outside of my Discord or extend outside of my, like, it's just, you're becoming a liability at that point. There's some people that just don't understand when to stop fucking joking. I'm not like one of those like perpetually like irony poison people or what. It's like your bits can happen like in chat amongst a group that knows you're joking. When your shit starts extending outside of that, you've just become a liability.
Corporate hegemony. If a real person has charisma and something decent to say, them talking for 10 minutes should not be slop. But I am partly hijacking these takes from someone that people have a lot of strong feelings about, but this is a PPP from another era, another lifetime it feels like when it comes to content creation now, and I'm aware I'm at risk of making a fool of myself by taking anything they say too seriously, but PPP talking about the Kino Dogma 2007 and some of the content him and God...
They implied they were you when asked directly. Well, it's not me. I don't use that fucking chat. I don't want them to... haven't people been doxxed through using that chat? Allegedly. I don't know exactly who. But I've heard that people have been doxxed just from using the chat. I've never used it.
Winston created from this was epic. Here he looks back to creators that are before my time, but these guys wouldn't have any quality equipment or recording software, and they would just record themselves in one take talking about something. At this time, PPP looks back at this as the only honest...
See, the PP, like, there's no standard definition of commentary, because this is like the sector. These guys were never considered commentary. They sort of merged, and there was like layover with like Medica or whatever, but those guys were like the sector which came from like there was the YouTube skeptics crowd and shit. That was a whole other like separately evolving community. What we've like historically referred to as commentary was like originally Leafy is Here was where it got coined. Then Pyro came in and started doing his sort of content, and then after Leafy, well, Leafy was still going for a while after that. You had this community that formed as Pyro, his friends, and the people he was promoting. Because Pyro built up a bunch of orbiters, like people like No Fuckers and other types. People he was promoting, and then people who wanted to get into that group that had like small shitter channels of their own. And commentary was run for a while by the Lads on Tour, which was like friends and associates of Pyro. Like I'm Alex and shit, Pyro himself, and they're like buds. It was mostly British, and everybody wanted to get into that group chat because in commentary, if you got into that group chat, you were a somebody, or I guess you made it or whatever. And then after that iteration of commentary, Augie comes into the picture. He came over from the sector, so did Diorio. They come into the picture, and commentary really starts becoming centered around like him for a while, and like what him and Nick and I was sort of a part of it, but not really. And Bo Blacks, etc. were doing. And then after that occurs, after Augie like leaves for a while, you have for a while it was literally just me and Lyrics that were streaming. Then I quit. Then Nick starts streaming, and then there was like a merging between the former remnants of BreadTube and the old remnants of what was once commentary, where the Nick Chud Alliance forms, and people like Queeman are coming into the picture, etc. And that's around the time that I come back.
Content on this platform. So he lays out these rules that he thinks people should follow to emulate this. The main rules were that people should not use a script, they should not use any editing, they should not e-beg, they should show their face and have a basic camera setup, they should record a video in one take and leave in any flubbed lines, and video shouldn't be any longer than 10 minutes. These rules weren't strictly followed, but him and Godwinson did create a lot of content just yelling into their phones. They were normal people.
NCO made commentary. Well, the NCO came in. Okay. I actually left out a big part. Okay. Just so this is why I wanted to do like a segment doing this, because I think this is like super interesting. But you have Leafy, you then have Pyro come in under Leafy, all of Pyro's orbiters, and the people that form under Pyro's orbiters and become big names themselves, like I'm Alex. Then, when Leafy starts to stagnate and eventually quits, and the Lads on Tour dies off, and you sort of have Nick and Augie already infiltrating commentary, but we didn't really know about them at that point, you had reaction commentary, which were people that were doing what Leafy and Pyro did in 2016, and that fucking boomed. That literally boomed. It went mainstream. The biggest reaction commentary videos, like the ones I was making, where I was basically just copying Leafy, ended up becoming the most viewed around 2018, the most viewed commentary videos of all time. At my best, I got a video that did 21 million, which was more than I think Leafy's most viewed video and Pyro's most viewed commentary video. But reaction commentary, it was me, this guy called Benji, Cyrus, who obviously ended up becoming Star 67 Wi-Fi Skeleton and passing away, and then like a few others. Then Augie and Nick come around, and then at that time, you have bits of the ACC that overlap with us in the form of, I forget his fucking name, Daft Pina and Turkey Tom, and they have their own little group chat called the NCO, which was like the fun police, essentially. They like all hated reaction commentary because they viewed it as effortless, while their like effort posts weren't getting any views. So the reaction commentary people in the NCO were beefing for a while, and then Nick and Augie were in the background beefing with the NCO. The NCO, I guess, collapses eventually, and Augie and Nick become the dominant, or just Augie becomes the dominant figure in the remnants of the community, and everyone's kind of associated with him. It centers around him for a while, and then you get to, everything I said after that.
Talking about their passions, cool.
Yo, thank you so much for the 20 from Balls Mahone. Pyro's British invasion was infinitely worse than the current British BreadTube. Yes. I remember the day where you just had to suck up to these like Anglo fucks to make it. I remember that day. okay? And it was disgusting. They would literally, like, I'd have friends that were like 15 that they'd call everybody a nonce. So they were like, at one point, they're like telling my 15-year-old friend, like, calling him like a bit of a cheeky nonce, mate, or whatever. They'd throw pedo allegations out against everyone. They'd all think they were the shit. They all had the biggest, most insufferable fucking egos possible. And there was a meme that, like, about, like, best friend Niall, because that was Pyra's name or whatever. Everyone was like, everyone would pretend like he was their best friend.
People out, and most importantly, just talking shit on the internet. They were incredibly niche, but they also managed to...
Dude, commentary is like giving me like a little bit of a bias towards the British. I have to be honest. It's so bad. It's so bad. No, because Queeman is honest. These guys were all pussies. These guys are all pussies. Like, Queeman's an asshole. I don't think he would deny. Queeman's a bit of an asshole, but he is honest. These guys would just lie. It's all they would do. They would lie, they would sweep for each other, and they'd call everybody else a fucking nonce. That's literally all they did. And then you had the Keemstar clique or whatever that I was a part of for a little bit, where this guy called Kavos comes into the picture to try to tear down the old order. And he was like a Queeman type before where he was calling out like the established social circle that already existed in commentary. And they all hated him for it at the time.
Really fucking rattle people just by making these videos or streaming.
You voting, well, it seems like Labour is just what you should vote, right? But it, obviously, based on what I don't know, I don't pretend to know anything about British politics, but I think it's ridiculous that certain people are having their entry visas into, or it's not, what is it called? It's an ETA, I think, denied, just by virtue of having opinions that don't align with the dominant view. Like, Hasan apparently has been barred entry from the United Kingdom. I think that's ridiculous. I think the United Kingdom has been, you know, obviously in the English-speaking world, no shit, at like the center of academia and a lot of cultural contributions, etc. And universities like Oxford have been places to go and debate viewpoints. And I feel like it defeats that like academic credibility, etc. when you were just banning people by virtue of them having controversial positions, which it seems like it is, because if you look at the common theme, Cenk got banned, then Hasan got banned. I think that's like ridiculous. And I've defended England on some of their like speech law, because people like to exaggerate about it and pretend like, you know, it's 1984 over there. Obviously, I'm not in favor of how they do it. Obviously, no shit. But a lot of the times, the enforcement I've seen has been like people getting charged over shit I think you should be charged for here in the U.S. Like, if you're directing people to go burn down a hotel that has with people inside of it, I think you should be penalized for incitement to violence, right? If you're directly making calls for people to go commit violent acts, that's totally reasonable to penalize that. But like anything beyond that, I think it's like fucking ridiculous.
Phone and flipping the phone round and recording their computer screen instead of using OBS.
I don't wish to labor the point.
Like, why just ban controversial people from visiting your country when your country has respected academic institutions where debate occurs, etc.? Why ban people just by virtue of them being controversial? It's fucking ridiculous.
But there is something of the soul with Boogie's surroundings here. You may have seen him in recent videos. The backdrop is a $1,000 Master Sword. Merchandise that would cost anyone who wished to buy it thousands and thousands of dollars. Instead, what we've got here is a sort of scuffed Princess Leia from Return of the Jedi lying down.
Well, for Snoop Dogg specifically, wasn't it because of a prior conviction that they ended up barring it? Which a lot of countries do that. A lot of countries won't let you in if you have like certain prior convictions. But I'm pretty sure, isn't it like an urban legend or whatever, or possibly true that the Queen had apparently stepped in to permit him coming? At least Kanye's actually, I don't even think Kanye is legitimately, like, unironically, this is going to be a hot take. When Kanye was saying all that shit, is it harmful to, like, Jews? Yeah, obviously. But I saw a guy who was clearly unwell saying a bunch of shit that I doubt, like, he was just, like, I think he was having a mental health episode, and I don't know if that's, like, going to be indicative of, like, actual solidified, thought-through positions. I never took that seriously. I still don't.
Half naked. You've got an unmade bed. This has more soul in it than anything he's produced in a decade.
And yeah, I'd have preferred it quite a lot if Godwinson did just use a conventional streaming setup. Clearly, I am not ideologically attached to creating content in this way, but I think looking back at this, it is clear something has been lost. We now live in a world of fake YouTube, and I do think it should be respected that they managed to go against the corporate trends of this platform. And despite their many flaws, I don't know all of the lore, okay? They managed to be the guy and get their voices heard just using their phones. But alas, Godwinson is gone from the internet now, and PPP...
This is really what, so far, all this video's about has been, like, the sector, not really commentary.
Does not keep the spirit of the Kino Dogme 2007 alive.
What happened to you, man? No, but really, what happened to that guy? That guy sounds like me. That guy sounds a lot like me. What happened to that fucking guy? Am I gonna end up a jaded old boomer chain smoking?
Like, if you went back into the old content, nobody knew what a fucking PPP was. This is all, like, a different space.
Cigarettes with some Asian fucking pig.
But then, once again, this is what I mean when I tell you, like, we should not be calling ourselves the commentary community anymore, because the commentary community denotes 1,000 different things to different people. Some people use it to refer to the ACC. Some people use it to refer to the, what I called the face cam commentators, the, like, Cody Ko types, Jarvis Johnson, etc. Those guys get called the commentary community. Obviously, they're not in our space. It's like such a broadly applied. There needs to be something better.
You know, trying to scam you guys for $8,000 a month.
Augie himself came from the sector, sort of like old skeptic, like fucking. Augie came from that community. He wasn't like originally in commentary.
That what's gonna happen? I fucking hope not. Let's all fucking pray to God that I stick to the true and honest path of the Kino Dogme. It's scary. That guy sounds reasonable. Isn't it fucked up?
Buddy! Oh, buddy! And welcome back to another episode of Content Cop.
I would hazard.
I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
To guess that defect from the Yandere Dev cult Cameron F305, similarly to libslave Willie.
God, we were all so locked in when the Cameron F305 shit happened. I'm proud of my cut. That's one of the things where I'm actually I have a lot of regrets from things I've covered and the ways I've covered them through streaming. And obviously, if you don't live with regrets, it's probably a sign you haven't really grown. But that was like one of the moments I'm actually personally like proud of. I think we all locked in on that. I think everyone did a great job there. I remember Dickers, I remember Morale, I remember everybody was just locked the fuck in for that, and I thought that was really good.
Show had no idea who PPP was until recently. Oh my god, they've just popped up out of nowhere. Haha. In the realm of the commentary community.
And I'm glad we did it because this girl, her name, I don't know what she's obviously she's a bit of a shady figure, I gotta be honest with you. But not for any reasons that were. This situation was originally covered and broken by this guy called FPS Diesel, who's also an OG member of commentary. He was in the I'm Alex like orbit or whatever for a while. Diesel did like, that video was horrible. The video was horrible because you could tell, I call them like the Me Too overcorrectors, where people are so scared of signaling with a false allegation or promoting the woman's story or whatever, lest it be false or whatever, where they try to overcorrect and just like, they're super uncharitable to women making claims of sexual assault. So like, all he would do throughout that entire, it was just victim blame. It was all just like victim blaming. And I don't just like throw that term around. Once again, I'm not some like soy ultra feminist, whatever. That was like actual victim blaming in like a pretty fucking bad way.
See, this mutt making
Lyrics used to do this, and I said this to him. Whenever like an allegation happened, his position would be to immediately try to debunk it instead of like the thing is, I'm not a believe everyone type, okay? If somebody's making an allegation, you know, for making your like personal judgment or whatever, go into it with a neutral mind, look at the evidence, and it's okay to say there is not enough evidence here for me to lean in either direction and make a positive assertion that anything did or didn't happen. And as a result, just like not take a position, right? That's happened where there have been allegations where I don't think the woman is necessarily lying, but there's not enough there for me to go and call a guy like a rapist or something, unless I, you know, there's like something to indicate that he's being dishonest. And it's okay to just take the neutral stance. For a while, everyone just wanted to take the stance against the woman making the accusation. And statistically speaking, false allegations are just not as common as you think.
A quartering video in the style of retro iDubbbz is peak fake YouTube.
Semantics aside, in my opinion, Jeremy is an unprincipled fucking coward who grifts to the right. Not only because that's where his political beliefs lie, but also because that's where he makes the most money.
One of the reasons why he grifts to the right is because that's where his political beliefs lie. Even if his script wasn't total shit and his bits weren't complete hack garbage, even if this guy was honestly interested in the quartering and he wasn't just chasing drama that was doing good numbers, just going off the presentation and delivery that this rapist chooses to use, you should be able to tell this is inauthentic garbage.
Other examples of Jeremy's cowardly behavior come from his need to insert himself into YouTube drama.
PPP knows this. He hasn't forgot the last.
The C. Samron drama was how was it a failure? What are you talking about? What could we have possibly done better? That's actually not true. There were a lot of criticisms I had. I think the biggest criticism was that all of like the good bits of the drama were hidden behind 6-hour stream VODs that nobody was going to watch, and we needed to have more clippers back then. He got away. I'm sorry, was the drama supposed to end with me arresting him? If the standard for the drama is I'm supposed to personally handcuff the guy and take him away to jail, obviously there's never going to be a successful drama. The people on the case weren't video people, they were streamers. Yes, this is why clippers are so fucking important, and I will do anything to have them, because your takes are only as valuable as the people that see them. And the truth of the matter is, the internet's attention span is diminishing. Short form content is being incentivized, and these streams are long, these streams are convoluted, these streams are... I'm gonna put people on a payroll if my earnings stay consistent. We're doing a lot better this month, so if I break even, I'm gonna just put people on a payroll because my takes are useless if they're not being clipped. Let you call in if you want to call in to debate me, sure. Yo, thank you so much for the $20. Cats a-flockin'. This is for the payroll. That puts us halfway to stream, or sorry, just about halfway to stream. Thank you so much, Cats a-flockin'. Super bass. Thank you so much.
10 years of his life, but now he applauds it.
Anissa Jamha's husband, iDubbbz, otherwise known as Ian.
That edit, and it was funny the way the edit was on her and then slide it over.
It's hard not to be black-pilled and not just put the makeup on, be the clown, and cash in the check. But there must be a limit. These people that have applauded this in a quest to keep things easy, in a quest to keep the popular narrative alive, to maximize the accumulation of shekels, have failed. Now, I disagree with the PPP of old. I think people should make their money. E-begging obviously can get so egregious that it needs to be called out, but if you want to make enough money to live a modest life, own a little fixer-upper, then more power to you. But I can't imagine anything more gross than selling out all your principles.
I'll get your clips going. before I pay anyone, I want to know they know what they're doing. So if I was ever going to put someone on a payroll, it would already be the pre-established Clippers. But I appreciate the offer.
So you can buy a tacky fucking watch.
Let me take a look.
When will you adhere to... Huh? Adhere to what?
Not size.
So Ethan's now an expert because, for a month, he's Googled most expensive watch and then went out and bought. He's now an expert. He's got the jeweler's glass.
Shit, bro. You
Look
got
at
the
Hila.
one you wanted.
She's got the biggest smile ever when she sees the gleam of the gold. Look at this.
Not size.
Hila runs over.
You got the one you wanted.
That's what I wanted. That's not as nice as ours, but it's still got your hot watch.
Of course, fluted. Well, if you're not going to go fluted on the date dress and you want to put oyster on it, like an oyster bracelet, why not just get an OP? It's one, like, who really needs the date on their watch? At that point, you can get an OP36 and save like $2,000. And I understand you're not saving money when you want a Rolex. You're buying it for status symbol.
Commentary YouTube and anything adjacent to it should be kept far away from the realm of celebrity. When looking at this
okay, this was not a good video, I gotta be honest. I'm sorry, Liquid. Your last video was good. I liked it. This is not a good video.
Old episode.
Because there's no, like, established definition here of what commentary is, and I've only seen one actual commentary channel get covered. These are all sector guys.
Episode of the H3 podcast when I was making my video for Harley Mornstein. It was quite surprising to look back and hear them talk about going to Coachella with Post Malone, as if this was just as normie YouTube.
You're in. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, the reason why I consider it an abstract failure is because, well, you did your best that you could. Emro did as well. But the problem is that everyone else, it's like we had 3 people fucking up and he got away with it. I'm not asking you to, like, get this guy arrested. But the thing is that you're supposed to expose it to everyone, that to get to the common consensus that this guy's a liar, a failure at being a rapist, and he should not be trusted.
Failure at being a rapist. I don't know if he failed at that. I think he was accused of doing that successfully. But
Didn't the girl explicitly accuse him for, like, trying to but failing?
I remember it was okay, so the act that was alleged was never technically rape. It was sexual assault, but he had, like, picked her up or something and moved her, like, I'm pretty sure her genitals to his face or something, which is, like, sexual assault.
Yeah, he tried to lick it. That is literally some form of rape.
It's sexual assault. Yeah, for sure. It's sexual assault.
Yeah, but not really your job, but you did your part. The problem is that the end result was supposed to be his career destroyed. That didn't happen. Papa Gunt fucking sweep for him. Fucking FPS Diesel blew the whole story. Dickers fumbled it too.
Well, FPS Diesel came in before us.
Exactly, but he
fucked it up, so we were picking up his slack, and it seemed like a lot of people...
Yeah, I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying the end result was still a failure. You and Emrau did your best.
What was the end result you were looking for?
Like him, like, absolutely being exposed as a failed rapist.
I feel like we did expose him. I feel like people who actually listened to our arguments.
I mean, he got away with it. He was able to worm his way in as an iDubbbz clone. People still watch him and think he's, like, safe, even if he's not.
Well, his viewership's still declining. He had artificial support. His viewership's naturally waning.
I mean, is it really a win if the like hobo that breaks car windows gets away with it because he died of AIDS? Is that really, like, still a win?
Well, how were we supposed to?
You never really arrested him.
Okay, well, obviously we
figuratively.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, he was always gonna get away with it here, right? We don't have him on. People wanted to lie. They had vested interest in lying to defend him. And unless you have, like, actual documented, like, video evidence of this occurring, they'll always find a way to weasel out of it. I think
it's because that guy has a track record. That guy has literally a track record of being an untrustworthy shit. He was, what's his face? Yandere Dev's, like, #1, like, sweeper for, like, years. He did his music. He protected his, like, reputation behind the scenes. He fucking, like, he did this shit. He's known to, like, constantly change his story. He's never consistent. He's like completely not trustworthy. People saw the red flags and just completely zoomed past it. That's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, because they had vested interest in defending him. It would be a bad look if, like, the anti-Hasan guy is also a rapist, right? So people who are already preconceived fans of people like Tectone, etc., were...
Okay, this predates his mindless fucking, like, blabber talk. This predates that shit. But still, I still would consider it a failure. He got away.
Well, he was always going to get away.
Just because he dies of AIDS in the desert doesn't mean
there was nothing anyone could do where he wasn't going to get away with it, right? Because people had vested interest in lying to defend him.
And this is before. I'm not talking about now. Like, before he was considered a Hasan's, like brainlet. This is before.
That was before we got involved.
He wasn't a Hasan sweeper until not sweeper. He wasn't like a one of those until recently. That's the problem.
He was anti-Hasan and doing content cops on iDubbbz before, like, we covered him after the iDubbbz content cop. He'd aligned himself.
It wasn't as blatant as like now though. He had his like foot in the pool, that sort of thing. It wasn't like now.
I
where
don't know
it's
what
just,
he's
like,
doing. I don't know what he's
unblatant.
doing now. But obviously he was like aligned with like the Tectone Ethan
He
side.
does like Tectone and like Asmongold type skits about Hasan now in his videos.
Well, yeah, he was like that to begin with when we were covering him.
No, he made like small little comments. He does like whole little like skits about it now. He makes like little quips and shit.
Well, iDubbbz
Like
had,
now-
iDubbbz had done the content cop on Ethan, right? And it obviously come out in the camp against Ethan. So he had aligned himself in the iDubbbz anti-Hasan side when he made his video that was going against iDubbbz, and he also like snarked Hasan in that. He was a part of the group. He was a part of the other side.
I mean, okay, we seem to agree on most parts. Just the consensus I'm trying to set straight is that is it really still like the best you could have done if the terrorists still got away but died of AIDS in the desert? Is that still
Well,
a win?
obviously it's not the best we could have done, but there was never a scenario where he wasn't gonna get away, as
I mean,
you define
did
it.
the best you
Your
could.
win condition is impossible to meet.
Enrod tried, you did too, and then Dickers kind of messed it up too. It was like 3v2, 3 people fucked up versus 2 doing it right. That's not exactly going to work now, is it?
Well, it was never gonna
There was
work
no
under
unity doing it.
your criterion for a win. It was never gonna work. Of course, he's gonna get away with that.
I feel like you guys could have like turned consensus around to reveal that this guy was just untrustworthy and just not worth backing.
Okay, these people were
You did
already
your
fans of people like Tectone, who constantly poison the well against women that are making accusations. Unless we were to show them a literal video of Cameron raping somebody, there was no scenario where those people walked away from that not defending him.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about those people. The others are compromised.
That
I'm
was
talking
the
about
that was the
organic.
bulk of the people that were like hyping him up and shit.
Like that's recently though, no? Like you had is Papa Gun to consider that or no?
Well, he was in the pro Ethan side, right?
I don't remember. Like Papa Gunt is a bit irrelevant, but all I remember was that he sweeped. That's all I remember.
Well, yeah, obviously, because he was on like the pro Ethan side, and they had vested interest in defending this guy. But I'm saying,
Well, that makes more
for
sense.
these people, their burden to believe an accuser is one that is impossible to meet. They want an actual like admission of rape, which you almost never get, or like a video of it happening. And under that criteria,
Even then, they just say it's AI. People are compromised.
Sure. Well, is that it?
Well, that's just it. Thank you for this conversation.
Okay. Anyways.
Is that what was once humble YouTube drama, what used to be simply one autistic man sat in his house calling out another Sonic fan for his bad take, is now a millionaire in a Bel Air mansion, not making commentary videos, but trying to sue people to oblivion. Why doesn't he make videos? Well, if he needed to appeal to Keemstar's audience, maybe he would. But Lolcow Live does not inform the cultural zeitgeist of the celebrities in the
You just worry about generating good content to clip, and I'll take care of the rest for free until I prove based. Based is shit. Yeah, anyone who wants to mobilize a clipper, I will retweet your clips, I'll like your clips, I'll promote your clips, and I follow back AG4L clipping accounts. Rep your colors. AG4L in bio, AG4L in bio. We have AG4L Anzac, AG4L Ministry of Truth, AG4L like terrorist division, AG4L News Desk, there's like a million like AG4L accounts on Twitter right now. AG4L clips.
IP area of Coachella. In an old video
We're multiplying.
that I made that honestly isn't very good, I talk about the angry video game nerd and how he dealt with his, well, if you're a complete you'd call it a snark subreddit. And I praise James for almost completely ignoring these redditors as a great way to deal with this. I'm sure if James went about this differently, and he spent, years live streaming weekly, talking about this subreddit and his enemies, he'd probably by now have been trolled into becoming a shell of a human. There is a harrowing alternative reality where James took the path of the lolcow, but he just ignored it. So in James's and the angry video game nerds reality, it pretty much doesn't exist. But this would not work for Ethan. You see,
Yeah,
James...
This is not the failure of this is just like not... someone could do a really good video on this. This is probably not going to be it. I like the Wick video. Listen, the guy, it's easy to criticize videos when you're not making them yourself. Obviously, just because I like videos on someone's channel doesn't mean I'm gonna like every video, and that's okay. That's okay. I still think he's been doing a great job. None of that changes. I just didn't. I think like for what I was expecting, that video wasn't necessarily it, right? But yeah. So, anyways, who is familiar with the name Asmongold? Anyone ever heard that name before? He's like a small streamer. Well, journalist Stephen Asarch, who I spoke about it last stream, he's had me blocked and held a grudge against me because years ago I called him, I DM'd him, "You're like the most Semitic looking man I've ever seen," when I was like a teenager or whatever, being like an edgelord. He has had me blocked and even referenced in a, I didn't even know he remembered that. He's had me blocked ever since then. But he made a video on Asmongold that apparently is interesting. And based on his ban, you cannot blame me for making a joke like that and have a banner like this. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You're doing it on purpose. You're doing it on purpose. If they sketched you in Germany, they would go to prison.
Asmongold.
So he made a video on Asmongold. He's like an online journalist or whatever. I can never go into journalism. I'm gonna be blacklisted by this guy. But it was a good run, right?
Is the undisputed Roach King of Twitch.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. You cannot trust people that can't come to the conclusion that there are two genders. At the end of the day, they want to come off on the side of illiterate,
I like how this like entire discourse comes from like the inability to differentiate the concepts of gender from sex. It's like nobody is disputing that there are two, typically, not accounting for mutations or anomalies, there are two biological sexes, right? And I know the two are often, I just made that mistake, almost. I know that gender and sex have often been used interchangeably, but when people are saying shit like there's more than two genders, they're referring to like the social perception of sex, and self-identity, not like anything biological.
American immigrant Somalians rather than actual Americans.
Every day, tens of thousands of people watch and play video games, doom scroll on X, and talk about politics.
I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives.
For the average person that doesn't know much about live streaming,
It's so easy to do what this guy does. It's just the most like vibes-based analysis. Never leave your hug box and debate anybody. And just like all your positions are purely built off of like your feeling. The fact that facts don't care about your feelings was like was something that was said against the left is like hilarious, because all of these accounts that I see now that are supposedly politics streamers, it's all feelings. It is literally just all feelings. I think they'll even say like things like "I feel like," as opposed to it's the case that
or World of Warcraft, they know who Asmongold is because of clips like those.
I don't think that I do have a lack of empathy. It's just that I have a moral compass. It just doesn't point north.
I've been a digital culture reporter for the past decade, studying every facet of Twitch, YouTube, and influencer culture. And I've watched Asmongold go from a fairly small World of Warcraft guide creator into the largest political creator on a lot of platforms.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. I would take away their right to vote.
And I wanted to know why. When I watch Asmongold, I just get
such a dumb take. Such a dumb take. Thank you, Navakva, for the dollar. I won, not really, take my money. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. It's just the stupidest take. This is like a take I would have had when I was like maybe a kid. Like, these people don't understand implications that even if you think that like people, even if you're like, you know, pro authoritarian, or think that people who like don't share your viewpoints or know enough shouldn't be able to vote or whatever, how do you think to give people that power to decide who votes and who doesn't? Who would decide that? The acting government? Because you've just created a formula for a dictatorship. like to create a scenario where certain people that don't meet objective criteria are ineligible to vote. By creating that scenario, you've just paved the way for an authoritarian dictatorship.
Uncomfortable. Think about how close Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency, and then tell me that democracy is a good idea.
But IQ doesn't. The other thing too, but the biggest IQ test is how much stake people put in IQ. Your IQ is really your FSIQ. Obviously, if they're like, you can, there's like different subtests that indicate. Typically, people on the subtest, it's the average how you score on all the subtests. If you're talking about the Wechsler, the most popular ones are the Wechsler and the Stanford-Binet. But when you're talking about the Wechsler, there's different subtests, and then the FSIQ, your IQ is the average of all those subtests. But for some people, there's like scatter or whatever in certain areas that affects the average, but that's typically more in like neurodivergent types. But like somebody who doesn't have that great of like a FSIQ might, like if they're like autistic or something, might score really well on one of those subtests, like on, for example, I don't know, memory or whatever, and like it wouldn't really be indicative of like their actual ability. The other problem you have too is doing well on an IQ test does not translate to being politically informed. You could be the smartest guy in the world, but you don't know what you don't know. It's not like being intelligent gives you innate knowledge. It certainly helps with the processing of knowledge and the interpretation of knowledge, but it doesn't necessarily give you that knowledge. And there are some people, the most intelligent people on earth, that can still be born with implicit biases that lead to them not going and looking at areas that may challenge a preconceived viewpoint.
Things he says are so explicit and over the top that they really don't make sense to me.
Islamophobia is real, actually. It's not. It's not real. Always freak out, always melt down, always overreact, and never leave your opponent any breathing room ever.
Aiden, the type of guy to say, I'm a Mensa member myself, but people put way too much weight on IQ tests. Well, they do. I mean, they just do. It doesn't matter how well it doesn't matter how well I would do. Like, it's just people do misunderstand IQ.
So I spent the past 6 months investigating Asmongold, figuring out why
You're being challenged to a literacy test. If you send me a quick one, I'll do it at the end of stream.
people like him. So I went directly to his viewers, a lot of whom I spoke to on X, and a few even agreed to Discord calls with me. What I learned is that the average Asmongold viewer is a complex individual who doesn't understand why the world is the way it is, but blames
the average Asmongold viewer is going to be somebody that is, if they are in college, they're like the type of person that's in college for the degree and skips their classes or watches TikTok during a lecture, I'd imagine. Or they're the type that, it would be types that they found in studies that a lot of conservatives, or conservatives typically have, and it was funny because the guy that posted this was bragging about it. Conservatives have like hyperactive, more relatively, relative activity in the amygdala than liberals, who I'm pretty sure it's been found have like greater activity on average in like the prefrontal cortex or whatever. And they were bragging about this, and it's like, it was like, no, your amygdala is responsible for your like fight, flight, or fear response. It leads to impulsivity, emotional, etc. But that like makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. The thing is, though, it's not all, sunshine and rainbows for the libs on average. Liberals have also been found to be afflicted by mental illness more than conservatives. I don't know if that's they tend to score higher on IQ tests. I don't know, though, if that's because, there's some sort of correlation between neuroticism and intelligence. I don't know.
DEI and women for the problems that they experience. They are full of distrust and hate, but I think there's still hope.
Which makes sense if you have an overactive amygdala.
Here. Because even in Asmongold's disgusting diatribe, there are some pieces that
the amygdala is responsible for, yes, I know.
Agree with.
I had to take a biopsych course. It was so fucking boring.
Over $10 million.
It wasn't boring. I did learn a lot, but it helped me understand that I just didn't want to go to school for psych.
Be the amount of money that you should be.
I was much more interested in group dynamics, persuasion, message reception, public relations, etc. Like I liked my social psych classes more than I liked more than I liked my. I didn't have to take psych. I didn't have to take Psych 101 because I did AP Psych in high school, but I just preferred that more, so I oriented myself more towards communications.
Looking at people that have more than that and being like, why aren't you paying more and why aren't you giving out more of your money?
So thanks for coming and welcome to my channel. This is Stephen A. Starch Talks.
Again, whenever you have somebody, I saw.
There's no difference in brain type between conservatives and, well, that's not, some studies have found on average, there actually is greater activity in the amygdala amongst conservatives. There's like a, hold on, I forget which study it was. I could find it. It's just nurture. Well, you understand that nurture can affect brain function, right?
Tweet 4,000 followers journalist crashing out because Asmongold fans don't want to talk. What's this? Let me pull it up. About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What?
They have like a perception of him.
It's been found, for example, that like the IQ scores of children who get hit growing up regularly on average tend to be lower. Your nurture absolutely affects brain development, right? And actual brain functioning. It's just known.
He's like some sheltered hermit, like Jedi wizard that knows everything in the world, despite him not actually interacting with it.
I genuinely believe there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're
You're implying yes, conservatives are more emotionally driven. Yes, and there are some studies that seem to, obviously nurture is a big role, and I don't think it's totally or even mostly or predominantly about brain function. But there are studies that have found differences in activity in the amygdala, right? Which does make sense when you look at like modern conservative viewpoints and perceptions of the perceived out group, etc.
Being radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer. Let's go ahead and research. Let's look this person up and see what they said about me.
Yeah, it would be poor research because he's not doing any research at all. He's literally just picking up a video and watching it.
So there's not even a single actual criticism that this person has for me.
Just shows them following rules is not going to be about intelligence it's going to be about impulse control. There is no benefit to hitting your kids. I saw Sam Hyde actually, kind of. Obviously, he also took the time to be racist in the tweet, but he just came out with the position that, like, you should not be hitting your kids. Obviously, his reasons were pretty racist, but, like, but the response he got on that, people were saying, like, this is your dumbest fucking take, etc., etc., and it's like, no, you shouldn't be hitting your kids. Now, I don't know how it applies for teenagers. I think like there are 1 to 2 things I could have done as a teenager where I would have been hit, and it's like I think that would have been fine. Like if for example, if you're like 15 and steal your mom's car and like your mom like slaps you in the face or some shit. I didn't steal my mom's car, but if your mom goes and slaps you in the face or some shit, I think that's fine, right? You're 15, you can handle that. But when it becomes like when it's a regular method of discipline, it becomes problematic.
When I hear Asmongold saying, provocative, intense things like, I don't know, certain groups of people need to be put in a mental institution, or if he doesn't express that much empathy for people dying, things like that, I'm not listening because I necessarily share.
I'm not arguing that the reason people are conservative is because of their brain. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying it's an interesting difference to note because it does track a little bit with some of the thinking patterns amongst conservatives, right?
That exact belief system as he does.
I'd love to go for trust, and I don't write hit pieces. I try to write my stories from a place of understanding. The understanding is basically saying that I'm an edgelord and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, sure. Yeah, obviously nobody's going to engage with that. Definitely.
So, who is Zach Hoyt?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He admits he refuses to read on what he's talking about.
Known as Asmongold. Born in Austin, Texas in 1990, Asmongold grew up in relative poverty, with 2 parents who really struggled to get by.
Things could have been worse for me, but yeah, we were very poor. Like, she made under poverty, like, every year, basically. I grew up in a house where my mom never really had a job. And we grew up in poverty.
I think it's more evil if you were, I've fortunately never had to experience poverty in my life. I think that it is more evil when you have experienced poverty, accumulate wealth, and then decide to actively promote politicians that hurt the impoverished with their policies and benefit the top 1%. I think, like, if anything, you should be empathetic to positions advocated for by Democrats, etc., because you've been there yourself. You've been there yourself.
And my dad helped me out a bit, and he made sure that the lights stayed on, but that was about it.
He was obsessed with video games from a young age. In a rare interview from 2016, he tells a story of how he was running around with his friends pretending to be Halo Spartans, and that's where the name came from, and it just stuck. Asmongold never really wanted to do anything in life. He never really had any aspirations for anything grander than what he had. He describes his existence as just something that he did in order to get by. Video games were his main focus, and he wanted to do anything so that he didn't have to get a real job.
That was one of the
That's my goal. That's always been my goal.
reasons why I didn't have a job is I didn't want one. Like, all I really wanted to do was collect.
I don't want to live in, it's like humiliating to get handouts. It is, right? And I don't want to be in a position, I want to be totally self-sufficient while simultaneously not having to have an actual job. If I could make a cash cow out of something, then, and if you can do it, fucking good for you. I'm openly lazy. I'm very open about being lazy.
Government welfare and jerk off and play video games.
And as a dork slash nerd slash gamer myself, it's something I entirely understand. I got started in journalism writing guides for League of Legends because I didn't want to have to actually
A job can give you perspective. Of course. I have worked a lot. Except there's a lot of context there that would cause me to go into my personal life. I don't really care to elaborate on that, but I have worked in experiences that would be tantamount to employable positions without payment. But like shit like washing dishes, right? In like an industrial capacity. I'm not talking about washing dishes for your parents or whatever. Like working like a industrial grade like dishwasher, sanitizer for like large masses of people that, you know, like that sort of stuff. But I haven't really worked like a long-term committed job. And I was going to, and then I started making money doing this. And for a while here, a lot of the money I was making doing this, obviously I have savings and shit, but a lot of the money I was making doing this because I was going to go work in retail for a little bit. And I was actually making more doing this for a while. And this month I was making more doing this for a while than I was going to make in retail.
Work. So I entirely relate to Asmongold on that point.
Give the 10 Kinetic Kel minimum wage fund. Much appreciated. Super base.
Asmongold had a few jobs. He worked for the IRS and a few other smaller places. But his real love was World of Warcraft. It was a game that he dedicated his whole life to. He became one of the best warriors in the entire game and decided it would be a good idea to post YouTube guides on how to be the best warrior and stuff like that. His channel gained some success, but not too much. He was still very niche for a while.
I was making WoW YouTube videos, and then they said you should stream, and then I started streaming. That's exactly it. It worked really well. It did. I mean, my stream popped off immediately. I'm
not gonna drop out of college ever, even if I started making hundreds of thousands doing this tomorrow, because the one thing that I have lacked on in my life is finishing something that I started, and I've put effort and time into this. I ended up getting into my fucking dream school as a transfer, etc. after setting out that goal years ago. And I've put too much into it where I'd be willing to stop. I'm going to get my degree, regardless of its detail. I'm going to get it. I have to finish. I've started.
Really started doing well. And so I was totally locked in on this. And that's all I would do.
But after enough time on YouTube, he was able to make enough to survive.
Is that the reason why I dropped
there was no point. I was pointing out an interesting fact. Which is just true, right?
Is that I was making $1,500 a month. And I was like, okay, well, I can make a living on $1,500 a month. Why would I need more than $1,500 a month?
It wasn't until 2019 when World of Warcraft Classic came out, which took the game back to its roots of just endless grinding, where you don't need to accomplish anything in your life, you just need to play World of Warcraft all day, that Asmongold really soared in viewership. He became the main World of Warcraft streamer, and his audience bloomed in popularity.
You have a vermin problem? Hi.
A lot of people found him during this time, including
Alan Hawkswood,
a 43-year-old Australian who loved World of Warcraft.
I don't necessarily watch all his videos. I kind of dip.
Wasn't there a study years ago showing conservatives have more gray matter in their right amygdala? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, I don't understand what the dispute is.
In and out. Look, I think in a lot of the, I probably didn't watch him for the first few years. It's probably.
This is very fascinating to me because, and W Stephen A. Sarge, I think this has been a good video so far, despite the fact that he still has me blocked. I said that as a joke, Steven. I'm not actually anti-Semitic. Okay, that'd be kind of hard. But I've always asked myself when we were like snarking at Cheeto, etc., who is actually watching this? Who is watching this, the most like surface level, like political analysis possible? How are people watching the same clips as I am and coming to any conclusion other than this guy has no idea what he's talking about and is just coming up with the most like vibes-based analysis possible?
Of World of Warcraft.
I don't necessarily watch all his videos. I kind of dip in and out. Look, I think in a lot of the, I probably didn't watch him for the first few years.
The claims that the two brains were different. Okay, so believe it or not, if you have more gray matter on average in one area of your brain as opposed to another, that would be a difference, right? Denoting something that is not the same. That would literally be a difference. So what are you fucking disputing, you stupid fuck?
It's probably only really after he became big.
Alan, we spoke for about 40 minutes and seemed like a very lonely man. He has people he knows from work, but all of his friends are people he knows online.
I have very small friend group of true friends that I've been with for 20 plus years, but that is essentially the only friends I really have.
Alan says he lives like Asmongold, a fairly gross individual. I think, you know, he made jokes at the time about having a dead rat.
I don't know if it's like a neuroticism thing. I can't go to bed at night until this place is fucking spotless. I literally can't. I get like, if there's too much clutter, I actually just like get like anxiety or whatever. Like, I cannot comprehend living like this. I can't. I clean this place every fucking day. I wipe down all the surfaces. I sweep. Occasionally I'll mop. I don't always need to mop. You know, fucking vacuum the carpet, the couch, you know, basic stuff like that. You know, make sure all my fucking clothes are like folded and put away. I can't imagine. I don't even understand people that leave dishes in their sink. Like, all the dishes have to be done before I go do anything else. Like, I can't leave shit sitting in my sink.
That would
like, there's something about having a clean space to come back to that in and of itself, it just feels very nice, right? It feels nice. You don't feel good. Like, I feel like you just, at least me personally, I don't know if other people like this, you don't feel good if your place is like cluttered and fucking messy.
Smell when the sun came up, so he knew it was time to wake up.
The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream, because basically what happened was whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat.
And he had bits of blood smeared on his wall from his poor hygiene, and his room was relatively disgusting.
I'm gonna be completely
It's like
honest
a biohazard. That's like a straight up biohazard. If I like because I've accidentally cut myself before, with like a fucking, by accident with a razor blade or whatever, and I have bled on my countertop, whatever, I have to clean that shit with soap, water, fucking Lysol surface cleaner, and then I bleach it. That shit's a obviously my own blood is safe, but like, still, you know, if I ever give someone else food that's prepared on a surface in my place or whatever.
I essentially live the same way. I can see what, 5 cans, empty cans, right?
You are claiming there is some discriminate difference between the two that can be. I didn't say anything. I just said there is studies show on average that there is like somebody else just came in and corrected me. It's actually gray matter. I said more activity found in the amygdala on average amongst conservatives relative to liberals. That is all I said, and that is substantiated by studies.
Right now, 2 coffee bottles. There's clothes on the floor. You know what's now. I'm a messy person, so I don't judge him for his hygiene.
I don't take pride.
I mean, I had OCD as a kid, but I don't really. I haven't been like treated for it. Like I don't feel like I have it. I think that like, or I don't think I have it that bad or as an adult, because like if I clean it, like OCD specifically is you have like obsessions that, like, I remember when I was a kid, like I'd feel like I had to do something or I just didn't feel right, and if I didn't do it, I'd think about it all the time until I went and did it. And even though I knew it was like bullshit, like that wasn't like the bad thing wasn't actually gonna happen, you just don't feel like you're in tune with reality and everything, but you just have this like feeling of unease until you do the compulsion or whatever, right? I don't have like an obsession that causes me to clean. I could not clean if I had to. And like, although it'd be like a little, like I'd feel a little crummy or whatever, because like the place would be dirty. It wouldn't like bother me that, like it wouldn't insanely bother me or whatever.
Living in garbage or not. It's simply something that I don't care about.
He lives in squalor and hates immigration, which he says doesn't make him a bad person. It's because he's Australian.
What's that place with the kangaroos? They couldn't get rid of them. What's it called?
That was emus, and that was Australia.
Not Arizona. It's something like that. Oh,
he's obviously. This is rage bait.
Australia.
Things like the Great Replacement Theory / replacing the population obviously appeals a little bit more to me because I believe it is a possibility for
people. Don't actually like. It seems like no with the Great Replacement. Like I'll hear people say, "I believe in Great Replacement Theory." Look, the demographics are clearly shifting or whatever. The Great Replacement Theory doesn't just denote that demographics shift. It's obvious that demographics are shifting. The Great Replacement Theory specifically claims that it is a purposeful attempt by some sort of shadow cabal or higher group, typically Jews, to replace white people, right? That it's part of a purposeful strategy, as opposed to migration occurring due to developments in population sizes, global geopolitics, and the respective migration policies of individual nations, right?
Unfortunately.
But he's also pro-fascism.
I think, once again, as you said, the pro-fascism. But once again, in Australia, in certain regards, I still believe 100% we need fascism.
And Asmongold was just there for him. He watched him multiple hours a day while he was working. Asmongold was just part of his life.
I am very different to a lot of normal people. His political takes, in a sense, I probably agreed with, say, 90% of them. In a sense, he became a news source.
In a world where streamers were standing in like fancy houses and being super.
The problem as well is most, like, argumentation needs to be a subject that is, argumentation and critical thinking needs to be like taught from, like, you should not be able to leave school if you don't know the basic components of an argument. Like, you're obviously going to be misled all the time if you don't know how to evaluate an argument, if you don't know, like, if you don't know validity, if you don't know soundness, if you don't know what a premise is, you don't know what a conclusion, etc., then you're gonna have a very hard time navigating politics, right?
Stars, there was Asmongold sitting in his filth, talking about how he just wants to play World of Warcraft.
I mean, not necessarily. That's not even true. I wouldn't even make a blanket statement like that. Like, you don't need to know the technical components of an argument to reason, to use common sense, and to critically think. But if you do, it's going to be, maybe you're just a more intelligent person than on average.
all day and hang out. The money and the fame never got to him. He's still the same disgusting gremlin that he was when he was still making just a few guides for a few $1,000s.
See, but he doesn't have to wear the I'm holier than thou veneer because of obviously he lives in squalor. Doesn't turn around and say, you know, I'm better than you.
After his 2019 explosion, Asmongold started to diversify into different spaces. He co-founded OTK with a few of his friends, and Mythic Talent, a talent agency. He started a podcast and really started to expand outside of just his niche, and really exploded in 2022 during the Amber Heard trial, when all of these commentary streamers were reacting every single day to what was going on with Amber Heard because they desperately needed content and they didn't want to have to think for themselves.
Here we go. Let's do it. Oh.
God, this trial was the most... I didn't look into it at all. I just knew that there was never going to be a fair public analysis of what was occurring because people were obviously living their own grievances through these two people. People were, like, tired of, like, the perception of fake Me Too allegations or false accusers and men can be victims too, etc. That they were applying their own, like, desires and, like, personal grievances, etc. into this trial and became, like, devoted fanatics to one side over the other, as opposed to like maybe just like looking at it with a bit of nuance. And I just never got involved because you were never gonna. It was just a total shit show.
Oh my god. This is bad, man.
Lots of different content creators, including people who had never covered anything remotely like this before, all started covering this at the same time from the position of that narrative and getting millions of views from it.
This is not your home, invader.
Zenbane found Asmongold through these Amber Heard clips.
I wasn't even watching the trial. I thought the whole concept was stupid myself when I had heard that it was, you know, people were watching it. But I just happened to click on it. I think it was because the thumbnail or something just kind of caught my attention. You know, it was good clickbait, I suppose. I don't know. His reactions were funny.
Yes, you can be smart and hold right-wing beliefs, especially if you were like a CEO or you would just... Smart people with diminished empathy for like others can absolutely, because there are some people that personally advance by having people like Trump in charge. Those people are typically the ultra wealthy, etc. And some of those people can be legitimately, and many times probably are, legitimately intelligent people that just don't care about the people under them. You can absolutely be right-wing and smart. I've met smart right-wingers, but a lot of the smart right-wingers I met are typically people that have a lack of empathy for the perceived out-group.
Watching Johnny Depp, the way they clipped him was funny.
Zenbane said his great-great-great-grandmother was a school teacher in Mexico, and she came here properly. So she's a good immigrant. But all these bad immigrants, they're the problem. They're the ones causing our world to get worse.
She didn't come here jobless and try to live here, you know, illegally. There is no illegal immigration in my family. And this might even be controversial to say, but any disparity we're going to feel throughout life, that it's going to come more so from our own people than from someone outside of our culture. So but essentially, if we define what happens when we say that was racist, right? Someone says a bad slur, someone beats you up, or just someone prevents you from advancing in life at a job, like any of those things you're going to experience, we're going to, as Hispanics, we're going to most likely experience those more from other Hispanics than from someone who's black or white.
He described Asmongold as a street preacher.
You know, I'm going to use Hasan again as an example. He's more like trying to come across like the Pope. Everyone should listen to me. Whereas Asmongold is the wacky homeless guy on the side of the road, you know, holding the mic, holding the Bible and just screaming his interpretation of the Bible.
I think after Amber...
Why would you want to listen to that? Why would you want to listen to that guy? If the guy is like not like citing specific like reasons for his beliefs and is just shouting what he feels, why would you naturally be like, it's just like, you just don't trust somebody because they're like, I can't imagine like operating like this.
Heard.
You can admit this, but you act like that's a good thing.
Asmongold sort of felt invulnerable, like he could say anything and get away with it because his community absolutely loved it. If you look at during this time, he starts working with Clippers to grow into a massive phenomenon. every single one of his YouTube videos were pulling in millions of views. So his streams were getting tens of thousands of views, and then his YouTube videos were getting even more views, and he just grew and grew from there. But eventually, all of that incredibly toxic diatribe...
Streaming is just a game of clipping now. It's literally just, it is a game of clipping, and if you want to advance, you need clippers.
Out of his community into the wider space. In 2024, he was banned from Twitch for a brief period for describing Palestinians as
terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture.
What is the defense for this exactly? What is the defense for this?
That is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
From there, he did apologize somewhat, saying,
I said something about it that was disgusting. I think that I've been slowly devolving into...
Why would, like, I'm not a fan of some, like, in Muslim majority nations, I'm not a fan of certain, you know, certain social dynamics, obviously. No shit, I'm a lib, right? At the same time, I also understand that you're influenced by your environment, and if I was born to like a Muslim family in Iraq, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter what I feel now. I'm going to be heavily influenced by being brought up under that culture. That doesn't make me that doesn't justify my murder, right? And the context he was saying this in was in the context of this mass of people, a lot of them being killed. So the logical conclusion of what he said is, you're a more justifiable target of killing if the culture you're a member of is inferior or whatever, right?
The most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty, like just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into that.
Since then, Asmongold has basically proven that he's learned nothing. He is just saying whatever the hell he wants. Asmongold's cut ties with OTK and Mythic, though he did clean his room.
And clean out the entire thing. Clean out everything. Clean out like all the desks. I even got the vacuum cleaner.
But around this time is when I really started to have a fascination into Asmongold. I kept seeing all of those clips, all of those horrifying things he says.
Say it the way I think it is. That's it. I say it the way it is. Anybody thinks I'm racist out of their fucking mind.
Wait. I totally believe him on this. Completely. He does say it the way he thinks it is. It's just the way he thinks is often not informed by actual evidence, but merely surface level feeling that is influenced by internal biases and vibes.
So if they think that, they're crazy. Fuck them. Who cares? What you're saying is very true. People are going to take this out of context, turn it into something to name. Good. I'll look forward to it. It's a new YouTube video for me tomorrow.
His lines on what is fair and what isn't are really confusing. Weirdly enough, he does believe that a universal basic income is a good thing and that you should help the poor.
I think it's okay if they want to buy cookies with food stamps because, in my opinion, it's just cookies, man. Let a person have a little bit of dignity.
He doesn't like immigrants. He doesn't like...
That's a good take. That's a good take.
People. He doesn't care
It's a vibes-based take, but it's correct. It just happens to be correct. The problem is, when you're just utilizing vibes, you're gonna get shit... Like, you could, by chance, be correct. Especially since, you know, he's been impoverished, right? He's been impoverished, and he sort of he's been shaped by his own experiences. I said before, I can't understand why somebody who's impoverished would ever support, who was impoverished and grew up in it would vote or support for politicians that actively implement policy that hurts the impoverished. But I also, you have to consider that they might not even believe that those policies are hurting the impoverished. It seemed like under the views he's just expressed, I don't know why he isn't liberal. Well, obviously, because economics is not everything to certain people, right?
For anyone that is outside of his own bubble.
The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to
for
admit
economics and social position
that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop.
And when you're watching someone 8 hours a day, that sort of diatribe really infects who you are as a person. So I decided I needed to figure out who watches Asmongold. So in December of 2025, I put out a tweet saying, if you live in New York City, I would love to talk to you. And I got hundreds of responses, all of which said, absolutely not. Some of them said I was trying to make a trap, that I was going to record them, even though I said it was going to be an off-the-record talk. I just wanted to figure out who they were, and they all hated the idea so much. I also got a lot of valuable answers. People seem to love Asmongold because they love to spend time with someone who is genuine. The fact that he is someone real, that he is someone you can hang out with, that he doesn't seem like he's faking it. And I don't necessarily believe that's a good thing for a content.
That was the appeal, I think, for a lot of people off on Trump, right? That he didn't speak like a politician. He spoke like a normal initially, like, that was like his wise rhetoric, I feel like, was like in 2016 or whatever. Obviously I was much younger than I wasn't analyzing his rhetoric. But he talked like in the way he didn't talk like a politician, like how a politician was supposed to speak or whatever. The problem is, just because you sound relatable, that means jack shit. Also, he didn't sound relatable, but he did talk like a normal, or like a more human like than other politicians in regards to like surface level perception.
That creator, because those people may not have your best interest at heart. I don't think Asmongold has anyone's best interest at heart other than himself. He just wants to be able to like live how he wants to live. The money he makes means nothing to him.
I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Really?
He doesn't want to grow off of it. He just wants to like...
Yeah, he's easily probably worth over 10 million.
Exist, and again, not have to work. And the people who watch him, I think, feel similarly. They just want to be able to watch and not think and just hang out. So about a month after I do that tweet...
And that wouldn't be a problem so long as you're not looking to this person for your political insight.
I put out another tweet, which is basically my thoughts on Asmongold. I will let Asmongold read my tweet, so I don't have to.
About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What? But none of them took me up on the offer. Instead, I got hundreds of replies and messages saying that I didn't understand them, how I should just watch the streams and not the clips. So I did, and I learned that Zach doesn't care. He'll put out a video that he doesn't understand the full context of and rant about it with extreme right-wing bias. It's vitriol for 6 hours straight. Oh. A hand-picked selection of clips designed to invoke anger without critical thinking. True. I genuinely believe there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer.
He read it on stream and was quite pissed.
This guy is like, he's ran.
And even no matter how well read you think you are, right? The predominant routes to persuasion are primary, which is convincing people with arguments and, you know, laying it out with logic. And then there's the peripheral route to persuasion, which plays on your biases, emotion, etc. And even the most well-read, educated people fall victim to the peripheral route to persuasion, especially when you're in a fucking echo chamber and it's all you hear all day, every day. I've had to check myself sometimes when my algorithm just like keeps feeding me like one given thing. I've noticed like myself believe in certain trends that like were not actually happening or supported by empirical data, and I've had to combat myself on this. And everybody else should as well. You should constantly assess your own beliefs and do introspection to figure out, whether or not they're backed by information or just your vibes.
Then we try, meet me in real life. Yeah, obviously random people don't want to meet some dumbass in real life. Let's see what this guy's saying about me.
And then his fans came after me hard. They were ready to, call me all sort of names. But out of that tweet, I managed to get conversations going with a few actual Asmongold fans. People who agreed that, hey, maybe it's a good time to kind of leave the echo chamber. Because Asmongold believes that you should stay within the echo chamber.
So the problem that I have is that whenever I want...
You should always be listening to the other side talk. There is some value in listening to the other side. Even if their arguments are wrong, you should always be exposing yourself to alternate arguments. Because if you are just surrounded by arguments from your own side day in and day out, sometimes you will be persuaded regardless of validity.
interact with somebody, or somebody wants to interact with me, usually that's like a non-starter because I don't want to talk
That's
to
why I
anybody.
was giving you shit for repeating all the Destiny hate talking points. I'm not like a fucking I'm not like a the talking points that I spout have been informed by arguments that have been laid out to me. And I've heard the alternate arguments. I've listened to Destiny. I debated the guy. Like, I've heard the other side laid out, and I just say these arguments because I've worked through them logically, and they seem to be correct, and I haven't really had, good counters. But I debate people from his side, just like I did the other day. I debated him himself. I'm going on Wick on Wednesday, it is. I regularly expose myself to the other side of the argument. It's just that they haven't really persuaded me.
What's a good time for you? Never. Never. That's the answer. Never.
Whenever Destiny or Hasan want to debate him these days, he turns it down because the idea of having your views questioned is completely unacceptable to Asmon.
I have no obligation to do anything. And there are some people that think that, well, because I disagree with you so much, you have some kind of like obligation to 1v1 me or something.
I do think if you do political commentary, I think this would be one of the laws I would enforce. You should have
Yes, and the same goes for commentary, and the same goes for, yes. Yeah, I agree. Because, I mean, I said this before. I was saying this earlier. I said this in Spicy. I hate to bring it back to the guy. I know he keeps coming up. But I said before, Parry's allowed to run from the debate. I will shut up about him and let him run from the debate if he stops doing commentary. I think when you put yourself in a position where you're imposing expectations to show up for arguments onto others and regularly engage in critical coverage, I think there is an obligation to step up and have your views challenged, right? And that's why I'm trying to hold him to account for this, for running or whatever, right? If he was just switched like to food reviews tomorrow and never did commentary again, we don't need to debate. And he can run and I'll never talk about it again.
obligation to have some kind of confrontational discourse. It can't just be that everybody can go run off into their own.
Lol, weren't you using the texts of suicidal women to try and attack him last year? I'm sorry. I will personally give you fucking $200 USD if you can find any moment from the previous stream where I said what this woman is saying is true and factual completely. In regards to her claim, in regards to the broader claims being made, or Connor's, the claims about the age pleasure. If I ever definitively stated that as fact, I will give you 200 USD, because I didn't. I covered it in the form of allegations.
Corners and construct their own realities. That's just crazy to me. I don't think it's acceptable.
Yeah. No.
He wants to exist in this world, and he wants to be that sort of guy that doesn't have his stuff questioned. He wants to exist in the film.
I think I literally said repeatedly throughout that stream, there is not enough definitive evidence to swing at him with this. I literally said that. I was merely covering the allegations themselves, not stating them to be factual, right?
And all these tweets. What I learned is that the average Asmongold fan just wants to live in their own echo chamber. They just want to relate to a guy who they feel is like them. I don't want to make fun of these people, but the first openly said how much he loves fascism. The second one was a fourth-generation Mexican immigrant who believes that immigration is a bad thing. And the third made me a whole PowerPoint about Hasan's armpits. Who am I? None of your business. Black Druid. He reached out to me with extreme animosity and really was like, I'm gonna own this guy. He gave me a list of 5 rules before we even spoke, including I could not ask his name or any personal information, which is pretty hard for an interview because that's kind of the whole point. But once we got talking, it got even stranger.
Asmongold isn't a right-winger. He's been, as far as I've watched, going back all the way to the Dark Souls days, he's always been left-wing.
It's just content for them. They don't care they're destroying some woman and her kids. Wow, it would have been great if like charity could have been applied when Denal was saying I fantasized about sexually assaulting someone. It would have been great if like DGG could have like done the good faith interpretation and differentiating drunken jokes from serious statements denoting intent, and like didn't go and run with that as fact. That would have been great too. It didn't happen, right? But I'm not gonna do it back to them. I don't bring up the shovel tweet and claim that Destiny seriously wanted to go rape someone with a shovel. I never said yesterday that the claims that were being made were factual, right? And just ran with them as true. I said at the beginning, I'm pretty sure that like just because it's Destiny does not mean I'm going to accept these claims as fact.
If you want, I'm just going to send a quick photo to you so you can just take a look.
He had created an entire PowerPoint where he showed why Hasan is worse than Asmongold. Because Hasan had a horse growing up, and Asmon was the goated Chad who lived in squalor. These
I was
were
in there
benefits
defending you about. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
to him. Black Druid giggled when I used the term POC. Get that they're like...
It was not denial. Chud said that and I never... I'm sorry. If you go rewatch the Chud stream, when Chud tries to say that I was saying I wanted to rape a woman, I argued with him on that and disputed it. You can rewatch the stream. Once again, $200 USD if you can ever get me admitting to that. On record. It's all on record. And don't sit for like, oh, your old VODs are... All my VODs are archived. They're on Internet Archive, etc. Go there. If you can find the clip of me ever apologizing for that, I will... 200 USD, no bullshit, I will send it to you. Because it never happened. You're lying. You have to lie.
Like POCs in media.
Sorry, can you say that again?
There are POCs in media.
POCs.
That's a person of color.
I'm not sure if you know, but I'm brown myself, so I'm not really sure what you were expecting. But let's move on.
And believes that DEI is what is killing video games, and went on a long rant about.
I know for a fact that if they were to appeal to like this woke ideology, they also lose a lot of money. Like you can look at the video game, for example, Dragon Age. I would actually assume that a lot of men have felt attacked by journalists that basically their whole space of the gaming sphere, because they've catered to the woke crowd, they've lost billions. And we can
the woke crowd
talk about Conquered as an example as well. Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? It's an ideology that I believe. Let's just take it out, right? Let's take out all the politics, okay? Let's just say that it's an ideology that loses money. Is that a fair assessment that we can both agree on?
No. I'm not getting into any of that sort of stuff in this video. There are plenty of other YouTube videos on the internet that are going to do that for me. So I'm just going to kind of explain, what these people are kind of thinking.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. Turns out going outside was a terrible idea. I've also let the place get a little messy, but I thought it was kind of appropriate for what we're talking about today.
Are you claiming that Chud was lying as well, or confused? He was one of those two. Nobody else claimed that except for him, that nobody else up until that point had ever claimed that I said anything about rape or sexual assault, because I didn't. If you watch that clip, I'm just talking about I'm making jokes about bang, and quite frankly, obviously I'm not gonna show you a picture of the woman, even though that's been out there, and Lio himself, for no reason, confirmed that a photo featured in a video was his wife. I obviously would not be attracted. If I clearly have a delineated type. Middle-aged balding women are just not my type, right? But Chud was claiming that in that conversation, for the sake of content, because he plays things up for content, Chud was claiming that he couldn't tell whether or not I was joking. And even people who were actively criticizing me, like fucking Queeman, said that was dumb, right? Chud said it was a joke. No, he said, I can't tell. How do I know if that's a joke, right? He literally said that. He literally said that, right? I remember it well. Obviously, it was my situation. I remember every moment of it.
This video has pushed me to my absolute...
Chud was being performative for the sake of content, right? Just like when he said, he was cutting me off or whatever. That didn't happen. There was obviously I understand the guy is an entertainer. He's a showman. I just wish it didn't happen in regards to serious allegations at my expense.
Absolute limit. My YouTube recommended feed has been absolutely destroyed. It is just full of Asmongold videos now. And now I see his hair and teeth whenever I close my eyes or go to sleep. DEI and woke just fill my every moment. But it hasn't all been...
Also, if you're a DGG or Noonian, why would Chud's interpretation be your authority on that? If the evidence is out there, why not listen to the evidence itself, primary accounts from people that were actually there or whatever, and come to your own conclusion? Why would what he thinks it was or what it wasn't change your mind?
Bad. There have been a few bright spots in this production. Alan recently beat cancer and said that his opinions on Asmongold have shifted, mainly because of Asmon's takes on the Iran war.
So when you first talked to me and talking about Asmon, I'm not 100% sure where that was in general, because that was a couple months ago. But
yeah, Chud has this like thing about smaller creators. I don't know what it is. He doesn't. He has like this fear of being a lol cow. He's this fear of other people being perceived as a lol. I don't know what it is, but he needs to like performatively denounce everybody that is smaller than him. I don't know if he still does this. And I don't know if that was formed from like him getting blamed for shit that Queen was. I don't know. But it seems like it's like incredibly forced, right?
This latest Iran stuff,
I like Chud. I do. I like Chud. But I don't say I obviously can be critical as well.
He is just following the narrative, which is America good and we're the best type thing. And I'm like, yeah, nah.
But the reality is that you have to also look at why are people oppressed. And in some cases, there's a good reason why they're oppressed, and you should probably oppress them even more. They deserve it. And I think that Iran's a good example. Same with criminals, stuff like that, shoplifters.
I feel it's more about keeping the audience that he wants.
Wouldn't oppression inherently like denote like unjust like restriction of rights? Wouldn't it, like, by its definition, for you to be oppressed, it would have to be unjust in nature? Yes, oppression refers to the systemic, prolonged, and unjust exercise of power or authority by one group over another. Yeah, so, no, there should be no reason that people are unjustly facing all negative consequences imposed upon people by a greater authority should be justified.
And I think that the moment that American bombs start dropping, the moment that American soldiers get involved, now it's no longer the Iranian revolution, it's the regime change that was basically facilitated by America.
Zenbane said he's actually super excited for this video to come out, and Black Druid doesn't seem to hate me as much. He's sent me very long rants, including a few heart emojis. But I think the thing that's made me most optimistic working on this project was meeting Charles A. Hurley, a 23-year-old who first started watching Asmongold when he was 16 or 17.
Amidst the flames, only we shall remain.
When I got into WoW Classic, I also got into his content a lot more, where he starts to grow on me, where he had like this resonance of like relatability.
His cousin had introduced him to...
I like how the common theme here is nobody's actually citing like arguments he's made or his ability to logically work with it. All of them are just admitting that their support of him is built off of vibes, which is exactly what you'd expect. And to be honest, even amongst streamers that do make good points, a lot of the support is going to be off of vibes.
Because they were both playing World of Warcraft Classic, and he got really into Asmon. He became really excited.
Yeah, it wouldn't be oppression to receive a just penalty to the perpetration of a crime. That would just be consequence that could be justified, which would make it not oppression. There's no scenario where oppression would ever be justified because by its nature, oppression is unjust. A lot of DGG people talk mad shit about the things Dusty's done. I don't ban people either. A lot of people that have been in my chat recently have been DGGers. The only time I'll ban you is if you're just being fucking annoying. Like, not saying something that I don't agree with, but like, you're constantly trying to argue with me through chat and you won't call in. And it's like, I just got to move on with the stream. Then I might time you out because it's like, what are we going to do? I'm not going to spend all stream talking to you through a chat. You can call in or you can, or if it's people that are just purposefully trying to one guy. It's like, it's not funny if I could just see right through it. And obviously, if you're just like forcing it the whole time, you're gonna get banned.
and energized by Asmon's content.
He started becoming a bit of a comfort for me back then. I used to like watch a lot of his VODs for hours on end, like usually on like when I'm playing other games, I always have him on the background. It just feels like you're kind of like committed into like something bigger with him.
He became watching and obsessing, wanting to know what made Asmongold so good at the games he played.
I used his mannerisms to like lead into like my own personal life. The idea of like becoming something more, like the idea that was implanted in my head. Well, just becoming like, as I thought before, like someone like him, like well regarded or well like spoken, just like well accomplished, or like have like dreams of becoming the next Asmongold. Oh god, that's so fucking cringe of me to think about that, but...
He started to copy his mannerisms because he thought it would make him a better player in the video game that he really loved, Star Wars: The Old Republic. He started to take the game as seriously as Asmongold was. But he was also copying Asmongold's mannerisms out of game. He was saying whatever he wanted, he was becoming more aggressive, and he was really pushing himself to his limits, really dedicating himself to the craft of playing video games. He also became really obsessed with anti-woke content.
Anti-wokeism is such a simple concept. Like, oh, you used to believe that, oh, well, we just want better games.
It's a concept that lets you take a bunch of broad positions or arguments, just group it under this label that removes all room for critical thinking, and then you oppose it by virtue of it falling under that label without actually thinking through any of the positions that exist under that label. It's just an excuse to disregard arguments.
The wokeism stuff, and then you have like pretty much all these contents, and back then it really works. Back then it just like you can just click immediately since you're like pretty much so attached to that person you don't even want to go.
But throughout all of this, he felt that watching Asmongold was making him a worse person.
Yeah, I got some like exceptional highs, but I got into like exceptional lows.
It started to influence his non-gamer life, pushing away his friends and family.
Pretty much ruined relationships, or even close ones like family, friends, or pretty much even like relationships with partners.
But it was hard to quit Asmongold because Asmon was good.
No, nobody sent me any more random gifts.
At WoW, so he should be good at life. At least that was Charlie's logic at the time.
I wish I could say complicated, but it was just out of like pure ignorance and just kind of like the unwillingness to just kind of change, because you kind of invest in a person for so long, you want to believe that this is all part of the movement.
Yes. Sunk cost fallacy. Yeah. You've just been supporting them for so long that it would be in your interest to continue supporting them, because to no longer support them is to admit you've been fooled. And the saying is, right, it's what is it? How does it go? It's harder to convince, it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone that they've been fooled.
And you just like, and since you have such like a good opinion about him in your head, like pretty much all that goodwill from like all those other days, like back then where he used to be a prominent WoW player, you would pretty much carry over that goodwill to like any sense of variety he does.
But in 2023, Charlie's opinion on Asmon really starts to change, specifically because of anti-woke content. He realized that it was just kind of the same thing over and over and over. These posts and videos were making less and less sense.
So 2023 was like the point I stopped watching him hardcore. It got boring, it got repetitive.
Asmongold's endless attacks on DEI, woke, and political low-hanging fruit just stopped being interesting.
The thing about anti-wokeism is that it's the perfect propaganda tool, because fear-mongering it's like the ultimate tool when it comes to like easily converting your thing to like, hey, like you used to be a WoW player, but now you're like a full-time political content creator. It's just honestly frustrating to me how I was just like led on for years, and it just amounted to like absolutely nothing. I just couldn't do it anymore.
These days, he sort of stopped watching Asmongold as much. Charlie still sees Asmongold because on Twitter, he's unavoidable. But now he sees a sadness in his former idol.
He moved away from his like most lovable hobby, which was like World of Warcraft, but now he's just like pretty much miserable with like Twitter now.
Though Charlie has stopped watching Asmongold, he's found it difficult to get rid of all of his mannerisms entirely. Asmongold was a major figure to Charlie, someone he's still struggling to move past.
He's still been kind of my disease. All that grind mentality.
Me with Destiny? I'm kidding.
As of recently, became deeply diminished. It begins to like pry open your like mental state. There's just like nowhere to go except the hole you kind of dug for yourself.
When it comes to Charlie, he makes me feel hopeful about the future of Asmongold viewers. Because when we kind of...
I'm not. Most of them would never come to that realization, unfortunately.
Look at...
This guy was relatively young. His development... I mean, he's 23 now. He's probably a fan as a kid. Like, he's young. There's room to develop certain, like, critical thinking skills that enable that change. But for others, it's just, you know, you can see the types, you know they're never going to change.
What these people are going through. A lot of them, again, feel kind of hopeless. But Charlie was able to pull himself out of the sadness. He was able to see through the veneer.
He used it as his, like, kind of his, like, massive fucking specialty gimmick, where it's like, oh, well, I may be a degenerate, but at least I'm an honest degenerate, and that's all that matters. I could say the most, like, rancid, disgusting thing on the internet, but hey, like, I'm being honest, guys. Like, and that's just the most dangerous tool when it comes to, like, a cult figure.
The problem with anti-woke content is it's very addictive. It's a new enemy each day. It's finding something that you personally despise to attack. And, you know, if you can't see through that veneer, if you can't see through the bullshit, then you're just going to keep going into it more and more and more. And even though I'm feeling a bit under the weather, I still think it's important for us to see.
It feels good to have a scapegoat for your problems. The truth of the matter is, a lot of the social issues that conservatives care about are multifaceted, complex in nature, multiple contributing factors, and just creating this group, this woke group or whatever, it simplifies it. You don't have to do a whole lot of thinking, and it gives you someone to just consistently blame. It's a lot easier.
Son one last time. Everything sucks these days. Our politics is just feeding us mindless nonsense. Everybody hates. The world is getting so goddamn expensive, and it just seems like everything is going down. And Asmongold is kind of like the prophet of all of that. He is the crazy, screaming street preacher who is like, the world's ending and everything's gonna go bad. And you're like, yes, Asmongold, you're preaching to me. I understand it. Asmongold offers them a space online around other like-minded individuals who care about the same things they care about, like video games and why video games suck these days.
This is my outlook on it, is like, if you have something in a game, like, you need to make sure that that is like good immediately. Like the whole idea that like players, like, you're not going to have somebody that wants to spend more than like 10 minutes to have fun.
It's a sort of community that they don't have in the real world. It's a space where they can feel more free and more fresh, and I feel Asmongold is preying on that. These people are lonely and have nowhere else to turn to, and Asmongold is offering them a space where they can feel what they want to feel, that they can say whatever bad words that the communities around them deem inappropriate. They want to feel like they're part of everything.
People don't have conversations as much anymore.
No, because they don't want to, and nobody thinks about anything anymore. No, that's the reason why.
So true, Asman. So true.
You think you do, but you don't. People go to convenience over and over and over again instead of doing the more difficult thing and having real interactions with people.
Asmongold isn't turning these people antisocial. They already are, but he's giving them an outlet, a place where they can feel like they don't need to grow. They don't need to change.
A lot of times they already have grievances against given issues. It's just you're taking the complex nature of these issues and simplifying it.
They don't need to live outside their echo chamber. They can just continue being who they are, and that's where the problem lies.
He did an hour video yesterday of one of these woke games. It was called Relooted. I watched the video.
DGG, like, can hate me. They could hate my arguments. They could, but I just, like, would prefer if they didn't have to go run with, like, if they didn't have to run with, like, claiming that I fantasized about sexually assaulting someone. Like, I feel like hell, I don't even care if you want to say I'm being fed my arguments at this point. It's just like I wouldn't do it to Destiny. I wouldn't just run with something because I heard it about Destiny. I know someone just insinuated that's what I did yesterday. That's not true. I covered it, but I never, ever restated that as fact. And I acknowledge and understand there really just wasn't anything there. And I can say, I don't even think Connor should have come out with it. I don't think you have enough. I honestly just don't think you have enough. I can even openly admit that, right? I feel like we have enough good talking points against him where that just wasn't, it was not necessary to come out with that when it's hearsay and shit.
He just came across as low quality content.
Listen, guys, it's a hard game. There's a lot of graphics going on here.
I definitely have noticed I soured on his content, and that's whether it was the way he was acting, where he's just playing it up. I think because of the way he was playing it up, it felt like a mask had dropped, and that was his reality. And I'm like, oh fuck, maybe he's an idiot.
Asmongold doesn't want you to improve. He doesn't want you to become less lonely and become a better person. Because if you do, you might stop watching him. I don't really think he thinks about this stuff. I think he knows in his heart of hearts that if these people start to get better and don't think that all of these like immigrants, women, DEI are the enemy, then they might try to leave. They might see Asmongold as the enemy.
I feel like nowadays nobody wants to critically think about anything. Nobody wants to have their own opinion about anything. Like, I've noticed this a lot.
Because in the real world, that's what people would tell them if they had community. A lot of these men are isolated. They lack a support system that sort of keeps them from going down these deep, dark rabbit holes. I think after COVID, a lot of people became even more isolated and unaware of what was going to happen to them. And they went down deep, dark rabbit holes, blaming all of these other issues for their problems, rather than what was actually causing
That's
them.
a lot of the people, a lot of Destiny's fans were like that. I was like that, right? Like, do you think I jokingly said this. Do you think I want to hate, like, Destiny? Do you think I want to hate him? No, I would love if Destiny was a good person. I've acknowledged his talents. I've acknowledged the good things he's done. I would love if he was a good person. Unfortunately, I've accepted the arguments that have been laid out to me, and I haven't heard, good rebuttals against it. In regards to his personal life, he's just not a great guy, right? I don't like that. I don't like that fact. I think he, like, if he used his, like, force purely for good and shit, I think he'd be a very useful asset. I think he has been in the past. I don't want to fucking hate this guy. But it's like, I'm seeing what's happening with my own eyes. And I, like, can't, like, in good conscience, like, continue to defend certain shit. Not that I was ever defending him on the you know, I turned when the Pixie shit came out. I wasn't really like a super fan at that point. But like when the Pixie shit dropped, that's when I turned.
Which was their isolation, loneliness, and lack of human communication. We as people need other people in order to feel whole. Human society was born out of a need to congregate. And when that community is taken away and completely disregarded, we sort of lose our
I'm
sense.
not even, as I said yesterday, like I'm not even telling people to stop watching Destiny. I'm saying when you watch him, you have to know who he is and accept who he is, and not be a sycophant. If you want to watch a political debate of his because you believe he's arguing for a legitimate political position, watch that, right? Go ahead. If you think if you're a fan of some of his political positions, go ahead. But the person himself, to identify myself as a DGGer is to denote my standing with the person himself, and I think the person himself is being a bad person, right?
Of identity, we lose who we are. And when someone offers that sort of sense of community, it becomes even more important. Influencers give online individuals a community, and Asmongold is offering them a different sort of community, one that isn't more politically correct. Remember a time when you could be on Xbox and say,
the shit about it being no one's business, like in the Ryan Beard video, all of that was shit that he made people's business, with the exception of, I understand the Pixie stuff was that only ended up going public because of the solo leaks, right? But I feel like that was kind of through your own, like you're sending that to someone you've known for 10 days. Not that you should ever be sharing intimate images of somebody without their explicit consent, but especially like someone you've known for 10 days, like, yeah, obviously, like that's a fucking huge risk of being leaked. But the other, like everything I heard laid out in the Ryan Beard video, that was all shit that he decided to. What is his has he even like rebuked the Ryan Beard video? I thought that was a good video. I thought it was a fair video. The only clip of that exists is, yes, and that is why the full call has never been posted. Because somebody has vested interest in lying about me, right? And even in the clip that was posted, at no point do I say anything about SA. It's obvious I'm drunk, and it's obvious I'm not fucking being serious. It's in-group humor, because in the private space that I was in, shock humor was part of the in-group humor, etc. Pretending to be unhinged, all that shit was like considered funny. That's why somebody else in the call says, somebody named Lumpy Willie says something unhinged that they don't actually believe or intend to do, because that was the humor in the in-group space. It wasn't intended to be public. And obviously, private in-group humor that's been publicized and analyzed from the perspective of the out-group is going to look fucking horrible. But no charity was applied in the assessment of that.
A whole bunch of slurs. Asmongold offers you that space. And there's a Discord where you can hang out and talk your shit.
The Discord is basically a shit post. It doesn't really have like anything to do with the general like Asmongold stuff. It's just like a little hangout place.
You can be exactly who you want to be, even if that person is, you know, kind of gross. You don't need to improve. You don't need to get...
But some stuff doesn't have an easy explanation such as your call. It's the explanation I just gave. That was the explanation. It is a dick move to bring up somebody's wife in regards to a drama, right? But I have, for example, I've told Green, you know, I'm gonna dox and kill your family as a joke, not being serious. He knew it was a joke. That was the humor in the fucking whatever, right? Like, the explanation simply is, right? The explanation is the one I just gave.
Better. You don't need to be a happier person, because you can be an Asmongold viewer. You can be part of the club. And now for something that I hope doesn't make too many Asmongold viewers uncomfortable. And I'm gonna go.
And if it speaks for itself, as some have insisted, why is the only thing that gets posted edited? If it's being used as a serious piece of evidence, doesn't the accused have a right to deal with the raw, unaltered evidence of the full conversation? Because there were parts that were charitable to me that were completely cut out.
some grass.
You think Destiny hasn't had his wife and kid dragged in? You were doing that. I was dragging in his wife and kid. I've made comments in regards to his kid's public-facing presence, but I've shut down conversation. Like I use the rule that Spicy has. We don't talk about Nathan in my chat, right? I the other day instructed mods that the DG shit was heating up again. If they get rid of people that are that are going to be talking about Nathan, I got rid of someone in chat that was doing it. I have actively opposed that. I've actively opposed it. I was defending Nathan. I literally said on stream, like, it sucks that he's able to say what he's saying now, because I don't think what he's saying now is like is indicative of like he's gonna be a bad person or whatever. Like he could absolutely grow out of those positions, etc. And it's gonna be held against him for life. And I don't think that's fair. But I don't think that that should be held against him. I don't know Lumpy Willie. I thought you were cool with Chud, so I took his denouncement seriously. I'm sorry if that's not what really happened. Well, I can appreciate that. I made a joke about banging a guy's wife, and I made a joke about hiring a hitman to kill a guy's wife. I obviously was never going to hire a hitman. This woman has done nothing to me, and I'm not going to throw my life away to go fuck with some woman who has done nothing to me, right? That is why all of this, is occurring in a private chat, because I'm not actually, I don't know this person. And that's why it was fucked up to even, like, in my opinion, even joke about her. Rebuild. I didn't burn the Chud Bridge. I mean, I would appreciate it if he, like, issued some sort of clarification so people don't run with that fucking talking point, but I've never burned that bridge. You have to remember this happened 6 months ago. I've been cool with him since. We spoke off stream. I've been cool with him since. I know you, I'm not talking about you, Cal. I'm not talking about you. It's like a shitty fucking claim to make too, because obviously, like, as a person, I abhor fucking SA. So it's like, I obviously, I'd never want to do that to someone. I guess that's why that, like, specific line of argumentation bothered me. Because, it just completely conflicts with what I actually believe. It's why I contested shot on it on stream at the time. That was a good video, though, from Asarch. That was a good video. I think there's utility in because I've asked myself this question: who the fuck watches this guy? So there's utility in speaking to these people, and there's utility in speaking to X fans to understand, you know, what was going through their mind at the time. They can provide some more unbiased insight. I thought this was a good video. You did joke about hiring someone to essay Lio. So as I've said before, I've made sexual assault jokes directed against men. Yes. But they were jokes. And they were made in private, right? And it's like, oh, well, that's the same thing. It isn't. Let's just be clear. The threat of sexual assault is much more prevalent to women than it is to men. If you're denying that, you're denying basic reality, right? Women are overwhelmingly more likely to be sexually assaulted. Women are overwhelmingly more likely to deal with creeps. And that's why I've been conscientious in how I come across in that manner. Anyways. Can you not, you can't help but bring up it's an active talking point that was litigated against me by, I wouldn't talk about it as long as it doesn't come up. The problem is it does come up and I have a right to talk about and address it, right? I just like, I like when people pretend like this wasn't the biggest drama of my 9-year, time on the internet. It was. It's obviously going to be something that's prevalent and meaningful to me. And it's obviously going to be something that comes up in conversation, especially when it's actively been used against me. It's just like the people that say that, it's like, let everybody else talk about it and you can't say anything in your defense. That's retarded. That's actually retarded. I'm the reason DGG brought that up. I didn't reference it with them, actually. They did that independently. All right. He wasn't joking about finding her hot. About finding who hot?
This man spent his life.
You've addressed it every single stream. Because it's going to come up every single time I'm dealing with controversy. Like, people have literally said this and are criticizing me. This is going to follow me forever. I accept that, right? I accept that it's going to follow me forever. But when it is actively coming up and when it is actively being disputed, I literally just convinced somebody that's in chat right now. So obviously me talking about it does something. Hold on.
Life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated.
So this drama's happening right now, where apparently some fucking guy got arrested for. All right, we'll try to get through this quick. I gotta make a cup of coffee. If you guys are enjoying, by the way, you could tip, you could like, you could sub, all that good stuff.
This man spent his life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the entire thing got stolen, and the police are actively working with the thieves to cover the entire thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian.
Well, imagine that plus 20 more things, and then your Destiny. Yeah, I mean, Destiny's a controversial figure. He's obviously gonna be lied about by virtue of him being controversial, and it's not right and it's not fair. And I wouldn't make a false claim against Destiny knowingly. Right? If I'm informed that something I've said about the guy is incorrect, I will absolutely revise my position accordingly. I'm not gonna run with allegations as fact. You're getting jewels, but haven't acknowledged them because they're fucking harder to see, man. Thank you, Callie, for the 10 jewels, and then another 10 jewels, and then 67 jewels. Thank you, Critical Shogun, for the 67 jewels, and thank you, Magic, for the 200 jewels.
Well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
The reason he's reaching out to me is because the police are covering this entire thing up. And at this moment, I promised Brian that I would not end this video until I get his entire world.
He's explained every part of that video you mentioned over and over. Well, in what way? Nobody, when I reference these, nobody's giving me a counterpoint. I'm giving you counterpoints.
Record Star Wars collection back. But anyways, the thief of this collection is actually a corporation called Bricks and Minifigs.
Bricks and Minifigs, the biggest toy store of its kind.
It's the largest toy store.
Bricks and Minifigs are not just your average Lego store.
For collectors, Bricks and Minifigs is basically seen as the best and safest way to sell your Lego collections.
I'm selling my Legos, so what I plan to do with them is take them to my local Bricks and Minifigs.
Because there's so much positive media about them everywhere, Brian thought that this would be the perfect store to finally sell his dad's Lego Star Wars collection.
So I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was the store's worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. All the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and fill the whole party room with shelves.
But the owner of the franchise, this woman, well, her husband had to actually leave the country due to some work-related reasons.
My husband and I were planning on moving out of the country. I reached out to corporate to let them know, hey, this is something that's coming up in the next 4 to 5 months.
She told the Bricks and Minifigs head corporation that she was planning on selling the store, so the corporation actually was able to find a buyer to buy it from her.
They let me know that they had somebody who was interested in purchasing a franchise in the area.
There's a younger Destiny with less skeletons in your closet. I mean, I don't think I'll ever have the skeletons he has in my closet because, I mean, it would be unfair to say this wasn't my inspiration at one point, right? But I will never have the skeletons in the closet that he has. Because I think I'm more empathetic than he is, generally speaking. I think even he would acknowledge this. He is he has a diminished capacity for empathizing with other human beings. And you can see this sometimes in his coverage. You can see in some of his takes. Not even just human beings. He's had, like, takes on animals that, like, although logically they would follow, like, in regards to, like, empathy for the suffering of another being, you would have to not have that to, like, to have some of those positions, right?
He was going to be in town. He was going to stop by and just take a look at it. Wasn't it until Brandon got there that he informed me that they were terminating my franchise agreement?
He has counterpoints for each point in that video. If anyone wants to make the argument to me for each point in that video or link me his counter arguments, I will engage. I will engage with that. I will consider that.
We were getting threats from Brandon and from corporate that if we didn't leave the store immediately, the police were going to be called. I told corporate I wasn't comfortable leaving that night without the inventory. I was also told I was not going to be able to stay there long enough to do that inventory.
But we don't just have to take this woman's word for it. She was actually able to save all the security camera footage from that night, proving that everything she just said is true.
All the footage and evidence is there in the security cam footage. It's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Because taking on a business, he takes on all that kind of stuff.
His own corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest LEGO Star Wars collection without paying for it. So Brian called the store to see what was going on.
I called the store and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taking over the store. There's something I need to help you with. I said, well, yeah.
Oh, that's scummy. That's scummy as fuck. That's scummy as fuck. So she's like a franchisee, right? Somebody is selling what is obviously a super valuable set and corporate wants to bag it for their own profit, right? Yeah, that's fucked. That's like, I see this with like casinos or whatever. I've seen like casinos run in to intervene if somebody's gotten a big payout just because they wouldn't be making a profit. If someone told you the Lyle Convoy store with the right framing, you would have said you would never say those things. Huh? You just said that video was really bad. You didn't get specific. I don't know what you're saying. This video is really boring. I agree. It is so funny you cheered on counterpoints using a suicidal woman as a weapon to try and win a debate against Destiny. I'm literally... What are you fucking talking about? If I ever debate the guy again, that's not coming up. Because I don't accept that there was enough basis there to make a legitimate claim. I commended Counterpoints for being willing to criticize the guy who he has vested interest in not criticizing, right? I can fucking respect that. I can respect that he's a concerned friend, etc. But I would never have swung with something like that, because especially if Destiny used to be my friend, because I understand how good he is at narrative control. I understand that he's better at rhetoric, and I understand that if I'm making a point against him, you sure as hell like bet it would be foolproof, right? There would be evidence to back it. It wouldn't be off of some fucking testimony that he could then discredit. I literally would never use that against him in a debate.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're even bothering starting the video if you're just going to argue with chat.
Showing up, I printed out a copy of the contract the store made with Brian saying that all of these LEGO sets will remain his until sold. Because I have a contract, legal reason to be here, legally this does not count as harassment. Instead, the manager should be checking the store's inventory to see if these sets are still in their store.
Well, so here's still all the LEGO sets you still have. I don't have anything to do with that, and I don't want that. You go ahead and leave, but I'm going to ask you one more time. This is the last time. I do not want that. You're not handing me anything.
I tried for a long time just to get her to look at this contract, but finally she gave me an answer of why she can't help me.
You're supposed to be getting hold of corporate.
Basically what the manager's saying is that if someone did steal the Legos, it wasn't her, it was corporate. Little does the manager know. I already did this. Yep,
Of course those things matter. Of course those things matter. Obviously, if a statement was a joke versus a serious denotion of intent, obviously that's like a huge fucking difference, right? I don't even have the motive for that statement to have been interpreted seriously. What would my motive have even been if that was actually something I was considering? If you were to give me, once again, if you were to give me these explanations in the context of him, I would absolutely consider it. I don't use the shovel shit against them, right? I haven't used that against them. I apply the same defense I've given for myself to him, because I understand that certain things are said for the sake of being shocking or edgy.
Literally went to the corporate Bricks and Minifigs headquarters. How's it going? And this was corporate side of the story.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah, like they're all locally owned and operating. We can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions, for sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take up with them. It's your thing with them. That doesn't involve us.
So I showed the manager what corporate Bricks and Minifigs said. When corporate tells me this, I'm supposed to come back to the store, right? And so it kind of seems like you're going against what corporate's saying.
That's fine.
Oh, this is what corporate told us.
I feel like corporate told us last time I asked you to leave the store.
Can you give me a reason to leave, I guess?
Have you guys heard me ask you several times?
I don't know about you guys, but to me, it kind of seems like the only reason she's asking me to leave the store is to cover up this $200,000 theft.
How many times have you been asked to leave?
Was there a reason you're asking me to leave?
You need to leave. I asked you to leave.
Okay, if somebody tells you to leave private property, even if you're in the right, leave, because they're within their rights to do that. And if they tell you to leave and you refuse to, you could be trespassed.
Eventually, the owner of the store called in and asked if he could talk to me. Are you the owner of the Bricks and Minifigs store?
Yeah, why? What do you got?
So basically, I just wanted to get some of the Legos back that you guys still have.
Unless you think their reasoning is a violation of your civil rights. Like, if you're black, for example, and they're just telling you to leave for no, like, they can't do that, right? They can't, like, if it seems like they're just singling you out for some protected category, that would actually just be illegal. And you could combat that as a result. But if you're just like, if you're just pissing them off and they don't want you there, even if you're in the right, you should step outside.
I think I'm looking for the clone turbo tank.
Why do you think you would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, at least I confirmed the Legos are still here. The only thing is the owner's claiming that he's the owner of these Lego sets. I mean, it's pretty stupid of him to say that, considering I'm literally holding a copy of a contract he made with the store that said that this Lego Star Wars collection is not the store's property, it's the family's property.
There's the Oreo content, Aiden. What the Oreo content? Put it in my inbox.
Clear. So I want to give him one more chance to answer a little bit better. Well, I just want to get back to my friend. He said he couldn't get it back, so I was just wondering if I could just come pick him up. You guys don't have him, right?
Why do you think your friend would be entitled to our inventory?
What's his? He owns the Legos.
Huh? He doesn't own the Legos.
Well, yeah, we have a contract. He does own them.
No, bro, are you an idiot? Are you stupid?
Gosh, the police have shown up right now.
Hey, how's it going? Well, at least the police are here now, so once I show them the contract we're in with the store, we can finally get the Legos back. Basically, we have, I think it's like $200,000 worth of Lego sets that we just have them in the store and we just like to pick them up, I guess, because they were going to sell it for us, but I guess they're not selling it for us anymore.
But it doesn't sound like you want you here, right? So
well, but they have our sets though, yeah.
I understand that. Right here, the fact is that they don't want you, they're private owned store, and they don't want you on the
But I don't want them to keep the Lego sets though.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
The police officer
What you would do at this point, if there's a contractual violation, you would make, like, at that point, I guess you could file a complaint of theft and potentially take them to court, right?
Care at all that the store just stole $200,000 worth of Legos. For some reason, he made it seem like I was the bad guy.
So you're trespassing here.
Okay.
That's for life. So if you come back.
Oh, for life?
Yeah. If you come back, you could be arrested.
Aiden, if my boy is dating a Nazi, but she's fine as fuck, what do I tell him? What, to date her? I mean, I wouldn't be against if they were hooking up, but like to date, you're committing to that person despite knowing they have abhorrent values. If she's unwilling to change those abhorrent values, you should disapprove.
Oh, so how do I get the Legos back if I can't go in the store?
Okay, you understand the stress of work. If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay.
So
again, well, come back. We're gonna come and we're gonna arrest you.
Brian did warn me that the police are actively trying to cover this up. So Brian and I are now officially trespassed from the store, and if we ever come back to ask for his own Lego collection back, then we're going to be arrested. Is there, I guess, a reason why they're able to just take all the Legos and not give it back, or?
So we just gotta leave.
Just gotta leave?
So please not.
Okay. I'm not allowed to be in the parking lot?
No, this is all part of the
Oh, okay. Okay. We've been filming for 10 minutes and I'm already trespassed from Bricks and Minifigs, which is like the whole location of the video. So how do I film a video of Bricks and Minifigs now if I can't even legally go back there? So to continue the video without getting arrested, I went back to Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices. And the Bricks and Minifigs CEO, the guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is it a lie?
No.
Aiden is okay with the... Why wouldn't I be okay with two people of different races dating each other?
That's a lie. You did take Legos.
No. So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So who's like
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who's that?
He's a guy who had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your store.
Never happened.
I mean, it did happen, yeah. It did happen.
No, we did not.
Yeah, because his Legos were in the store and you guys took them. I know you think lying to us right now is kind of like helping me out.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, but we both know you're lying, but...
No, we don't know that.
So I showed him some social media posts his own company made that are still up that claims that these are Brian Mansell's Lego sets. These Lego sets that they're still holding on to are worth $200,000. All of these claims are from his own company. We just caught the CEO of the entire company red-handed in a lie. Yeah, it's crazy to me that even the CEO...
This Lego shit is serious. I know somebody that used to be in commentary that does this now for a living. He literally, like, buys and sells Legos, and he makes an income doing it. It's serious.
On this cover up. But anyways, now that we just caught the CEO in this lie, I want to let him know that it's going to be much easier if he just gives us the Legos back now. If you just want to give it back now, it's going to be a lot easier for you guys, you know? I think you guys would prefer the easy way. The hard way, I don't think you guys are really going to like it.
No, okay.
But we're getting back either way, so it's like you can either...
You can leave, you come back here, we will call them. If you don't leave right now, I will call them.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
So you're threatening me. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
Okay, you asked me.
And with that, Bricks and Minifigs has made their decision. I presented them very politely with the easy way, and they said no. Well, they've only left me one other option, which is the hard way. But now it's pretty much the super hard way because the police are protecting them. If I ever go back to the store, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay? You understand
So we all regrouped together to rewatch the footage I've gotten so far. And there was one thing the manager said that might be a way forward for us.
I'm not heard anything from the owners.
Oh.
So you need to leave.
Can I talk to the owners then, or?
Go ahead and call the owners.
Get the number?
I'm not giving it to you.
Why don't you give it to me? Isn't that the logical next step before we're supposed to
Well,
work
you
with
have
the
all
owners?
the information right there, right?
I have the Lego sets you guys have, but I don't have the owner's number now. So, yeah, if that's what you want me to do, then you give me the number and I can...
No, I want you to leave.
Basically, she's putting all of the blame on the owner of the store, which is good to find out. The only problem is she's not giving me the owner's number. Yeah, if you can give me the number, we can
I'm
call
not giving you anything except for calling the police.
But you told me to call the owners, right?
You're absolutely right. I've asked you how many times to give us.
So you have his number? No, I don't have any of their numbers.
Okay.
That's why I was like, corporate keeps telling me to contact.
You want to get arrested? So yeah, you could tell. It's like there's no point in just like making a comment like that and then not elaborating other than you want him to call the police for content. It's the same thing with like staying in the store after they've asked you to leave. I'm sure this guy fucking knows. Is this who I think it is? I know this guy. I know this guy. I've watched some of his shit. There's this fucking dude. This is like ultra. I think Jay Aubrey made a good video on it. I'm like, obviously I'm big into horror stuff and like I like getting scared, whatever. And I like to go to haunted houses sometimes. Well, when I was younger, I did. And there's like this reputation amongst this one place for being like the scariest haunted house in the country or whatever. And it's not scary in so much as it's basically a sociopath. The guy that runs it is a sociopath. You sign a contract where you basically agreed to be fucking essentially kidnapped and brought through this multi-hour experience that you can't back out of. Where you're literally just tortured. It's not even horror, it's just they torture you. They torture you, they like waterboard you, put bugs in your mouth, tie you up, and he films the whole thing. People beg to leave, and they don't let you leave. And this guy, like, he loves every minute of it. He's a total sociopath. This guy made a video on him, on that guy. But ultimately, like, the owner of the haunted house ended up actually, like, I think, getting arrested in a separate incident for trying to kill or rape a woman, if I remember correctly. I think the charges might have later been dropped. I think she ended up backing out of the accusation. But the dude that runs it is like an actual sociopath that just wants an excuse to torture people. It's like, it's crazy, dude. It's like insane. I've watched him before cover it.
Store, but with no contact info, so I try to contact the store, and the store hangs up on me and says I'm harassing him.
The manager is really trying to protect the store owner from getting in trouble. So if she's not going to give me his number, I'm just have to find it a different way. When she hands me the phone, we might be able to see his name and number. Josh Lego. Well, we found out the owner's name is Josh. However, the number was way too blurry on the spyglasses. No, it's so blurry. So I checked the store's Instagram to see if it follows anyone named Josh, which it doesn't. So I checked their business records, but everything got scrubbed. This owner is really going to any length he can to stay fully anonymous. After watching the footage over and over, my final conclusion is, yeah, the manager sucks, but she's not really the mastermind of this whole thing. She's just protecting the mastermind of this whole thing because she's brainwashed. Luckily for me, for my YouTube career, I've infiltrated tons of cults, and I've personally experienced some of
She's just like an employee that doesn't know the fucking ins and outs and logistics.
the most intense and crazy brainwashing in the entire world. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I'm pretty sure that I could brainwash one of these bricks and minifigs employees way harder than any corporate offices could. And yes, that's the plan. Brainwash the bricks and minifigs employees to be on my side. Yeah, I'm starting a Lego cult.
I gotta pee really quick. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. Just gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. But if it's just an allegation, don't you think it's a little reckless to definitively go out there and say this was a doxing server if that has not been proven?
I mean, in the same way that it was to call him a sex criminal who's hiding his sex crimes.
Okay,
maybe.
So in the colloquial sense, you can't laugh when there's no win. Okay, there was no win there because he himself not admitted to posting intimate sexual images without the consent of the woman involved.
He sent a DM of it. I don't know if that counts as posting.
Or sorry, sending it.
He sent a DM of it.
Yeah. So sending sexually intimate image. Yes. So we can, in many places, that would be a crime. He's not being charged criminally. So in the technical sense, he's not a criminal, right? He hasn't been convicted of a crime. When we use the term crime colloquially, we mean somebody that has perpetrated an act.
But we've been through this.
Yeah.
But we've been through this.
Yes. So I'm explaining to you. I can prove and justify my colloquial description. I'm saying he can't.
You could prove that he was covering for it?
I can prove that he was. Yes, we've gone through this. That he was covering it up?
No, you haven't. You haven't proven it.
Yes, we have.
You gave an allegorical example
Do you
in which
not?
it might be the case.
Okay, can you give me another?
I dispute the fact that he was covering for it.
Okay, can you give me another reason for doxing your critics besides trying to silence them?
In this case, this is a whole thing. Okay. Everybody wants to go through the orders of magnitude effects of doxing. They want to talk about the fact that somebody can get swatted. They want to talk about the fact that somebody can get murdered. And they want to talk about real world violence that occurs. There are a bunch of other effects of doxing that are not as bad, but awful, right?
Sure.
You get fired fired from your job, right? They can ruin your relationships, right?
Sure.
They can get you, ruin all of your relationships, with your family, with your friends.
But do you know what all those things have in common? What you just listed.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I lied. I also made another cup of coffee because I'm gonna fucking need it. Also, we are like 40 subs away from 7,000. So if you're new here, for whatever reason, subscribe.
A true cult would never actually call themselves a cult. They always disguise themselves as something else. So, yes, I'm actually just starting a regular old Lego club. Yep, that's what we're calling it. My friend Victor is going to be the cult recruiter. I dressed him up to look like a famous YouTuber, so he would look powerful, and the employees here will have to listen to him. My name's Victor. We're going to bring some minifigs. Let's go. All right, guys, we are heading into the store right now. He was doing amazing, but we had to make sure that these employees know that Victor is the real deal.
Hey, let's go. Yo, we got a fan over here. 1, 2, 3. Toys for everyone.
Unsubbed, the coffee allegations. That's what finally turned you.
Quick pick. Hey, I'll send you that clip later, right?
Yeah. So far, everything we'd set up was working perfectly, but now we have to come up with some type of way to get one of these employees out of the store so we can brainwash them.
Oh wait, no, you're unsubbing to make me drop below. I shouldn't have even announced that.
Hey, what's going on? So we're filming a quick video. Maybe you and her want to do like some kind of challenge for like $100.
I mean, sure, I'm down for that. I don't wear it.
What's happening right now? Do you believe it?
He's doing the challenge. Now we have to play the challenge. 3, 2, 1, yellow. Go.
And these employees started their YouTube challenge. And yeah, I'm just going to fast forward to this part. I'm not going to torture you guys with all this. All you really need to know is that this girl ended up winning.
High five, sweet. So now we follow my producer.
How's it going? We're partnering with the local Lego club, and we're going to kind of do like an award ceremony. Like the Lego club wants to host the award ceremony for you, so yeah. And just like that, she's in. So we traveled deep into the woods and waited for this employee to show up.
Oh my god, dude.
And with that, our new cult member has arrived.
The Lego Queen! She's the Lego Queen!
Before you can brainwash someone, they have to be open to it. And most cults achieve this by making the new recruit seem like the most special person in the entire world.
Official best employee ever committee fix.
Okay, dude, this is insane.
Lego Queen! 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 Lego
Never subbed? Well, you have to be to talk. That's just because sometimes people comment on alts.
Another thing I've personally seen a lot of cults do is they instantly give new recruits power. If people feel powerful, they're less likely to think that they're the ones that are being manipulated. So we gotta give this girl some power.
You give me power.
Yeah, we're giving power.
Queen says, jump. Simple Lego flip. You forgot
Lastly, all cults do group rituals to make you feel like one with the group. So now we have to become one with this Bricks and Minifigs employee.
Break.
How can I tell what's going on? Are you unable to? Is it that? I'm just used to watching content that's fast, so it doesn't even feel that fast.
Break.
Alright, we could skip this part. We could skip this part. We could skip all the.
Very clear. Instead of giving this family the Lego set they legally won, her company is gonna steal it.
You're stealing $1,000 from a little girl.
Yep.
Stealing money from a kid, do you find that evil at all? Or you just that's how you want the business to look?
Chad, John, what is it? Okay, that's all bullshit. What we're really looking at here is there's allegations of a scam pertaining to this Lego store. This guy came in to give the store, like a pawn shop almost. The guy gave the store $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos for them to resell. The store is a franchisee owned by someone higher up. The store came in and got rid of got rid of whoever was running this like franchisee, kicked them out, and now the guy wants his Lego set back as a result of that, and they're not giving it back, even though contractually they were holding it for him until they sold it, right?
Amanda now has to cover up this crime.
So he still owns it.
Her store committed, so she thought the best way to do this was to kick everyone out of the store.
That guy's not supposed to be here. Go today. We're just trying to get the
But good thing for us, this isn't a civil crime anymore. Amanda just stole from a lottery. Now they have officially committed a criminal crime. It's time to get the police involved. This company just stole the prize from our lottery.
He's obviously doing something for this is not how you would go about like there is a crime. If this is true, there is a crime that has been committed, but he's obviously just being a fucking jackass for the sake of content and like not doing this the right way. He wants the cops to get called. That's why he's like saying shit like we could do this the easy way or the hard way and then not elaborating to this. He wants the cops to come in for the sake of content.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now the police are here, but for some reason, I think they thought that I was the criminal.
This is retarded.
Is this typically how you treat victims if they get their prize stolen, or do you have ID or anything on you? No?
You would go in, instead of calling 911, you would go in and make the report yourself. It's not like an active emergency.
Did we commit a crime?
This is a waste of police resources.
I'm trying to figure that out right now.
Trust me, I don't like cops, but this is just like you're like wasting your time with some bullshit for content. I'd rather, if cops are gonna do anything, they actually, I don't know, go help someone who's dying or something, as opposed to send out officers to go deal with this.
The police were very confused on who the actual criminals in this situation were, so we explained everything to them.
I'm supposed to be getting this prize from here. Okay. And they're not going to give it to me?
But the police don't just have to take our word for it. I'm carrying all of the legal raffle paperwork, plus the Oregon law book that specifically states this is a criminal crime the police are required to investigate.
No, we have all the paperwork here. Stealing from a DOJ-approved raffling
Did he call 911 as well?
is a criminal offense.
I can't...
Police have to investigate this.
Now that the police have seen the law, they actually agree that a crime has been committed. They're now finally going to do a police investigation on this Lego theft. The investigator started by taking some notes.
They're selling stuff because they're thieves and stole stuff. The raffle? Yes. Okay. And we need to investigate some sort of raffle thievery.
Well, he started taking notes until another police officer came and whispered in his ear. I don't know what he said to him, but whatever it was, it made them all completely change their attitudes.
You're trespassing the property for life, okay? Come back. You're going to go to jail.
Were they trespassing you?
They've already trespassed him. There's no reason to be going back to the store to deal with this. They were able to trespass him because this is what it seems like he wanted. Because even though they're in the wrong, this is not an emergency. This is not something you report this to the department and then potentially handle it civilly if criminal action isn't moving forward, or file a complaint or something. But in regards to being present at the physical store, they technically have the right to ask you to leave. And that's all what cops know, right? Like, if it's private property and you're being asked, you have to, right? Or you'd be trespassed. There's no reason you'd have to go back to the store itself to have this handled.
But we're just trying to claim our prize.
No, I don't side with the store. The store, obviously, if this is true, the store is being scummy as fuck. They're being scummy as fuck to the guy that owns the Legos. They're being scummy as fuck to the franchisee. They have committed some form of theft, if this is true, and there absolutely is basis for filing a criminal complaint and handling this civilly. It's just, that's not what this guy wants to do. He doesn't want this to be resolved. He just clearly wants content. And the content is being created at the sacrifice of the best possible way to achieve a resolution to this.
You guys have no right or have no connection to the story. Well, yeah, we do. They stole a bunch of, like, they have our prize, so there's a connection. That is a civil issue? No, it's criminal. Are you listening to me?
So the cop, yeah, that's what I said. The cops shouldn't be criticized. That's obviously what I just fucking said. Yeah.
Trying as hard as he can to cover up this crime, but I wasn't gonna let him. But eventually, he said, if I don't let him cover up this crime, I'm getting arrested.
You really want to dive down this really deep? We're trying to get some house, okay? We're trying to work with guys to get some house. We can start looking at you guys falsified raffle. Whatever that raffle looks like. Well, here's the thing is, it's not a falsified raffle. We have all the legal paperwork right here. You don't have authority to give out a prize. We're just going to get to the point, and we're not going to have these conversations. We're just going to go to the investigation. No. Okay. Well,
yeah, I'm not gonna let the police just cover up this crime. I'm gonna get this Lego set.
I'm saying, we know that cops can be fucking weaselly and find you, etc. We understand all of these things. That's why you want to do this in the best effective and most effective manner that doesn't give them the avenue to go and fucking mishandle it, right? They still might. But they're, like, for example, as I've said to you guys, if a cop is arresting you without basis, or for invalid reasons, he should not be arresting you. But ultimately, your goal is to get out of that situation. And if you, like, resist the officer in the moment, even though it's unjust, it's not going to change the fact he wants to put you in handcuffs under false pretenses. Because you resisted, that's not all of a sudden going to make him be like, you know what, I was wrong, you can go. He's still going to try to arrest you, and if anything, he's going to try to slap you then with resisting charges. So if they're being corrupt, the best way to beat them, or at least to try, or I would try it, is to beat them at their own fucking game.
To the rightful winner.
First off, we do have the authority to do this raffle. No, we are legally
done for the night.
No, it's actually required by you guys to investigate this. It's not civil, it's criminal. Just so we're talking circle, right? Yep. Do you understand at least what he told you on the... Oh, we're talking circle. That's the first thing about falsifying raffle. Just answer my question. Do you understand what Officer Pettis explained to you, kind of what's going to happen with the next steps? I think... no, I'm not understanding. You don't understand what part of it?
Yeah, I was pretty confused on what they were going to arrest me for. I mean, the Fourth Amendment in our Constitution specifically states that the police can't arrest you if they don't have a reason. I keep asking them for a reason, but they can't tell me anything that I'm doing that's illegal.
Well, I don't think we broke the law. I don't understand. That part doesn't matter. But here, it's pretty black and white. Because right now, you guys said the law we broke is the falsifying the raffle. But let's do this. Let's just... All I want to go from here, right, guys? Just please. Please. So you guys are we are trying to keep you guys at a handle. We don't want to go that route. We actually... So
it seems like what they want is for him to step off of the property, right? So just step off onto the sidewalk.
We don't want that, guys, but at a certain point we can...
Step off onto the sidewalk and then keep arguing with them. You know what I mean? There's no reason to be physically present at the store to be doing that. Don't give them a reason. That's all. That's my argument. I'm not saying that that it's right. I'm just saying when you are dealing with a situation like this, the last thing you want to do is give them a fucking reason.
Alright, so we're good, guys. Alright, we're good. We're not gonna know, right? Pretty clear. If you go on the property, you're gonna get arrested.
Yes, corruption is corruption. Corruption is corruption. And if I ever face corruption, or if I ever person, etc., I'd fight them in the courts. I'd fight them in the courts because that's where I know I'd actually be able to achieve a favorable outcome potentially. Is that always the case? No. We also have the courts can be corrupt as well, right? But I know that that's the only place I'm even going to get a fucking chance of having a beneficial outcome. Resisting in the moment, in the moment, right then and there, the cop is the ultimate authority over me, and it's not like I'm going to get him to challenge his own authority. So I challenge him utilizing a higher authority. If he wants to put me in handcuffs over fucking some bullshit over nothing, I know I can't change that, unfortunately. He'll put me in those handcuffs, and hopefully I'll get a pretty good fucking lawsuit and get some money. Like,
came up with this plan. I was under the assumption that the police are supposed to follow the law, but I was wrong. In Kaiser, Oregon, the police don't follow the law, and because of this, another family got scammed by bricks and minifigs. I felt pretty bad, so I just paid this family what this Lego set was worth myself.
Do we call the police officer? Like, what do you do when there's just corrupt police?
Should you go to the police department?
Should we go to the police department?
So we went to the police department to tell them that some of their police are corrupt, and then we realized we're literally just telling the police that they're corrupt. Of course, we're not gonna do anything about it. Yeah, they just sent us home.
Why isn't anything happening? Just showing up, talking to the woman at the front desk to the camera. It's like, it's the content. There's no actual, like, they're not actually trying to resolve anything.
But this is when we realized that this raffle might have actually accomplished something pretty big for us. Josh ended up giving me a call.
You guys keep coming to the stores, you park out front, you do fake raffles. You're threatening my business, you moron.
Josh seems pretty scared, and he should be.
The video's not, why are people acting like it is so sped up you can't hear what's being said?
Eventually, I am going to end up solving all the police corruption that's going on. And once that happens, Josh is no longer going to be in civil trouble. He's going to be in criminal trouble.
It wasn't a fake raffle. It was a real lottery scheme, according to Oregon state law. And it actually is a Class B felony, up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
Yeah, the loophole he's been using this entire time, just hiding behind the fact that it's a civil case, isn't going to work for him much longer.
Well, let's not argue that. I don't want to... It's just better to just say, hey, you're not a thief. You know what I mean? Definitions of whether it's stolen or not, I don't think, anyway, it's not stolen. Why do we care about that? Who cares whether it's stolen or not?
But for some reason, Josh still decided not to give the Legos back. I think he might just need one more push. Here's the plan. Take a picture of every single sign that's outside the Bricks and Minifig store. And now I'm going to redesign every single one to make them way better. For example, I changed turn of the light to turn and go home. In buy, sell, trade, I changed it to steal, sell, trade.
I see. Don't tell me he's going to do what I think he's about to do. Do not tell me this fucking guy is about to do what I think he's about to do.
Printing all of them out to scale. And nope, I didn't use ChatGPT this time. This time, I'm using a much better method, which is a tape measure.
The exact dimensions of their...
Why? If your goal is to achieve a resolution, why do this? Oh my fucking god, dude. It is so obvious what is happening. There is a legitimate claim to be made. The fucking moron that is conducting this investigation doesn't actually want to resolve it. He just wants to give them a reason to arrest them.
Actual sign that they have up right now.
Now it's time to play our signs directly over top of their signs. But before we had time to do this, Josh gave me a call. He's still trying to convince me to sue him, so he gets charged with a civil crime, not a criminal crime, which can land him in jail.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? It's a civil matter. Tell Brian to put his money where his mouth is. Let's go to court.
Okay, you want to do double or nothing?
What are you talking about? Are you stupid?
If you're wrong, you pay us double. If I'm wrong, I pay you double.
Bro, are you dumb? You're obviously a kid. You don't know how
Please,
this
like, tell me what lawyer would advise you to go back to the property and handle it on site. Tell me what lawyer would advise you to go and, like, put signs up on the store. Tell me what lawyer would advise you to go to the CEO himself and say things like, we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way, and then not elaborate so you can claim that you're threatening him. What lawyer would ever tell you this was a good fucking idea? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Because there are ways you can try to resolve this that will actually work.
Double or nothing, let's do it. I think you're scared.
You don't need a lawyer to know these things. You don't need a lawyer to know I'm not a fucking lawyer.
Let's do double or nothing.
That's his manager, not his lawyer. I'm not saying that's his lawyer. I'm saying someone who is an expert on the law that would be working to help you achieve a given resolution to this wrong that has been perpetrated would never advise you to do these things, because these things are antithetical to the goal you're trying to achieve.
If you lose, you pay us $400,000. You're scared. You're a chicken. I'm calling you out. You're scared. I'm calling you out. You're too scared. You're scared. Put your money where your mouth is. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. You put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, let me talk.
Okay.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his that Amanda didn't sell, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. We're happy to give you your stuff back. I just don't want any more damage to the store.
I guess Josh has finally realized that whatever he's going through right now will literally never end for him unless he gives the Legos back.
I'm happy to give you the inventory. It's only bringing me harm because you guys are doing wacky-do crap trying to attack us.
Well, it looks like we won, and Brian is finally getting his Legos back.
This definitely changes the trajectory of a lot of the things that we had in.
Yeah, you had some really good ideas, yeah. Well, what do we do for the next couple hours if it's raining? Bowling! Let's go bowling. We waited a few hours for Brian to get off work, and now he's off work. Hey, Brian's off work. So we showed him our entire conversation with Josh. So what can we do now to work with you guys to get the sets back?
Okay, this is what I need done. I need a written apology from Brian. I need all the negative comments taken off. I need positive reviews on there to make up for the damage, and then I'll give them back.
So you're holding my set hostage. Oh, you thought we were getting the Legos back already? We're not even halfway through the video yet. Yeah, so basically before Brian can get his Star Wars Lego collection back, he has to write Bricks and Minifigs an apology letter for making this Facebook post.
Yeah, like, just because I'm, like, criticizing the manner in which I'm in agreement with this guy, that there has been theft perpetrated. I'm totally in agreement on that. I'm totally in agreement that this store is in the wrong. And I'm totally in agreement that something needs to be done to stop them. It's just the right thing should be done to stop them. The thing that is actually going to stop them should be done to stop them. Like, I don't think that's a crazy position to have.
Bricks and Minifigs really doesn't like this Facebook post being up, because in this Facebook post, Brian calls Bricks and Minifigs out for stealing his Lego Star Wars collection.
I'm not apologizing for shit.
I agree, but it's not. Well, here's like where we're at, right? If you could just write the letter, like, you can get the Legos back.
I walked in there with the best intentions.
Me criticizing him is not denoting support for this fucking store.
Here's proof of my collection in the store. I want it back, and they've done nothing but lie and make my life a living fucking hell over this. I've gone through 9 months of anxiety, stress, hospital-ridden, medication-taking types of burden. No, I am not apologizing to this fucking asshole.
It sounds kind of crazy that Brian would be saying this, but I see where he's coming from. I've gotten to personally see a tiny bit of how this company bullying his family has just torn his entire life apart.
Thanks, guys. I have to go. I don't even know right now.
But at the same time, if Brian just writes this apology letter to Bricks and Minifigs, he'll get all his Legos back.
I get it. You're asking me to swallow my pride and write this letter. I get it.
But then Brian told us a bigger...
Well, it's not just Legos. It's Legos that amount to $200,000. That's obviously a fuck ton of money. The type of money where if somebody loses that, there are a lot of people, if they lost $200,000, there are a lot of people that would shoot themselves over that. That is like a serious, that can seriously affect somebody. It's not just that they're Legos themselves.
Reason we shouldn't write this apology letter, because Brian told us that this apology letter is really a trap. Yeah, this is Josh trying to trick us into giving him
like a lot of people that would be out 200. If you were, imagine you out of 200,000, like if you even have that much, that'd be a pretty big fucking deal.
Get out of jail free card. What I mean by this is if Brian makes an apology letter to Bricks and Minifigs, then Bricks and Minifigs can now use this letter as written evidence in court that they're not the bad guys, Brian's the bad person. Brian told us that if we give them this get out of jail free card, then they have absolutely no reason to ever give the Legos back.
This is serious. I acknowledge that this is serious, and that's the reason I'm criticizing the guy that made this video. Like, I want this guy to have a resolution to this, right?
I just want to say, if this is actually what Bricks and Minifigs' plan is, then that's insane. But I really wanted to find out if this is what their plan was. So I decided to tell Josh that Brian is going to send him an apology video. He makes the apology, then we can get the Legos back like today or tomorrow, you think, or?
Yeah.
Just in case Bricks and Minifigs has evil intentions with this apology video, I wanted to give him something that they couldn't use in court. So I went back to the beginning of the video and took a screenshot of Brian's face and put it into this website. I also uploaded this video of Sheldon.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell.
And after just a little bit of deep faking, it now looks like this.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell, and I apologize sincerely for accusing you guys of stealing my Legos. I was wrong, and you were right.
This is the ultimate test. Was Josh being sincere, or was this all just one big trick?
I want to give it back to him. That's the long and the short of it. We run me over, I'm good. We gotta win Amanda over, right?
Uh-huh.
Apologize to Amanda.
Okay. I guess Brian's still worried that you guys are just gonna keep postponing it until.
You're gonna get him. You're gonna get him. I'm not gonna screw you. You got my word. That's not who I am.
So I already screwed you, but I'm not gonna do it again.
I swear to God. Don't apologize.
You're lost? Okay. Once again, this is what's happening. There is a guy that had a Lego collection that accumulated to a dollar amount of somewhere around $200,000. He went to a Lego store that in this exchange is acting as the equivalent of a pawn shop, where he's given them his Lego collection for them to hold and then sell on his behalf, and then he would make a profit and they would take a cut a cost themselves, right? He gave this collection to them, and the person that runs the store was then corporate came in due to seemingly the large value amount of the Lego collection, and it's a company, and then there's a franchisee, somebody who owns the store or works or manages the store for that company that would get the profit for the sale, you would assume. Corporate came in and removed that person from the store. So the guy that gave them the collection to hold it wanted it back. The store, even though they're holding it for him so that they could sell it, is refusing to give him back the collection that contractually still belongs to him. That would be theft, right? That would be theft. He has a right to his own property, and they're holding it illegally. So he's consulted this guy who's like a YouTuber, and this guy is like doing a bunch of shit that is clearly for the sake of making content as opposed to achieving a resolution, like putting stuff up on the store site, going to the store and like calling the police to come then and there to try to like convince the police officers on property of your argument when they've tried to trespass you. Like, this guy's doing shit that doesn't work to achieve a resolution. It's just for the sake of creating content, even though this store has has stolen from somebody.
Sorry, man. Sorry. We did a fake raffle.
So before we can get the Legos back, Josh made up one new thing I have to do. I have to apologize to Amanda for my raffle being fake, even though I put in a lot of effort to make sure my raffle was actually real.
Yeah, which context did I miss? Or what context did I miss?
I don't know. It almost feels like another trap. The employee we brainwashed from before told us that the owners are coming up with schemes to try to get us arrested.
After you left, I got a call from my boss. They were like, how do we get arrested?
Damn. Maybe Josh is saying this to trick me into going back into the store so Amanda can call the police on me and have me arrested. But I had to find out for sure. Did you give me permission to go into the store?
Don't go back to the store. Do not. If this guy goes back to the store, it's like, what are we doing? They've had you trespassed. They're allowed to do that. But what they're not allowed to do is steal from you or the guy that you're, making this content on behalf of. So get a lawyer, go to the fucking cops, at the police station, and deal with this the right way. All you do by going back to that store is give them an actual basis to have you arrested.
To make peace?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Amanda. How's it going? We came to make peace, and we talked to Josh. He told us to come back and make
what
peace with you.
a fucking retard. Dude, this guy's retarded. They've had you criminally trespass. They've had you trespass. If you return, they now have basis to have you criminally and arrest you.
It's okay.
It turns out I was right. This was a trap. Bricks and Minifigs doesn't care about giving us the Legos back. They just want to get us arrested.
He saw the trap and he went back anyways. How are you going to argue this guy is not trying to get arrested? And how are you going to argue that this helps get the Legos back?
Gentleman who was trespassed off the property.
Well, no. The trap was they were themselves, like the owner saying, was like apparently trying to lure him back to the store or something. The trap would be you go back there and they now have basis to have you trespass. That would be the trap.
Days ago, and he's literally standing right here in the store.
We only have a very small amount of time before the police arrest us. So we decided to use this time to see if we could finally convince Amanda to make peace with us.
Well, I guess before they get here, we just wanted to talk to you, like, civilly, if you would like to have a peace treaty.
Yes. Not in a harassing way, not in a very peaceful way.
Would that be okay with you?
Making peace with us did not seem like a priority for Amanda. Her priority was to get us arrested.
It's just a regular peace treaty, a one-page document. If you need to go over it, like, you take your time.
They have, like, the people are trying to get me to sign. It literally just says peace treaty. I don't know who this other guy is. He's currently
he's the treaty guy.
Or the treaty guy.
He has some kind of, like, treaty on a scroll.
Well, do we stick around for the cops, or do we...
And so we waited for the police to show up. And they never showed up. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, the last time the police showed up, I was fully prepared with the Oregon law book. The Oregon law scared the police.
How am I acting sarcastic? How am I acting I'm sorry. We have video of the cops telling him the store has had him trespassed. When that happens, if you return, you will actually be arrested. That's how that works. So the best idea is to not physically return to the store. What is sarcastic about that? Oh, sorry, you're not talking to me.
So much that they had to run away. I think they're scared to come back.
Dude, what the heck are these cops?
Hi, Josh.
Man, how's it going?
It's good. So we walked in, we're like, hey, we're sorry. We have permission to come back here and like apologize. And she's like, I'm calling the cops. And she like starts. Josh now realizes that his last-ditch plan to get me arrested, well, that plan didn't work.
I'm sorry, Amanda did that. Thank you for doing
Sorry,
that.
I got confused because you said you are, okay? That would obviously be the point of confusion. I didn't realize you were talking to the guy in the video and not me.
Looks like Josh has no other choice than to give Brian his family's Legos back.
You apologize, and it's up to them to accept. So let's cross Amanda off that checklist. Let's get this done.
Now that our work here is
By
done.
the way, if you guys want to support the channel, as always, you could tip through Streamlabs and Super Chat. We're halfway to Streamly goal. I don't think we're going to hit it, but if we get close to it, that'd be much appreciated. So thank you so much.
We decided to head back to Los Angeles. It's too late to pick up the Legos today, but tomorrow, they're finally going to give this family their Legos back. And now it's tomorrow. But the store has Brian's phone number blocked, so he can't call them. So instead, I called the store to see how Brian can pick up his Lego sets.
I was wondering if you guys are still down to get the Legos back today.
I think. I just want to make sure everything's properly.
The guy I'm on the phone with was trying as hard as he could to stall. It turns out that this is actually the same guy.
Aiden is on edge, so he will blow up. I'm not blowing up. How am I blowing up?
I kicked the old owner out of the store.
Did you debate Parry already? Yeah. No, you're... Yeah. Yeah, no, I debated Parry already. You just didn't hear about it. What are we doing? What exactly... What are we doing here, man?
Google says his name is Brandon Best, and apparently he's co-owners of this franchise along with Joshua Johnson. But for some mystery reason, they weren't able to give the Legos back today.
My take is retarded. Well, I don't care if you're not going to tell me why.
Now it's Monday.
It is Monday. Hey, I was just calling to see if you guys are still down to get the Legos back today.
Why did you agree with the most retarded debate terms? As I've said multiple times now, it's still running. If that's all he's going to give me, we'll do it, but nothing changes. Right? Nothing changes. I'll still do a debate on those terms, but I will still expect a debate on everything else that I want to debate him on that he's avoiding.
You'll get something for sure. I don't have a quick update, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I still don't have an update. Yeah, you guys, thanks for your patience. Sorry, it's kind of crazy.
Hey.
Leave your message for.
He said I probably won't be able to talk tonight. What the heck? Why do they keep postponing this?
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
What the heck? Yesterday he said he would call me today.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. Call has been forwarded to voicemail. It's not available. Please leave your message for.
It's been over a month now. And yeah, I've gotten no answer.
And finally, after a really long amount of time, they finally answered my call.
I'm not going to distribute those things at this point. We've kept them on hold for this long, so.
I've just been told that Bricks and Minifigs is no longer going to give Brian his Legos back like they promised. And at this moment, I finally realized what I did wrong. Josh said we could get the Legos back once we make peace with Amanda, but we never actually really made peace with her.
I'm not signing nothing from anybody.
Now it all makes sense. Unless we can somehow find a way to make peace with Amanda, we are never getting these Legos back. So I printed out a more official looking peace treaty and traveled from Los Angeles all the way back to Bricks and Minifigs in Oregon.
Well, I made it to Oregon. Hopefully I can get Amanda to sign the peace treaty this time and we can finally get the Legos back.
Aiden, he's gonna run the sec you try to change to... I'm aware. And believe it or not, a guy... If I try to change a topic in that conversation and he leaves, what exactly do you think the narrative is gonna be off of that? That he won? That he satisfied the conditions of the debate? No. That's going to be the most flagrant, blatant form of running that one could possibly engage in. What? Like... You should. I think Aiden feels... No, I feel most like myself when I'm arguing. I like to argue. I love to argue, actually. It's why I do what I do. But if I could tell that you don't actually believe in what you're saying and are just doing it for the sake of disagreement, then obviously I'm not going to be happy with that, right? People have done this before where it catches on. So then every stream, they're just disagreeing with like the most obviously agreeable takes possible. I catch on and I ban them because it's like, I'd rather get mad at shit that stupid shit people actually believe than people pretending they believe in something just for the sake of getting me mad. One schedule, we haven't scheduled anything. We're discussing terms earlier and I haven't heard anything.
Hello? What? Oh, Josh, want to come back. I think we can get...
Literally what they said, no, one guying implies that you're doing it with the purposeful attempt to invoke a reaction, not that you actually believe in the position you're articulating, right? I don't think you're necessarily one guying if you happen to come in here and disagree with me and have a position that happens to be disagreeable. That would just be a disagreeable position. That would be a disagreement, and we can argue over that. One guying is when you were strategizing to purposely result in that reaction, regardless of what you actually believe. So no, that's not the same thing. You're just retarded.
The Legos back because you didn't sign the peace treaty. You want to call Josh?
No, I'm calling the police.
Bricks and Minifigs is still doing the same thing they've always done. They're still trying to get me arrested just to avoid giving the Legos back. The problem with their plan, though, is...
If I like to argue, why are you running from Parry? So, like, that's an obvious one guy, because I've been challenging him to a debate for a month. Like, shit like that is annoying.
Bricks and Minifigs is never going to be able to arrest me because I have a get-out-of-jail-free card. I've actually had this card the entire video. I just haven't used it yet. Let's rewind all the way to the beginning so I can show you what I mean.
So basically, my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think?
Nope, it was even before this, right here. I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed in all of these legal words for any circumstance whatsoever and for literally any reason. They cannot trespass me. And it's effective for the next 10 years. But this only really works as a get-out-of-jail-free card if I can get Amanda to sign it. But how the heck am I going to do that?
I'm sorry, I got delivery. Can I get a signature?
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you so much.
In America, we have a duty-free contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault and you still have to do everything the contract says. So even though Amanda didn't read it, she signed it, so she has to follow everything.
Oh, that might be a good strat.
Including a clause that says for every police officer she calls on me, she owes me $5,000 in liquidated damages. So let's fast forward and see how much Amanda owes me.
I mean, technically, like, to have the contract enforced, wouldn't you have to then go and sue? And, like, if the terms are ridiculous, couldn't a court technically quash it?
$5,000, keep going, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000, $30,000, $35,000, $40,000. Okay, I think that's all the times Amanda called the police on me, but if I'm gonna be honest, even though Amanda has been helping cover up this giant theft, I'm still gonna feel bad for her that she owes us $40,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. So I'm gonna stop continuing to trick her.
Yes, I'm so wrong on so much that nobody ever calls in to dispute me on it, and when they do, I either end up with a concession or somebody that looks like a fucking ass to everybody else. Not always, I've had to concede. I just haven't had to concede in a long time. I absolutely am wrong on a lot of things, but when I realize I'm wrong, that's because an argument's been laid out that logically follows that I am unable to contest, and I admit I'm wrong as a result of that.
And I'm finally going to complain about the contract. Once Amanda sees the agreement she's in, she'll finally realize it's not worth it to continue racking up this $5,000 debt. And instead, a much easier option would be we team up together to convince corporate to give Brian his Legos back.
I'm calling the police because you've already been trespassed off the premises.
Well, you don't want to owe $5,000 more, do you?
I don't owe anything, and I'm asking you for like a millionth time. You need to
just leave. There's no reason to keep going back.
You did say that I'm allowed to be here. You signed a document. You did it?
I never once said you were allowed to be here.
Well, then whose signature is this then?
That is not my signature.
It's not?
Why do you have anything to do with signatures here?
Because you signed this, right?
No, I did not.
Is that not your signature?
So, no, it's not, and I'd like to know how you guys got a signature that's even close to mine.
Well, it says every time
there are a lot of people that just think if they call my take retarded or just say you are wrong, I'm just gonna give them a concession. Like, there was someone earlier that was like, you know, you lost the convo destiny. In my Twitter post, I said, okay, how? And they're like, well, I can't remember, like, the specific, it was so long ago. I'm like, it was a week ago. And they just never gave me a specific point they thought I lost on. It's like, I'm never going to agree with you if you can't give me an argument. You merely saying that you think I am wrong is never going to get me to agree with you. You have to tell me why. And if your argument is laid out and I am unable to contest it, I will accept it and I will revise my position accordingly and give you a concession. My call-ins are always open. People are allowed to make arguments in my fucking chat. Like, I'm totally fine to admit that I'm wrong. You just have to give me the argument. You can't just get a concession and not put any work in.
Call the cops, it was $5,000 for like punitive damages, but we're just following the contract that you signed. Now that Amanda knows she can't call the cops on me just for being here anymore, I decided to call Josh to update him on how making peace with Amanda is going. Hey, I just went back to try to apologize to Amanda, and what Josh said next, I was not ready for.
When we took over that store, there was nothing in that store. The shelves were empty. Why you guys think it wasn't that guy?
80% getting one guy, 20% reacting. Well, there's no, what is there to react to besides this guy keeps going back to this store and being trespassed when that's obviously not a good idea. I could say the same thing 5,000 times.
That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
I mean, Josh is on video swearing to God and on everything he'll give us the Legos back. But now, for some reason, he never even had the Legos. This makes no sense.
The shelves were empty.
So I decided to remind him of all of these examples where he claims they...
Thank you for the 5, Balls Mahone. I disagree with whatever you're currently saying. Now concede.
do have Brian's Legos in the store.
Turn the video off. We're actively watching it.
Still, this was his response.
You never said that.
Yeah, he did.
Give a damn if you king it. It's law. And if you want to test this, get opinion. Let's go enforce it. Who enforces the law?
The court? So you're saying that...
Yeah, so they should have gone to court a while ago instead of...
So basically what you're saying is I'm wrong, but you can sue me for it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's the long and the short of it.
So you know you're wrong. So you know that you stole the Legos then.
Let's go to court then.
Okay, let's do it.
When $200,000 are at stake, this should have began with taking them to court.
Yeah.
M4's like, nobody has the money for that. If you have 200,000 to like if 200,000 is on the line, you have the money to get it to spend to get it back. So long as your legal fees aren't going to be in excess of 200,000, which in this case they probably won't be.
On that.
I mean, I would like to just get the Legos back, but if that's what you want, it seems like this is what you want. I'm giving you every out that I can, but... Dang.
Let's don't go down the route. It doesn't really matter because...
I just want to get the Legos back. They're Brian's Legos, give them back. It's pretty easy. It's kind of funny that this entire video...
Where does he get arrested?
Everything was going exactly to plan. Well, until this happened.
Hurry! No, can we just talk real quick?
So he goes back to the property.
I think Josh told this employee to close down the store early to avoid any more lawsuits coming in.
Yeah, she closed. As soon as she saw us pull up, she started closing up.
So for the rest of the day, I'm going to continue to advertise my We Steal From Old People company at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. I'm not getting many sales yet, but hopefully if I keep up all this advertising, people will eventually start believing in my company.
They're freaking out over this easy law.
Yeah, we had to close early today, so basically...
Open tomorrow?
I don't know.
Okay, so how does this end with him getting arrested exactly? And let me take a wild guess. He went back to the property and got arrested? It's not in this video. Okay. Well, we have a docket. We'll just look at the arrest part. We did not need to fucking sit through that. We didn't need to sit through that.
Savings back. The video I made exposing them was actually insane. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. But we ended up taking them to court, and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us. So I personally gave them an official closing ceremony.
So did you concede you were bad faith about... How was I bad faith about Destiny? Like, you have to explain to me how... Like, why do you expect a concession if you're unwilling to make the argument? You have to say how. You have to lay it out. And then I'll concede if you're correct. You just making the statement isn't gonna get a concession.
And it went extremely viral. And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down...
The CEO interview is wild?
...an entire business.
Is it in this video?
We still gotta get the Legos back. Yeah, I made a promise to this family that I was not gonna stop on my journey until we get them their entire Lego collection back. Right now, the two owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, probably think that they're safe by closing down the store. But the reality is, I can literally just sue them all over again, but personally this time. So I started to file my lawsuit. Right after I filed this court case, it got rejected. And the reason was, I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing. Basically, before this court case get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first. I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man. So my only option left is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person. Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says...
His controversies are equivalent to your... Okay, so my controversy is people pretending like an obvious joke is a serious statement denoting intent and even lying about what the joke itself was, right? That's the context. So if you could present to me that it was just a joke and he didn't actually share sexually intimate images of Pixie without her consent, and that was just a joke, and that never happened, you'll totally get a concession from me. The problem is, That isn't what happened. He actually shared sexually intimate videos of this woman without her consent. He has no good reason for it. He has no good excuse for it. I've heard his minimizing reason. It doesn't add up, right? The implicit consent argument doesn't work. It's not rage bait. This guy actually believes that. I know for a fact he actually believes it. He's a DGer. I'm not getting one guy. This is an actual DGer. This is not a one guy. He legitimately believes, he's in Destiny. This is a DGer. He believes this. I'm not kidding. I have DGers in my chat, right? That's not a one guy. That isn't I don't know if you guys don't know what a one guy is. A one guy is probably telling me that this is a one guy, because this guy is legitimately a DGer. This is actually an argument. He's made it previously in this chat today. This is something he legitimately believes. All evidence shows that. And you just saying it's a one guy is retarded, right? She actually did consent to them sharing. So where? Where did that happen? They had an understanding the videos would be shared, and he didn't leak them. A third party did. No, the understanding was that the videos were shared amongst his wife, right, and her boyfriend, right? Where was there an understanding that permitted him sharing this with a woman he knew for 10 days? One guy would never... Okay, so this person is actually a DGer. If you can't accept that, it's not my fault that, like, you can't accept reality. And... You know, I'm sorry for you that you're delusional. This guy is legitimately a DGer. He's came in my chat for the Destiny debate. I just don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can't accept basic reality. That's not my problem. He's not a one guy. There's no one guying other than people insisting this is a one guy. It was never specified. In fact, he didn't even know. She shared it with her boyfriend at the time. Wasn't the understanding... Okay, so he shared it with his wife. If she's sharing it... If anything, if there's implied consent to share it with the people you're intimate with, your respective partners, because there'd be an established level of trust there. Do I agree necessarily that she should have shared that without permission? No, I think that's still like a... But the problem here is you're arguing there's implied consent off of that fact, and that's actually just like a logical follow from what he did, right? It's one guy derailing you from... There's no derailing from content. I'm watching this because we have nothing else to cover. I obviously would be covering DGG shit right now, but there's nothing happening. I have somebody in my chat making an argument, and I'm addressing it. He did leak those videos, Andrew. He leaked them to a woman he knew for 10 days. It wouldn't be implied because in both cases, it was being shared with people each respective party was in an intimate relationship with. There was no implicit consent to then go and leak that to a party that one of them only knew for 10 days. In fact, he got more stuff leaked than she did. Yeah, by Solo, and that's not like it wasn't okay when it happened to him, right? I don't think Solo's a good guy, but I also don't think he is because he shared that without her consent. He was being catfished. Hello? 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 Your mic isn't working. All right, I'll give it a sec. What you want to do is you want to go to user settings. You want to go to voice and video. If you're on PC, you want to check microphone and make sure that you have the proper device input. Sec. You want to go to user settings. You want to go to voice and video. If you're on PC, you want to check microphone. It's working. I hear you. I hear myself.
Input.
You want to say something?
Check. You want to user
settings.
Hello?
Voice and video. If you're on PC, you want to check microphone.
It's working. I hear you. I hear myself. All right, good one. Thanks for
Wanna
calling
say
in.
something?
Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back first. So we started driving to Josh's house to have this good faith conversation the court requires us to have. We're in Josh's neighborhood. Oh my gosh. But when we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone. Oh my gosh, Josh is outside on the phone. Crazy. Wait, do I interrupt his phone call or do we just like wait?
Interrupt his phone call?
No, probably not. I thought it would be pretty rude to interrupt his phone call, so we parked around the
Great. That's a random caller. Of course, I'm going to try the call in. I'm sorry. The default assumption should be that everybody trying to call in is a troll. Therefore, we should take no callers. What was the problem with that? I just wanted to make sure they were a real caller. They weren't, so I removed them.
the corner and decided to wait for him to get off this call.
I like how we just had this conversation outside. Right. He doesn't want to get his wife involved. He's hiding something.
Everything's good, honey.
What the heck?
I'm pretty sure Josh is on the phone with Corporate Bricks and Minifigs. And the reason I think that is we were actually just there right before this.
Okay, pulling up to Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
The plan was to give them one more chance to do the right thing before suing them again.
Haven't you given them a trillion chances? Why are you going back?
We're there. One of the corporate employees answered the door and told us he would get the CEO to come talk to us.
Okay. Well, no, they said they were getting some guy to talk to us. We're just waiting.
I can't tell you right now, no one's going to talk to you guys.
But they told us that they were.
I know.
Since Josh only lives like 15 minutes away, they must have informed him that we're in the area, because a few minutes later, this happened.
The police just showed up. What the heck? Why are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
3 cop cars?
Oh my God. Cop cars.
Why is there 3 cop cars at his house? We didn't even walk up to his house yet. The cops are following us. What the heck? That's so crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law. Oh, shoot.
I didn't? I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped. Did you say you ran a stop sign? Huh? You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like,
because we definitely stopped at the stop sign. Yeah.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
So who's Ben? Me. Ben. How's Utah? It's good. You like it?
Okay, it's pretty obvious that the police know why we're here, so I just explained to them the entire situation.
This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set.
Okay, the guy's not that old. You didn't have to do him like that.
The only problem is...
Watch the I'm sorry, what do you think I'm actively doing? I just feel like I'm talking to a bunch of fucking retards sometimes. Like, what do you think I'm doing?
It's a crazy story, and the police officer did not believe me.
$200,000. Sounds crazy.
Yeah, when the officer went back to his car, this is the message that he radioed in.
Hey, can you get the contact for Reckless Ben? Said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything else, so.
Since the cops don't believe my story, they trespassed me from the property.
Everybody today is being trespassed from that property.
Okay.
Yeah, we were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Yeah, what do we do now, dude? Like, we didn't even, get to talk to him and we're gonna trespass. So, dude.
The one thing I didn't understand was how the heck did they know we were coming? I was hiding in the back seat the entire time, and the car's windows were extremely tinted.
These windows are so tinted, you can't see anything.
But as I was outside inspecting our car tint, the same police showed up to our house.
Oh no, we're gonna pull over again?
And it was weird. He wouldn't tell us why he was here.
Like I said, we've already talked about it.
Yeah, thanks for being so cool about everything.
Yeah.
They're like after us, dude.
This is happening in Utah. It makes so much sense now, dude. That state is so fucking corrupt, and everyone out there is... Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm a little prejudiced against Utahns, but like, dude, you just have to live it to experience that. Everyone in that state is nuts. Like, actually, just like straight up insane. I don't know what it is. If you've ever lived there, which I did, just go out and talk to people. It's like fucking crazy.
Anyways, since Josh clearly doesn't want to have this good faith conversation with me, I took his trophy and destroyed it.
Wait, guys, let's throw it off that thing.
Just like in the previous video, I tried to give Josh the benefit of the doubt, the easy way. But again, Josh does not want to do the easy way. The only option left is to go the hard way. But before going the hard way, I actually remembered that there's another owner of the store named Brandon Best. Brandon is the guy in the security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is to show up to his house.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
That's a great idea. That's gonna go over well. Especially in Utah where everyone has a gun. Like, not that he'd have a justifiable reason to go do it. But like, if I'm bothering somebody, and I know they have a gun there, I sure as hell wouldn't be showing up myself.
Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit we won. It kind of seems like Brandon doesn't want to have this good faith conversation to resolve this problem outside of court. And I gave him plenty of time to speak. I guess if you don't want to talk, I'll just talk. So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won. We know you closed down the store to avoid paying us, so we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, but then the police showed up, and again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody.
No, he stole $200,000 worth of. Because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
He inherited the store. He's being blamed for everything that the previous owner did, and he's trying.
Well, that's a lie. So we.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If he's still in possession of the property and they've ordered to give it back, then yeah, as like the owner of the store, still his obligation.
He's still trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner, and now he's catching blame for it, and he's just trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner.
No, him saying that it's the previous owner, that's a lie. And we already proved this in court.
If you come back and step foot on this property, you're gonna go to jail.
The police gave me a formal trespass notice, which I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good faith conversation, but Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted. But my court case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have this good faith conversation with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Yeah, they look the same. No.
Joshua Johnson.
Yeah, Joshua Johnson.
We lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits. That's hella ironic. Are you kidding me, dude? That's what he's known for, is reducing people's exposure to lawsuits.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me because...
That's surprising? It's fucking Utah.
If Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're gonna go to hell.
Wait, no way, dude. No fucking shot. You can be Christian and I mean, they're specific type of, obviously, but like the don't steal is not like specific to Mormonism. You mean to tell me that Christians can be thieves? Dude, no fucking way.
Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is going to be eternity for them.
Yeah, 60% of the state is Mormon.
I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never going to
The Mormon God is Christ. They just believe, well, they believe a bunch of wacky shit, but like essentially they believe that Joseph Smith was a prophet they've found some magical golden tablets or something in the woods that only he was able to read, that like instructed him or gave him a message. But before Joseph Smith could like finish his mission or whatever, he got shot and killed or something, which actually did happen. So one of his followers, Brigham Young, to fulfill his mission and stop the persecution of the Mormons, took everybody out to an area where they knew they wouldn't be bothered. And what better place not be bothered than the most uninhabitable fucking space in the U.S., Utah, where they ended up, there was actually a war. President James Buchanan sent out the military to go fight Brigham Young and his like disciples or whatever. And the U.S. military, I'm pretty sure, lost. And then there was some sort of compromise made. But Mormons run the state.
Listen to anything I ever tell him. But if someone from his...
They believe, part of their beliefs I know is that like, I think Jesus came to America or something at one point, and that they're one of the Mormons are like one of the tribes of Israel.
Church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a talk with Josh to save him from going to this outer darkness. Okay, good luck. And I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed. So yeah, we ended up just driving home, but on our way back, this happened.
What? Pulled over again? For what? How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Oh, and the something I left out, Brigham Young, just like the early Mormons did, believed in polygamy. So a lot of the early Mormons had like 200 wives or whatever. So a lot of Mormons in the state of Utah, they have like similar features typically, like, you know, blonde hair, blue eyes, etc. A lot of them are related. Like it essentially, I'm pretty sure functions at this point is like akin to similar to an ethno-religion. A lot of people are of like similar heritage. The modern day church, they don't believe in polygamy, but there was a group that deviated known as the Mormon Church is LDS, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There was a group that's separated, the fundamentalist LDS, the FLDS, and they were ran by this guy called Warren Jeffs, who and the difference is they still believed in polygamy, and he ran this like cult or compound out on like the Utah-Arizona border, and Warren had a lot of wives, and some of those wives were children. So Warren is spending the rest of his life in a federal prison, but he's still running that break off from prison.
What's your name? Where you been?
Hanging out down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally. We could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again. It seems like they're getting so desperate that they're going to resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss and was like, how do we get arrested?
Dang.
You recognize the FLDS in Utah because they dress like almost like the Amish. Like, you'll see women in public sometimes that wear like clothes that look like they come from another century, and you know, oh, those guys are FLDS.
Yeah, Josh and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late. The Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from his outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You can sit down here for me first. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
A lot of Mormons or former Mormons are cool people, right? Obviously, you can't live in Utah and be friends with without being friends with Mormons, right? But a lot of the Mormons that, I was sure what they weren't actively involved with the church. It's just like a cultural thing, right? Because their family believes in it or whatever. But I do know that part of the reason some people stay in the church is because of the hostility towards them from outsiders. Like, I was told a story. This dude, I said I'm from New York. This dude did his mission to New York, and within I think a few days of being there, a few hours of being there, somebody came up and like kicked him in the balls or some shit. Like, stuff like that is obviously going to keep them in the church.
There's been an audio right now with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
Who's that?
So,
I guess
that's him.
No, I know that. I can tell that from the voice, but
I was just gonna ask him, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything.
No, I'm not Mormon.
On God. This might be a crazy ask, but could you take a selfie with me?
But anyways, back to us. The police apparently got a call that we had heroin on us.
this officer's gonna keep searching the person because of the substances in the vehicle. So he's gonna do that. I'm gonna put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pocket. Okay. Take it like this. The vehicle will be searched. Okay. I'm gonna have you stick by my sergeant.
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs. I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing back with just some of the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why...
The worst thing to do, by the way, and I say this, those who know why I'm saying this know why I'm saying this. The worst thing to do with somebody you believe is in a cult or something akin to a cult, I don't know if LDS technically qualifies, is to be hostile to the individual members. Because what does that do? That reinforces negative perceptions of outsiders and just maintains the cult status as the only trusted authority to the individual. And you don't want to be hostile to people who are merely members of the given cult, right? Like, that you're going to achieve the opposite of what you're attempting to.
I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid the American Fork Police Department is. But anyways, even though we were passing every single drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then not. So I am good looking at this. I'll show him. Go ahead, look at him.
I'll look at you.
Yep.
You do see it?
So
it's crazy. I have no idea because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests. Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledge that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false...
Yeah, you know what? I take it back. This guy baiting the police, I think he might have unironically stumbled across, like, legitimate departmental misconduct. So they now have another apparatus to go after, I think, with legitimate base. So they should sue the police.
Confession anyways.
I'm not sure if you're wanting to me or not. to be honest.
I'm willing to take any drug test you want.
Walking a very dangerous line, which you end up a lot of time.
Yeah.
You could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali.
Okay.
Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know they play differently there. That's what I'm saying. Like, they do play differently there. And, like, the whole place is corrupt as fuck. They do play differently there.
I'm willing to cooperate with you guys and do anything you want me to because I'm not hiding anything. I can promise you that. I promise.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
We'll let you guys go now, but you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense? Okay.
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me, and because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved. And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. He wouldn't even talk to another Mormon. Instead, he just called the police on him. In order to get Josh to come outside, I'm really going to have to get creative. So I made this poster that says, "I stole a dying man's life savings," and printed it out. Now I'm placing this poster in a public space right across the street from Josh's house. Yeah, it turns out this tiny patch of land is actually free for any person in the public to use. And since we have the freedom of speech, I am breaking no laws by doing this. So when Josh...
We're doing this to Green. We're doing this to Green.
Walked outside to take down this sign, I have a process server to serve him his court papers. But almost immediately, my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking our sign.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers. So I explained to the cops the entire situation.
I'm not going on his property. Right, no, that's fine. That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you.
Green is 29 minutes of what?
So much better than yesterday.
So now it's time to serve Josh these court papers. And then we got the police calling us again.
Hello. This man stole basically his family's life savings, so we're just here to serve him his court papers.
Again, I explained to this police officer the entire situation.
I wish we could just send him an email or a phone call, but yeah, the court requires us to come in person for some reason, so...
Again, the cops realized that we were doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court papers. But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Yep, I see those papers.
Yeah.
So this is what you're trying to serve him with?
Yes. That's required by the court.
Again, the police agree that we are not breaking the law. They've been called out here for a false reason.
What is...
This guy told me that he could even just serve the papers for me.
You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it. But the only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
He does not want the paper. So
does not want the papers?
Here's that back for you.
Okay.
Yeah, the police told me that they can't serve the papers for me because I'm lying to them, and these aren't even real court papers.
I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that on it?
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will be there. So the judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
I see saying that you guys are not property.
Yeah, if anyone's worried about getting doxxed for calling in, I don't permit doxing in my community. You will not be doxxed for calling in. To my knowledge, nobody's ever called into my stream has been doxxed. For calling in or by any of my people. If I knew about that, they'd be obviously banned. You don't need to worry about that.
Because he wants us arrested, so
we have a zero tolerance policy.
He doesn't have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah,
trying to serve papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly.
You don't need to come on tonight, Andrew. It's just an invitation. The Collins is there. You could come on another day.
How we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah, well, first, so they're instance because he's lying to you.
Green is 29. Okay, no, that's retarded. Don't start banning people or timing people out in my server because they're not streaming.
Guys, he's making them incidents. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before you can get a court case approved. So we did that. Called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us, and we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's gonna make up any lie he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go through the legal process.
Which is
Find
what
an
we're
actual
doing.
process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's.
Yeah,
we have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is. The exact person that you're describing.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain unbiased, and if they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, I say go through the courts, go through the courts, go through the courts. That was before I realized this was in Utah. You're just going to have such a fucking uphill battle there, dude. I'm telling you, the whole state is corrupt. The whole state is fucking corrupt. They all cover up for each other because there's no separation of church and state. There's no separation of church and state. The Mormon church has an unacceptable level of political power in that state, and they work for their own. It's like a total uphill battle there.
However, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm literally just following.
The Jazz suck too. Well, Rudy Gobert high-fived me when he was playing for the Jazz, so W Jazz. And then he ended up like, I think it was like a few weeks later, it was when like COVID ended up hitting and shit. And he was like the guy, he like touched like the fucking mic and everything, and then it got confirmed he had COVID or something. And then that night, I remember, I think it was sometime it was in early March, the NBA closed the season.
The instructions of the court, so the police can't stop me. Okay, see ya. Now that the police are finally leaving, it's time to game plan how to serve Josh. But then, you guessed it, we got the police calling us again.
Dickers was refusing to acknowledge what? I don't refuse to acknowledge anything. I'm not... Listen, guys, I'm not an unreasonable guy, okay? I might be wrong. I might disagree with you. But if I see evidence that makes your point make sense to me, I will then agree with you. I'm not afraid to be wrong, okay? I will absolutely change my position, admit I'm fucking wrong. There's nothing shameful about being wrong about something, so long as when provided with evidence, you're willing to revise your position. And I have no reason to be like stubborn and say, no, this guy's totally in the wrong. Like, there's no...
Oh, sure. The paper? The serving paper?
Yeah.
Here you go. Well?
They think it's a false case? What the heck?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all. Thank you.
I think this phone call was the breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
I'm not a DGGer anymore. I'm AIDS gang, but being framed that I'm speaking for them wouldn't... Yeah, you're not their listen, it's okay. You don't have to, you could just be a viewer. You don't have to call in. Don't like... As I said before, we're gonna get DGGers in here. We're gonna get DGGers in here. I'm telling you, right now, the strategy is not to annoy the fuck out of them till they leave. That's just not what we want to do. I'd prefer if they watched me, started liking my stuff, and then heard out my arguments and were convinced of them. I'm not trying to chase away everybody that comes in here from fucking DGG.
Hello. Okay. Am I being arrested? Really?
Ben got arrested. Like, they didn't say anything when they were putting him in handcuffs. They just said, you're being arrested.
I was confused on what I was being arrested for. I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
You can film from the sidewalk wherever it's public.
Just
right?
let Andrew
Okay,
watch. We don't need to fucking force him into a call. Just watch. You could be a viewer. It's okay. All right? I'm not going to fucking sit here, and we don't need to pester this guy. Just let him watch.
For sure.
I got arrested for just doing what the police told me to do. What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal? Well, back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh, I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the bricks and minifigs is part of that, and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO.
We're gonna kill him with kindness. That's how we do it. That's so gay. We're gonna kill him with kindness, folks. That's how we do things in AIDS gang. Dude, I need the image. I need the picture. Somebody give me the picture. I asked for someone to put it in inbox. I think it might be in there. Of where it's like Queeman. Dude, what's that meme that guy kept spamming? It's like Queeman in chat versus Queeman in call.
Oh, super Mormon. Like the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They're like a huge clan that takes
Yes, that's what I was just saying.
care of each other.
And instead of
I've lived there as a non-Mormon. I've lived there. I know, obviously I can't go too in detail, but I've alluded to it before on stream. I know shit. I know about things that you would never, ever believe. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't believe it. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it because, like, you know, I don't want to go into it. But it's true. That state is corrupt as shit.
trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad. They're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals, but eventually I got released from jail.
It's not difficult to make Mormonism look bad. It really isn't. There are great people that are members of the church, and it's because they were raised in the church. And this is like, you can disagree with the ideology and disagree with the apparatus that perpetuates the ideology without alienating the followers, right? There are great people that happen to be Mormon. I'm not prejudiced against individual Mormons, but the church as an apparatus is insanely corrupt. I think is like completely antithetical to this value of liberty of separating church and state, and I think that whole state is like corrupt as shit. And the U.S. government tried to rein them in a long time ago, and they fucking lost. I said in the military, they lost. That was really like a civil war in and of itself, right? The Utah wars. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, you could tip through Streamlabs Super Chat. Great way to help us out. Another great way to support us is by subscribing if you're new here and liking if you enjoy what you see.
Really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now there's really only one way I can think of to get this family the money back that got stolen from them, which is a GoFundMe. Yeah, it is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture to hang it up so we could get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came. What you guys up to?
We're starting a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back to this family.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to do the lawsuit anymore. We're just going to do.
You're good, Andrew. You're good. You're good, Andrew. You're good.
This GoFundMe.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to explain yourself. Don't worry about it.
We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff. Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friends.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's bad. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers...
Why is amendment spelled 2 out?
Let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys are going to come on.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio. So I called up the police station to find out why.
All the redactions are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we feel like it or, just because something looks funny. Everything is redacted pursuant to Utah State Code. And other than that, I can't really delve into any more detail.
But the police made a mistake. They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio. So when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
He sees it or give that? Is it indication? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not...
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are. I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time. And when
Damn! Okay, this is good.
I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was. And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how...
Dude, he has them. He literally has them. This is good.
The police officer might be wrong. And so
that's crazy that they forgot to redact the other audio. They're dead. He's got them. He's got them. That would not be pursuant to that would not be a valid reason. With my minimal armchair legal knowledge, that would not be legal.
It wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers.
I was wrong about this guy. All right. I'd like to apologize to you personally. Reckless Ben. Cause all the annoyances in that state that you want, because it's finally time that people see this for what it is, because it is ridiculous how fucking long corruption has gone on in that state without another intervening party.
To protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so
yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together,
it goes beyond just normal police corruption. You have to understand the links that you have to understand, and when you see it, you can't unsee it.
Able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen?
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Okay, well, I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because right here the police are actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired. I don't know what the police officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested, because this is what happens next.
Lieutenant Adamson can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Don't. Do not do that. You understand me? Right?
Oh, shit!
Now you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay, put your hands behind your back.
Oh, shit! Dude, what? Okay, this is insane.
I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's
Get those pigs, bro.
phone. So Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his
Yeah, it's illegal as fuck.
pocket to give it to him. But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked. And at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his...
Dude, if I showed my contacts back in New York, this video, some of my immense... they would literally be grinning ear to ear. Easy case. Very easy case to be made here. Any competent lawyer would love this.
phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands. And now the police officer is claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Silence. Yeah, I was giving it to you. I was giving it to you.
Okay.
It's on my money. Look, it's on my wallet. I was turning it off. Right now, this phone is being seized as part of this investigation, and you're being arrested. Okay? Put him in the back of the car.
There's no probable cause.
And again, the police decided to break the law, arrest Sheldon, all to protect an evil criminal.
You can't do that. You literally just can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Where is the probable cause?
Okay. My name's Detective Nikosha. I work for the police department.
I did willingly hand over my phone, but when I handed my phone...
Man, he's better than me. I know I'd be fucked up, but I'd be putting up a fight. What? Okay. Never do that. Never. This guy did the right thing by letting them put him in handcuffs. They're completely in the wrong here. Absolutely. But if he tried to fight them, all they would tack on is a resisting charge, which even if he gets off on the first bullshit charge, they'll still probably be able to make that stick if you actually go and resist. Fight this in the court, fight this publicly, like expose what they're doing, but don't fucking fight them when they're trying to arrest you.
My wallet popped up, so I said, hold up, let me hit my power button.
You're never, when that fucking cop has decided he's gonna put you in handcuffs, it doesn't matter what you do or say, they're not gonna change their mind. I've never seen this work out for somebody. I've never seen someone who's resist, and all the body cam videos I watch, etc. I've never seen someone who's resisting arrest change the cop's mind. It doesn't work like that. You're going to jail, or you're going to the station, no matter what you do in that scenario, you're going. If you fight, you're just gonna give them an excuse to start using additional force and tack you on with a legitimate charge.
You know, I had a report as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a lock screen by hitting the power button. So in no context could I have been trying to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yes, that's all I did. So I don't know how that's obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
Now that Sheldon is in jail, just for promoting our GoFundMe, we started doubting if we'll ever even be able to get Brian his money back for his dad's Lego collection. It's crazy that out of all
And yeah, and when they try to talk to you like this, see, this is where he fucked up. Even though he has not committed a crime, and they could, plead the fifth, I want to talk to my attorney. Plead the fifth, I want to talk to my attorney. That's the first thing you say. Do not talk to them when your attorney isn't present. Now, there are some questions you have to answer, like, I'm pretty sure you have to identify yourself if they, like, believe there's probable cause or for suspicion of a crime order. Like, that's a question I don't think the fifth applies to, right? In the moment, like, you have to give them a name. I'm pretty sure I could be off on that. Obviously, consult that yourself. But beyond that, you don't have to answer shit. You have a Fifth Amendment right.
The powerful organizations I've gone up against, the one company I'm not able to beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video, but I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
What the fuck?
Dude! Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay?
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because
I hope
attempting
that's
to make an
not what I
escape or
thought it was. Is that a dog?
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
I hope that whatever the animal is, it's just sleeping.
Go back a little bit. You can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made zero quick movement.
Oh, it's a cat.
So this police officer is just straight up lying.
I'm blocking me. I'm watching through OBS, so I'm blocking the animal.
So he can give me a serious injury.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
Yes. The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos. I should have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
Okay, let's do it. Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang.
Okay?
Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Dude, I'm an idiot. I thought they like shot his dog. Like I thought it's a cat. I thought they shot a dog.
A little bit, just to give you guys some context. But I actually got a copy of this warrant. The reason they were searching our house was it says there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise, evidence of illegal conduct on us that we stole the Legos. They're looking that we stole the Legos is why they stormed our house with no evidence. And this is after he's been proven to make up stories about us before. And so now he's just pulling something out of his butt. Oh, they're the ones that stole the Legos. And for whatever reason, the police take him seriously, even though he's acting like a crazy person. Anyways, the cops probably felt pretty stupid when they searched our entire house and didn't find any stolen Legos. Again, the police illegally redacted this conversation to avoid them looking stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. But instead of doing what any rational police officer would do and let us go, they're sticking to their story that we're the thieves.
So is this just Mormon Nick Shirley? I'm pretty sure Nick Shirley himself is Mormon. He's from Utah, right? If somebody's from Utah, like, it's a safe bet to assume they're Mormon. Now, it's not always going to be the case, to be fair. But you'd be right majority of the time. Because, like, what, 60% of the state is literally Mormon. Some random in DGG called Aiden the Nick Shirley of commentary. I would be so fascinated to know why they think that is. That is a fat cat.
Yes, now the entire group, we are all on our way to jail. Except for me. I got taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Ben, I'm Detective Nikosha.
Last time, I was able to get released on bail. But this time, they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them to show the detective that—
Even if you have nothing to hide, they have tricks. They have tricks you don't even know about. There is no benefit. It's you talking to them is not going to convince them. Like you plead the fifth and you get your fucking lawyer. You're not talking your way out of it. The only reason they're talking to you is because they're trying to nail you on something, not because they're here to really listen to your argument and hear you. Or they'll say things like, you know, I can't help you out, buddy, if you're not going to talk to me about this. This looks bad, but like, you know, it doesn't have to be the end of the world. You got to talk to me here. I can help you out. They're never trying to help you. They're trying to get you convicted.
This whole thing is just a big misunderstanding.
I mean, if you think about it, 83-year-old man versus $400 million company, even though the $400 million company's in the wrong, they're going to win, you know? I wish we could just send them an email, like, show up to court this day. That would be so easy for us.
You have rights.
This is
Use
how the law
them.
works. Like, that's not my fault. Like, I don't make the law. If I made the law, send them an email, and they're like, here's all your papers, you just have to figure out civilly. And I'm like, this is the civil method, you know? Like, to do it civilly, you have to serve. They're like, well, then just sue them then. I'm like, that's what we're doing. Like, you see how this is a circle? I am very interested on Josh's side of the story because I think he said, might have been heroin in the car or something, and they did like a 3-hour search on our car. Obviously no heroin, so I don't know what Josh is telling them that we're doing, but suing him is not working for us. So let's do a GoFundMe.
Right after I mentioned this GoFundMe, the investigator wanted to leave the room.
Hang tight here, and then I'll be back with you, okay?
Okay.
Something about me mentioning this GoFundMe really caught his attention.
All right. Good. Well, I'd just like to know more about this, like, GoFundMe. Like I said, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we were just trying to get, so basically what ended up happening is Ben got arrested, which we were pretty blown away he got arrested, but I'm like, all right, I'll take over now. Like, I don't want you to get in any more trouble. And he's like, yeah, I can't get in any more trouble. Like if you take over, like that, you know, that was my decision. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. What other questions do you, like, I guess have? Because there's not really, I guess, much else to say in the situation, to be honest. That's just the whole thing that just happened. I mean, I'm honestly, like, kind of shocked to be arrested at this point, for that. Yeah, this is definitely a very strange thing to be getting interrogated about, especially considering from my angle and the evidence I've seen, the overwhelming evidence that they just blatantly stole from this guy. It's like us trying to then do a GoFundMe to get him his money back, and I'm the one, you know, getting put in cuffs. It's crazy.
I guess the detective didn't get what he was looking for, so he decided to interview the rest of the group.
Sounded like a great project to me. I was like, okay, like it's for a good cause.
And for some reason, he was trying to get all of them to admit that the GoFundMe was my idea.
Hello. Obviously, Ben was behind the GoFundMe idea as well, right?
I don't know whose idea that was, because I kind of just started.
But he was supportive of it as his channel, right? He said, oh yeah, let's do this for the channel. From my understanding. Was that kind of your ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that?
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court, or else you'll get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, and we're like, let's do a GoFundMe, you know? And that was our solution.
But I was wrong.
We're going to book you back into the jail. Okay? The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
So creating the GoFundMe was illegal?
When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court.
That's what you should be doing to begin with, because it's all bullshit.
Okay, try.
Yep.
Go back.
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna get his cuffs for you.
We'll also be able to hear Josh's side of the story, because I think he's said a lot of lies to you.
It'll be, and I never talked to Josh, but it'll be documented in the report as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
But the detective was lying. The police have illegally redacted every single claim Josh has made about me, and when I finally go to court, I'm gonna be completely blind to what I'm even being charged for. The worst part is that the police officers took away my bail, so now I have to wait a month in jail. However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me.
Thank fuck, okay? Thank fuck. There's got to be somebody in that state that is not corrupt.
On bail. So now, at least I'm a free man until my court case.
Let's go, man. The illegal act that I committed was mentioning that Josh stole the Legos in our GoFundMe. So if you say who the thief is, then that is illegal for us to do that.
It's literally just harassment. They're just, this guy is making frivolous reports to law enforcement that they're actually following up on and inconveniencing the lives of these individuals. As opposed to arresting the guy for his continuous provision of false reports, they actually act on it. No, this is harassment.
Now, I just have to wait for court. And honestly, I'm not excited. My entire life, I was taught if you steal from people, you get in trouble. And if you help people, you get rewarded. But I guess I was just taught a lie. By me trying to help and do the right thing, all I did was just screw everything up and get all of my friends in trouble.
If they keep fishing and coming in for like shit that doesn't end up panning out, like I feel like at some point you're able to get a restraining order against cops, right? Like I would seek restraining orders against all the individual cops that have been involved in these like fucking fishing expeditions.
I couldn't fix anything, and now with all the charges I got in this video, I'm looking at least 5 years in jail. But I finally accept my fate. I failed, and now it's time to go home. But before I made it
Don't tell me they're gonna put a warrant out for his arrest.
home, one of my roommates called me saying that a police officer just showed up to our house.
So it rings the doorbell, and it's like, is Mr. Snyder here? I was like,
is he a fugitive over there? He's a fugitive
why? I
over
was
there.
like, can I deliver a message for you? He's like, how could
Are they gonna send marshals after him?
you deliver a message? He said it just like that. He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest. Like he thought he was in an action movie type walk off, and that was his like end scene line.
If I had to guess, I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them, and considering how many lies Bricks and Minifigs has made about me in this video.
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
American Park Police Department, make yourself known. Included in the warrant are Legos.
I can only imagine of what I'm being accused of doing now, so immediately I called the Utah Police Department to see what my warrant was for. Someone showed up at my house today saying there was a warrant out for my arrest.
If that warrant says no bail, those are the ones that are more serious.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail. And I'm now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting. So basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. There really is only one thing that I can do now.
Well, I'm in Mexico now, and the American police have no authority here.
This is awesome. Well, it's not awesome, actually. This is total bullshit. This is, like, insane. This guy has, like, stumbled across, like, some of the most, like, flagrant departmental corruption I've ever seen documented by a fucking YouTuber at this point. What the fuck? This is actually awesome, though.
What's going on? What the heck is that thing? Do you get loose on that?
Dude, are they gonna have Mexican police arrest him and extradite? He's gonna go on Interpol. They're gonna put an Interpol notice out that he's a fugitive from justice. Mexican police are gonna arrest him and extradite. Is that what's gonna happen here?
But at this moment, I realized what I had to do. Bricks and Minifigs thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes. And what's the only way to stop a bully? To stand up to him.
Was Dicker's take that this is fine? Was that actually Dicker's take? What is Dicker's doing? No, this is not fine. None of this is fine. This is insane. I watch a ton of body cam footage, okay? Obviously, I don't need to go... I'm not a legal expert, but it's no secret that I've grown up around lawyers, and know many. And I know my rights were beaten into me from child, not literally beaten, but like I knew about my rights. I knew what to do if a cop pulled me over. I knew what to do if I ever got arrested. I knew what to do. You know, these things were always explained to me and reinforced. I know the reason I've fortunately have not had to ever deal with corruption to this extent, but that's why I know what my rights are, right? And unfortunately, a scary number of people seemingly do not know their rights, and I'll watch these like interrogation videos secondhand, and it's like, what a fucking dumbass. Why are you talking to these people? Plead the fifth and get your fucking lawyer.
If me posting this picture online once got the city this upset where they had to arrest me, just think about how upset they'd be if thousands of people started wearing it.
Which is why the picture that got me arrested, I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromOldPeople.com. So go right now. It's gonna be sick.
And yeah, all of the law enforcement that's protecting bricks and minifigs is gonna be pissed. But there's nothing they can do because I'm in Mexico.
Anyways, part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/RecklessBet.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind-the-scenes content, plus the movie I made that all the streaming services rejected once they saw how gnarly it was. And all of the money I make goes directly towards trying to fight bricks and minifigs so they stop doing bad things to people. Also, make sure to donate to the GoFundMe we set up for Brian. I'm not really sure if I'm allowed to promote this. I mean, I got arrested just for creating this thing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Everyone donate to this GoFundMe. I'm in Mexico now. The police can't do anything to me here.
So, this is great. No, this is fucking great. I wasn't locked in it for. I wish I was like locked in it so I could turn this into a segment. I need an editor, dude. I need an editor. Unironically, it's ridiculous how little VODs I put up. I need to get an editor. I cannot trust myself to do it. So this is the police department statement. From the, dude, the police issued a response video. Let's take a look.
My name is Cameron Paul, and I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department.
Thanks, Cameron. We have to turn this shit up.
I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media that have been presented in a way that calls into question some of the actions of our department. These videos are affiliated with an influencer on YouTube and other social media platforms and stem from a dispute involving Legos that originates in the state of Oregon. In this message, we will be presenting 4 different cases and police responses from our police department, and will provide a detailed overview as to what happened and what our actions were. On March 8th, 2026, an American Fork resident, Joshua Johnson, requested phone contact from the American Fork Police Department.
I feel like I'm about to be molested listening to, like, I'm like a little uncomfortable.
Regarding a suspicious individual who had earlier arrived at his home.
This is like how I would imagine like a molester would talk.
Officer Tonga with the American Fork Police Department contacted Mr. Johnson by phone. Mr. Johnson reported that earlier that same day, a suspicious male had been at his residence. He stated the male was wearing a baseball cap with a UPS logo taped onto it. Mr. Johnson also reported that a suspicious package had been left at the residence. He explained that what appeared suspicious was that the shipping label did not look legitimate. The package was later determined to contain rubber ducks. Mr. Johnson reported to Officer Tonga that he believed the male was an individual named Benjamin Snyder, who, according to Johnson, operates a YouTube channel. Mr. Johnson further explained that civil proceedings were occurring in Oregon and stated that he believed Snyder was sending individuals to his home to harass him. While Officer Tonga was still on the phone with Mr. Johnson, Johnson reported that 2 females had exited a vehicle and were walking toward his property. He also reported that a male driver remained inside the vehicle. Officers Tonga and Richardson responded to the area. Officer Tonga contacted the driver, who identified himself as Benjamin Adams. Although Adams initially stated he was there for unrelated reasons, he later admitted he had been filming Mr. Johnson while Johnson was walking around the exterior of his residence. Adams told Officer Tonga that an individual named Benjamin Snyder had flown into Utah on March 7th, 2026, and had contacted Adams
My birthday.
requesting assistance with filming, for which Adams would be compensated by Snyder. Adams reported that Snyder had left prior to officers' arrival and stated Snyder was driving a dark-colored Hyundai passenger car. Officer Tonga issued Adams a trespass warning at Mr. Johnson's
Well, no, it's obviously you guys just because you guys have already seen all of this, I obviously have to see it myself to agree with you. And at the point we were at when I wasn't in agreement with you, this evidence, I hadn't watched it yet, right? Like, This is raw. I didn't pre-watch all of this.
West, and instructed him not to return to Mr. Johnson's residence. At approximately the same time, Officer Richardson arrived in the area and located a dark-colored Hyundai vehicle. Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign. Richardson contacted the driver, who identified himself as Tyler Shaw. A rear passenger also identified himself as Benjamin Schneider. When Officer Tonga arrived at the scene of the traffic stop, he spoke with
So
Schneider.
you're judging a... No, obviously... Obviously, if I have information that points to one conclusion, I'm going to assume that conclusion. If new information becomes available, I will then revise it.
Stated he was in Utah filming a series regarding civil proceedings originating out of Oregon. Both individuals denied any involvement in delivering the package. At that point, Officer Tonga determined that Adams, Shaw, and Schneider did not appear to have committed any violations of Utah's criminal code. Officer Tonga advised Shaw and Schneider that they were trespassed from Mr. Johnson's property and could not return. Both individuals acknowledged the trespass warning and were released. On March 9th, 2026, Joshua Johnson again contacted our department to report that the mail was at his front door, ringing the doorbell and knocking. Mr. Johnson reported the mail claimed to be part of a YouTube initiative, and Mr. Johnson stated that the mail was harassing him. Johnson also reported that the mail had pounded on the door, opened the screen door, attempted to open the front door.
I think there's greater harassment in like the continuous filing of like frivolous complaints to law enforcement that you're unable to address because they get redacted by the department who's covering for the accuser. That constantly inconveniences your life and sends cops into your house with guns. I think that's probably a bigger inconvenience, an instance of harassment, and it's harassment being conducted with the help of the department.
And had looked through some of the windows of the residence. Officer Hawkins with the American Police Department responded and contacted the male, who identified himself as Christian Morgan. Morgan told Officer Hawkins he was attempting to help his friend Benjamin Snyder contact Mr. Johnson regarding a dispute involving a business known as Bricks and Minifigs, and some alleged money that was owed. Officer Hawkins asked Morgan how he became involved. Morgan stated that Snyder had posted on Instagram indicating he was coming to Utah and needed assistance from locals to get around town. Morgan offered to help and explained that at one point while he was in the vehicle with Snyder, Snyder requested help contacting Mr. Johnson. Morgan told Officer Hawkins that Snyder was likely nearby in a church parking lot. Officer Hawkins determined that Morgan had falsely represented himself to Mr. Johnson through his doorbell camera as belonging to a nearby church congregation that did not exist. Morgan had also told Mr. Johnson that he had been sent by Johnson's church leader. Morgan acknowledged to Officer Hawkins that these
That's
statements...
not a crime. I don't even think that's a crime. The crime would be if you're using it for like for business dealings, right? You're allowed to lie. I'm pretty sure it's legal to lie about who you are, right?
...faults, and that he had made them at the direction of Mr. Snyder. Officer Hawkins issued Morgan a trespass warning and instructed him not to return to the residence. As Officer Hawkins prepared to locate Snyder as part of the investigation, he observed Morgan walking toward a Hyundai passenger vehicle occupied by several individuals. Officer Hawkins believed Snyder may have been inside of the vehicle and intended to contact him as part of the investigation.
What family is it? What family does he belong to?
Officer Hawkins initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle.
What's the... this is all... we're not doxing anyone. This is about a public CEO. What's the last name? Not looking it up. I just want to see if I recognize it, because I'm familiar with...
This occurred. Morgan turned away from the vehicle and ran away from officers. Officers did not pursue Morgan because he had not committed a crime, and Morgan was not observed again by our officers. Officer Hawkins discovered the vehicle was occupied by Tyler Shaw and Benjamin Snyder, both of whom had been trespassed from Mr. Johnson's residence the previous day. As Officer Hawkins spoke with Shaw and Snyder...
Why is the exposure so high? Oh, well, actually, I have color correction on it. Let me turn off the color correction. Hold on. All right, there we go.
Residents. Later in this conversation, Schneider admitted they had indeed sent Morgan and another unidentified individual to attempt to contact Mr. Johnson because, according to Schneider, their civil case could not proceed without an attempt at verbal reconciliation. During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glassy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment. Officer Hawkins asked Shaw if he would be willing to participate in field sobriety testing to ensure he was safe to drive. Shaw agreed. Field sobriety tests were conducted and no signs of impairment were observed. During the same time, while Officer Hawkins was conducting his investigation, Officer Fraughton used his police service dog to conduct an open-air sniff around the vehicle.
That's how they get around. That's how they get around probable. It's such bullshit. You know, Jay-Z talks about this in his famous song that I've never heard before, 99 Problems, where they need a warrant to access the vehicle if there's no apparent probable cause. They just bring the dog. They just bring the dog around, and the dog brings them their cause, and then they go search your fucking vehicle.
Alerted to the presence of the odor of a controlled substance, and the vehicle...
Hold on one sec. I gotta get a tissue. One sec. Sorry, I'm back.
Was subsequently searched. No illegal substances were located
No,
inside
I'm not gooning to this. Okay, that's crazy.
At one point during a conversation, Snyder admitted to Officer Hawkins that he and Shaw had actually delivered a package of ducks to Mr. Johnson's residence with the intent to have Mr. Johnson sign a fake delivery confirmation on Snyder's phone so that Snyder could
Gross. It's gross to get a tissue. I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize to the tissue community.
use that signature to create a forged contract claiming Snyder could not be trespassed from the property for 5 years.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize to the tissue community.
Schneider indicated he did not believe there was anything wrong with this and believed that there was
I hate when I find my own joke funny.
nothing wrong with his posing as a UPS delivery driver. Ultimately, Officer Hawkins warned Shaw and Snyder again that they were approaching conduct that could potentially constitute harassment or stalking if they continued to send individuals to Mr. Johnson's residence. Officer Hawkins reaffirmed the trespass warning and released both of them
This
from the
cop looks like he could be Aiden's sugar daddy. Okay, that's crazy. Come on.
On March 10th, 2026, Kaylee Johnson, the wife of Joshua Johnson, reported that a female was standing near the front door of her residence taking photographs of the home. The female was described as wearing long, fake, curly hair. Shortly afterward, Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area. While en route, Officer Sumbach,
Committing hair fraud? That looks like probable cause to me, boys.
Fort Police Department contacted Mr. Johnson by phone. Mr. Johnson reported that Benjamin Snyder and several affiliates were outside of his residence and had approached the home, frightening his wife and his children. When Officer Sumbach arrived, he located a vehicle parked north of the Johnson residence, and that vehicle was occupied by Sierra Lautz and Benjamin Snyder. Officer Sumbach asked what they were doing in the area. Snyder stated that he was involved in a court case and needed to provide legal paperwork to Mr. Johnson. Snyder indicated he worked for himself and that Lautz was his process server. Officer Sumbach then contacted Mr. Johnson to gather additional information regarding the situation. Mr. Johnson explained there was an ongoing dispute involving a bricks and...
Yo, thanks for the 5. Just your nightmare. Aiden, I really appreciate our conversation and convincing me to concede to Islam. Concede to Islam. That's not what I was trying to... When did that happen? Do you mean convert? Because I also didn't do that.
Figs franchise located in Oregon.
I've had debates against people that were anti-Islam, but it was along the lines of obviously individual followers of religion don't subscribe to every clause of their like holy text, and I think it's like ridiculous to because it was with Gilded Pooh, actually. Gilded Pooh said that Mudahar was a hypocrite for calling out pedophilia, even though he was like a Muslim or whatever. Calling out modern day pedophilia, something that was actively occurring because he was a Muslim, but Mudahar wasn't even religious. He just does it because it's like a cultural thing, because his parents are. It's kind of like with my understanding for a lot of people, especially American Muslims who are like second, third generation. It's kind of like Judaism, where a lot of the people that like follow it are not really like devoted religious, believers, but really participate for like the cultural shit or because their family is, right?
Mr. Johnson stated that the prior owner, Crystal Law, had reportedly abandoned the store and requested that corporate representatives take over the location.
Thank you for the 5. We're over halfway to Streamly Goal. If you guys want to help us, if you want to help support the stream, great way to help us out is by tipping through Streamlabs and Super Chat. Thank you, Himpleton, for the 5. Very confusing chat from Future, as Aiden told me Muslims had no place. I never said what? I didn't say that one either. I didn't convince people to convert, and I also never said that. Thank you for the 5, Himpleton.
Himself as an employee of Bricks and Minifigs and stated that he had been sent to the store to secure the franchise location and protect company assets. Mr. Johnson further explained that Law had entered into a consignment agreement.
Muda claims to be a devout. I've seen Muda drink. I don't think that's true. I guess, yeah, Muslims can drink, but the devout ones, the really religious ones, don't?
With an individual named Brian Mansell, but according to Johnson, Mansell had not been paid. Mr. Johnson stated that when he arrived at the Oregon franchise location, Mansell demanded payment from Johnson and his business partner. Johnson reported that corporate representatives advised him they would address the consignment issue directly. However, Johnson claimed that Mansell continued attempting to hold Johnson and his business partner personally responsible under the agreement. Mr. Johnson also reported there were Lego sets believed to belong to Mansell that remained at the store. According to Johnson,
I know that these cops are evil, but Ben is also retarded. I said that at first. I said that he was engaged in numerous actions that were antithetical to what he was attempting to achieve. What he was attempting to achieve was a resolution to this, act of theft. I was saying he was giving them, and it is still true, in numerous instances, like probable cause to go make a fucking arrest or something. And he wasn't handling this in the best way. I've taken that back because through this guy's like annoyance or whatever and not doing this right, he's actually just uncovered something way worse than what the initial situation was. So by chance, I'm actually glad he was doing this, because I think it's gone from a case of like a company doing a bad thing to like departmental corruption and judicial corruption.
Johnson, they offered to return those items, but Mansell refused and continued demanding compensation. Mr. Johnson alleged that
Biggest number of the 5, just your nightmare? Wait, did you lie to me? If Himpleton's donation is true, are you trying to make me believe in something false? I've moved to halal food because of you. And you will continue to eat halal food, mashallah.
That hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store, and forge signatures. Mr. Johnson then explained to Officer Sumbot several incidences from the previous days, allegedly involving Snyder and or Snyder's affiliates. Officer Sumbot informed Mr. Johnson that Snyder stated he was present with the process server to serve legal paperwork. Mr. Johnson claimed the paperwork was fraudulent. Officer Sumbot again contacted Snyder, who stated they needed to physically deliver copies of the paperwork to Mr. Johnson. Officer Sumbot's report states, Snyder told me he was following the government's instructions and that Johnson keeps calling the cops on him.
Muda was okay, the same rationale plot. Are we doing this thing where we pretend like Canada's a vastly different country and different culture and society? It's like, okay, sure. We're really pretending like there's a difference. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Canada. I'm sorry.
To avoid getting in trouble for his crimes. Snyder said this is the 3rd time Johnson has called the cops because he thinks that if he keeps calling the cops on him, he can get away with it. But we are showing him that he's not going to get away with these crimes. Snyder allowed Officer Sumbot to take the paperwork to Mr. Johnson, which Officer Sumbot did in an attempt to help Mr. Snyder. Officer Sumbot advised Mr. Johnson that the paperwork appeared to be related to a claim and a case that originated in Oregon. Mr. Johnson stated that he had already contacted the Oregon Law Enforcement Agency with jurisdiction, which was the Kaiser Police Department, and had been told that nothing had been filed. Mr. Johnson also stated he believed the situation was being created solely for YouTube content purposes and declined to accept service. Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify...
Did Muda get arrested for not being... No, because Muda didn't commit a crime. I looked into the law. This was my criticism of... I agree with Nick Andros's video. I literally told him the legal point is stupid because he wasn't correct about that. And he knew he wasn't... he knew he wasn't sure of it, but included it anyway to have an additional point in the video. The way in which he claimed it was not a crime. It's wrong. Muda did lie. But Muda didn't commit a crime. The legal point was stupid. Muda's not going to jail over that.
Legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
Okay, can we not do these little joke bans of actives in the server? I think that's really dumb. You're just gonna kill activity for no reason.
Yeah.
Why is it so fucking... Oh, yeah, I have the volume turned up. He had 5... Unban him! It's retarded. Unban him, re-invite him. This is dumb as fuck. Why is it stretched? It's a good point. It's a good point. That's what I was asking. That's what I was asking your mom last night. Am I right? I'll see myself out.
Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve him with? Yes. That's required by the court that we have. I wish we could send him an email. I wish we could send him a phone call, or the court could send it to him. But this is what we're required to do from the United States court. We're just following the instructions of the government. Have you guys been?
Yo, thank you for the 5. Can you get a halal burger for me? You look skinny, and I actually am getting a burger.
Here before. I have one. I came one time to have a good faith conversation with him before suing, which the government also requires us to have before. So are you Benjamin Snyder? Yes. Okay. So I'm just following basically the instructions of the government, and he keeps calling the cops on me to try to avoid getting in trouble for his crimes. So that's why he keeps calling. I think it's the 3rd time he's called the cops now on us because he thinks if I call the cops on me, he can get away with it. But we're showing him we're not going away with crimes. So. Okay. You okay if I give these papers to him? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Hang tight. We're gonna finish up some things on our end. Okay. We might need you to fill out some documents later. That is approved service. That's okay. But because whoever serves him has to fill out approved service and might have to fill out some court papers. But that's just the legal way to do it.
Yeah, we're not doing message to the mods. The fucking joke ban, joke timeout. It's retarded. Stop doing it.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay. What was that? He does not want the paper. So. He's not want the papers? Here's that back for you. Okay.
He's not. I know you banned him and then immediately unban him, so he has to get his role. It's retarded. It's not funny. Stop doing it. It's that simple.
Why did you trespass?
While officers were speaking with the involved parties, a sign was also located on the park strip across from Mr. Johnson's residence. The sign depicted Mr. Johnson holding U.S. currency in both hands while standing in front of an elderly man lying in a hospital bed. The sign contained the statement, "I stole a dying man's life savings." Snyder admitted he had placed the sign earlier that day. Officer Sumbot advised Snyder that, based on the ongoing conduct being reported and observed, officers believed his actions were approaching the statutory elements of stalking under Utah law. Specifically, officers expressed concern regarding repeated appearances at the residence, directing multiple individuals to contact the family, photographing the home, and placing objects and signs at the property. Officers had already given Snyder earlier warnings. Snyder responded that he believed he was following court procedure. An individual commits stalking if the individual
engaged in a course of conduct,
intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual, and knows or is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another, or to suffer other emotional distress.
To suffer other emotional distress. That's retarded. That's retarded. To suffer other emotional distress. Okay, so is a journalist stalking for trying to get in contact with a congressman to ask him about some breaking, I don't know, some breaking bombshell revelation that is going to inconvenience him to talk about? Is that stalking?
Utah law defines a course of conduct as 2 or more acts directed toward a specific individual, including, but not limited to, following, monitoring, observing, photographing, surveilling, or communicating to or about an individual. It also includes approaching or confronting an individual.
Communicating to or about an individual. Damn, this is crazy. This is insane.
An individual's neighbors, delivering or placing objects on an individual's property, and using electronic communication or third parties to engage in such conduct. Based on the totality of the known facts at the time, officers established probable cause that Snyder had committed the offenses of stalking and targeted residential picketing.
They have insane law, like, it goes so high up, like, the only way I ever see this getting resolved is, like, going to the Supreme Court.
Under Utah law, Snyder was subsequently arrested and transported to the Utah County Jail. On March 11th, 2026, Joshua Johnson again contacted the American Fork Police Department to report that Benjamin Snyder and several affiliates were again in the area. Mr. Johnson reported that the individual he believed had been stalking him was
Thank you for the 10, Sean. Chill Aiden is a better Aiden. Like the stream, chat. Yeah, like the stream.
The street from his residence, placing another sign containing Johnson's photograph. Johnson also reported that individuals involved were speaking with his neighbors. Officer Richardson with the American Fork Police Department responded to the area and observed 4 individuals hanging a sign directly across from Johnson's residence. The sign appeared to be either the same sign or a replica of the sign that was referenced in case 26AF02033.
Okay, apparently there was this is totally unrelated. There was a sonic boom on the East Coast, and I was looking at it earlier. This is actually interesting as fuck. Apparently it was from a meteorite. It's pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool. I mean, obviously it's not cool to have a fucking sonic boom. I remember one of those happened when I was a kid.
Officer Richardson contacted...
But it was because some jet had, like, violated something and had broken the sound barrier.
...the group and asked what they were doing. The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross, voluntarily showed Officer Richardson...
Yo, thank you for the 5, Samson. Heard about your dramas. I'm an unk, so I just want to say you were young and talented at debate. Try not to beat yourself up too much. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
...his phone to display the GoFundMe. While viewing the phone, Officer Richardson observed that Norcross was actively engaged in a FaceTime call. Officer Richardson asked
Who's the oldest person here? We have some pretty old people that watch. I know of one person, or I'm not going to call out by name. I don't know if they still watch me, but they were. And if I remember correctly, they're definitely approaching 60.
Norcross, who it was he was speaking with, and specifically asked whether it was Benjamin Snyder. Norcross confirmed Snyder was on the FaceTime call. After reviewing the known facts and the elements of Utah's stalking statute, and taking into consideration the new actions from that day, Officer Richardson established probable cause to arrest Snyder for an additional count of stalking. Specifically, Richardson believed Snyder was coordinating conduct through third parties.
The worst part is, under that retarded law, they might have actually had probable cause. Is that why Dickers agrees with it? Dude, because I had a debate with Dickers about APAC, right? Where APAC technically would not fall under, like, the present qualifications for being registered as a foreign entity, but APAC is an exceptional organization, and the way that you know, agents or actors for the Israeli state operate is exceptional in certain facets that the present designation doesn't account for, where APAC would actually fall under what that designation was intended to prevent. So we had this whole, where he was, you know, defending APAC, but it was really just about technically under this retarded code. APAC shouldn't be registered as a foreign entity or whatever. It's like, dude, I think that under that code, they might have had probable cause, but I think that's unconstitutional as fuck. I think you should take this to the Supreme Court, because under the basis they utilized to arrest him, you could absolutely infringe on somebody's First Amendment rights.
That constituted a continued course of conduct under the statute we reviewed. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device. Richardson wrote in his report, Norcross then immediately opened his phone and began manipulating it, which led myself and Lieutenant Adamson to believe he was attempting to destroy evidence on his device. At that point, Officer Richardson and Lieutenant Adamson forcibly removed the phone from Norcross's grasp after what Richardson described in his report.
Also, I doubt the other problem you have here too is, even if they've now technically, it's a arrest first, find reasons after. Like, that's obviously what's going down here, and you could tell that per the officer's own redacted admissions on the part they tried to cut out but accidentally left in.
Has a very brief altercation. Norcross was then detained in handcuffs as part of the stalking investigation. At this time, officers did not know where Snyder was located. While still on scene, Officer Richardson received information from an American Fork resident stating that several YouTubers had been renting an Airbnb property from this citizen. Officers responded to the Airbnb with the intent to arrest Snyder for an additional count of stalking. Upon arrival, officers developed probable cause, including information gathered from video surveillance from the Airbnb, to believe that Snyder had entered the residence and had not yet exited. Officers then prepared a search warrant affidavit requesting authorization to enter the residence to locate and arrest Snyder. During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise.
Okay, they're literally, it's very obvious they're just making shit up as they go. It's so clear.
4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin.
This is PR. This guy's a PR agent for the department. It's glaringly obvious.
Officers executed the warrant as a knock and announce warrant. What this means is that our officers take the time to knock on the door, to present themselves as officers, and to inform anyone inside that they have a search warrant. As they were doing this, individuals came to the door. Ultimately, 5 individuals exited the residence. Those individuals...
I just need to play this part back. This is important.
Stating that several YouTubers had been renting an Airbnb.
Okay, so to summarize everybody who's just got here, basically, this guy went to a Lego shop in, Oregon to put his Legos essentially on pawn, where they would hold his $200,000 Lego collection and sell it. It was a company, and there was a franchisee. They would sell it, and the person that was running the store would take a cut, and then he would obviously make a profit because it's his property that was getting sold. Because of because of the high value of the collection that was being put on what is essentially pawn, the corporate gets involved, kicks the franchisee owner, manager, I don't know who they are, out, and takes over. As a result of this, the guy doesn't want them to have his Legos anymore, so he asks for his collection back. They do not give it back. This reckless Ben guy has gotten involved. He's done numerous things that are just clearly for content that involve trespassing, claims, whatever. But ultimately, it is correct that this store was holding a $200,000 Lego set illegally. This ends up going to the state of Utah, where the present owner, I guess, was utilizing law enforcement resources to essentially harass this guy. And the cops were protecting him, doing tricky shit to redacting portions that legally could not be redacted, of body cam footage, pulling them over and accusing them of using drugs, etc., all to protect this guy who they are, currently trying to litigate this their claims with.
Airbnb property from this citizen. Officers responded to the Airbnb with the intent to arrest Snyder.
Aiden, are you or any of your associates connected or in contact with any members of the Israeli government or any intelligence agency? No, and if I was, I wouldn't know. If it was an intelligence agency member, there could be a Mossad spy somewhere in my community, and I don't know about it, but I don't think so.
For an additional count of stalking. Upon arrival, officers developed probable cause, including information gathered from video surveillance from the Airbnb, to believe that Snyder had entered the residence and had not yet exited. Officers then prepared a search warrant affidavit requesting authorization to enter the residence to locate and arrest Snyder. During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, The homeowner also disclosed that he
probably shouldn't spend $200,000. Well, that's like saying you probably shouldn't spend anything on baseball cards. I would imagine that these things, especially like vintage collections, etc., it's like an investment. It goes up in value over time, and can be resold for value. Like the thing sounds stupid, but the thing equates to real world money, which is not that stupid. And if the value goes up over time, it's just like buying into the fucking S&P 500, right?
hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization.
It's like as stupid to me as somebody that invests in art.
To also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant. Officers executed the warrant as a knock and announce warrant. What this means is that our officers take the time to knock on the door, to present themselves as officers, and to inform anyone inside that they have a search warrant. As they were doing this, individuals came to the door.
I haven't smoked any weed.
Ultimately,
I wouldn't get high on stream because, well, I think I've done it once, but I wouldn't smoke weed on stream anymore because, especially if I'm covering something, because I just wouldn't talk. I get quiet as fuck.
5 individuals exited the residence. Those individuals were identified as Benjamin Snyder, Tyler Shaw, Stephen Allen, Sierra Laptz, and a male who was later identified as a 16-year-old juvenile. As the individuals exited the residence, they were placed in handcuffs while officers secured the scene. During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody. Mr. Snyder later addressed this incident in one of his YouTube videos.
You're on something for sure. What am I on?
In the X-ray image,
you sound like the cops. Okay, you sound like the cops from the video.
By Mr. Snyder in that video.
Your pupils seem to be constricted, and I have suspicion that you've been operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of illegal substances.
A small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest. Additionally, officers documented no complaints of arm or shoulder pain by Mr. Snyder during his detention, transport, or booking process at the jail. All 5 individuals were transported to the American Fork Police Department. Due to limited interview room availability, the individuals were placed in a combination of interview rooms and holding cells while interviews were conducted. The juvenile male was also immediately released to his parents upon arrival at the police department. The 4 adult individuals agreed to interviews with Detective Nicosia. The contents of those interviews are documented in the Associated Police reports, which will be...
Yeah, this is obviously...
Those concerns are understandable. I understand them, and I'm empathetic to them.
The X-ray image wasn't his? Dude, this is obviously they have nothing. They're in panic mode. That's why they basically employed the equivalent of a fucking PR officer.
And nothing in the actions taken by the American Fork Police Department should be interpreted as validating, supporting, or defending anyone involved in that separate civil or criminal dispute. Our responsibility in Utah was not to determine who was morally right or wrong in a business disagreement originating in another state. Our responsibility was to respond to conduct reported here in our community, evaluate the facts available to our officers at the time, and enforce Utah law as officers established probable cause that a crime had occurred. The fact that someone may believe they have been wronged financially does not exempt any individual from the laws governing harassment, trespassing, stalking, or other conduct within our jurisdiction. We remain committed to enforcing the law fairly, objectively, and transparently, regardless of who is involved or what narrative may exist.
Yeah, that's fucking... They're obviously in panic mode. You both have the same hairline. This is not my fucking hair. What are you talking about? What are you smoking? What are you smoking, little bro? What are you smoking?
And allegations that individuals may have lost.
Just shave it off. I'm gonna vape my weed to be... There's nothing cool about... I don't vape to be cool. I vape because I'm addicted to nicotine. And it's just a very convenient way to get it. Aiden in 2 weeks. That is not going to be me in 2 weeks. All right? I have a full head of hair. And the day I stop having a full head of hair, I'm going on finasteride. Take off the wig. Okay, I have to pee really quick. Then we're going to watch the CEO's response to these allegations. I'll be right back here, folks. Right back. Just got to pee. Those things are made possible by the act of doxing, right? That's why we're listing them. So, I don't know.
The reason I'm listing them is because these people have basically done that to him. The reason I'm listing it is that every single time that he tries to get on a debate panel, there's someone in the DMs going, "Oh, sex criminal, sex criminal, sex criminal," and then for whatever reason he loses.
You're not even disputing the colloquial assertion that
blackballing.
he is a sex criminal.
The colloquial assertion that he is a sex criminal. Yeah, I probably, if you're disputing like the actual colloquial thing, no, I wouldn't dispute the colloquial thing.
Yeah, like would you be disputing
the issue I would have is that
I don't know what you're saying. If I called Netanyahu, for example, a war criminal, I know you're a DJ, so I don't know what you're saying. I called Netanyahu a war criminal. Netanyahu hasn't been convicted at the ICC yet, right?
Descriptively, yes, he probably is. He probably is. But the problem
but he hasn't technically been. We just know that he's perpetrated. The reason hold on. The reason you can say that is because he's perpetrated acts that he could be criminally convicted for, right?
Potentially, yeah.
If he was present in the jurisdiction where he could be convicted for it.
Potentially, yeah, absolutely,
sure.
Yeah.
So when I say Destiny's a sex criminal, right? I'm saying he committed an act that can be charged as a crime in various places that he's not under the jurisdiction.
But you have just as much evidence for that.
All right, before you ask, you already know the answer, and it's yes, so you don't need to ask again. Aiden, he's doing lines? I'm not fucking doing lines. Wait, hold up. Yeah, bro, I'm just like, yeah, I'm doing lines. So true. W jerk break? Yeah, Dan. Yeah, that's what I was doing. You caught me. You got me. You got me. Trainwreck, Sark? True? True? You're drunk. I'm not fucking drunk. Alright. Anyways, so apparently the CEO responded. Let's take a look. This is the interview with the CEO? So where is... Huh? The CEO... Is this the live stream? I guess I'm missing the part... There's a stream of the CEO. Yeah, it's not on my docket. It's not there. I'll check inbox. Yeah, I got linked to everything except the interview with the CEO. That's all I'm interested in. He did, yeah, I did coke with Queeman. That's so true. Is this the fucking... I have to watch him react. I just want the interview with the CEO. This is them reacting to the... Where do I get the interview? I don't want to watch him react. I just want the fucking interview. It's the last link. Oh, there we go. 2 hours?
I'm here to say that we hear you and understand why the one-sided narrative may have led you to outrage. The facts are becoming clear and the whole and real truth is unfolding. And at this time, I want to acknowledge that we are striving to refine our processes and we have a renewed commitment to excellence for the benefit of all. And everyone else watching.
All right, it's only an
if you
hour.
genuinely
It's only an hour. Okay, got it. Dude, this is awesome.
care about the Mansell family getting a fair outcome, the best thing you can do right now is encourage Brian to come to the table. Brian, please join us at the table to work this out. We're ready when you are to find a solution. Thanks, Sean.
They've tried. We've watched them try. They have tried to come to the table.
And
he had their number blocked.
For letting me do that, and I really need to get that off my chest.
No problem. And you know, so you had your statement there. Thank you for delivering that. Love the message around, you know, wanting to get them to the table. Let me just immediately jump on, like, how and when will we hear updates on that? It's in their plate. So will you put a post once he reaches contact? You know what I mean? Like saying it and then following through on it, I think is what people are concerned about.
Yeah.
You put the onus on them. But if they say, well, we tried and they didn't want to, how do we plan to combat that this next time?
Yeah, you know, I want to be respectful, and I don't want to turn this into a circus. And so I appreciate that there's a lot of people invested in hearing what this looks like. But so any arrangements that are made, I would say that we would agree jointly how to publicize the arrangement.
To communicate it. Okay, cool.
Also, whose fucking stream is that? Who are these guys?
Okay. All right. So look, as you can imagine, you've seen a bazillion questions. We've gotten a bazillion. We have thoughts of our own and everything. And I really tried to aggregate them the best way we could. And so we'll just kind of ask those. I understand some stuff you can't answer due to legal reasons, but we're shooting our shot. And if you are able to, cool. If you're not, but yeah. And again, I appreciate you stripping away like forms and prepared stuff, dudes.
Also, who the fuck is this guy?
Hanging out, talking, trying to resolve stuff. That's kind of the tone, right?
I love the fucking. Someone was saying this to. People were saying, "What if I donate to Perry to debate you? What if why would you reward someone for doing something you perceive as bad?" I love the retards that donate to get their message across, as if you're just not giving them money.
Okay, because you know, we just want to make it clear too, because and I guess this is where saying at the top too. I mean, we have no formal relationship with Bricks and Minifigs. I just want to get that out there, right? You don't endorse us. We don't endorse you. We're not here purely for Bricks and Minifigs to build goodwill towards their brand. This is about letting you give your side of the story. And again, we're glad you guys are speaking up now, because it was a steamroll. So I just want to be clear with everybody there. There is no arrangement. Everybody can say shill and whatever they want. Brent and I remain independent 1000%. We're not part of LAN. We're not part of Lego. We're not part of Bricks and Minifigs. We're fans of all this stuff, or can be. That's about it. Okay. So here's a fun one right off the rip. Speaking of Lego, has Lego said anything to you guys about this situation?
Thank you for the 5, Will. Parry owns you, little bro. Yeah, you can donate. If you want to leave a negative message, you could give me the money instead. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't have any official communications from Lego on the matter.
Okay. So they're seeing all these stories, and your primary contact.
Look at how much, dude. I see, like, half these people just hate everyone involved here, and they're giving money so their message gets read. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm sure your message is really hurting these people. They laugh their way to the fucking bank.
Said anything about the?
Not that I've heard, but I don't speak with Lego on a regular.
Yeah. But to be fair, yeah, the hosts are just hosts. They're not necessarily this guy himself.
Basis. So I haven't.
Okay. Someone on the team.
But it seems like some of the people donating don't even might necessarily know that.
That's maybe.
Yeah, we have a whole department dedicated.
I'm just curious, like, if they're willing to, I don't know if help out's the word or whatever, you know, in the situation, but that's something people ask. Where's Lego at on this thing? What do you imagine they're at? Are they even paying attention?
Oh, I don't know. I'm like, you know, Lego's a big company. They're pretty big. And so we,
thanks, Ryan.
We appreciate the work that they do and all the product that they put out there. But yeah, we have a good relationship with them, but you know, they also tend to just let us do our business and we let them do theirs. So
there you go.
Boblax is mogging you in his new pick. What? Okay. Yeah, mogged.
So pulling the thread a little bit, I think we can all agree.
Mogged.
Again,
yeah, mogged. Mogged by that one. Yeah.
We all want the Lego back, or the payments made, and you guys come to the table and all that stuff. And you did speak to your franchises, and obviously we have friends, and you know how every news travels. I know you guys have been making calls there, etc. Do you guys, going back to franchise owners specifically, what do you have a plan? Are you working on a plan in place to make amends, reparations, whatever you want to call it, for the fiasco and like potential revenue loss that they've had over this thing?
I guess I'm not sure.
What do I need to go start hating on Bobby again for? It's like for the 1000th time, this person's crazy and cringe. Like, yeah, we get it. I think that like settled in with everybody after the 10th picture.
What you're really referring to, like
if the business being down as a result of some of the blowback, like in those instances where it is there any?
I guess, yeah, I'm I'm not aware of any situations in that capacity. So
again, it could be speculation. Just some people are saying like it's been down, and maybe it is or isn't a result of this. I'm not sure either. This is again, this is what we're hearing.
Yeah, no, I like
everything's good.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything
cool.
To the contrary. So
okay, but are there any plans? You mentioned there's a couple hundred locations. Are you guys doing like conference call? Are you planning on like reaching out to each one and giving them time, or are you just doing like an open door policy where?
What is the coke out? I don't do coke.
Yeah, we've been trying to be as open and communicative as possible through the whole process, and trying to gather all the documentation about, the various issues that they may be facing, and just trying to help them work through that. As small business owners, it's hard enough already. Business is hard no matter what you do. Being a small business is 10 times harder than, a lot of people think. And because these are independently owned and operated locations, they are running their own ship, and they hire their own employees. They have to deal with all the local regulations and rules. And
what are the drug addict allegations?
Like stuff that they had nothing to do with. That stuff on them. And it's hard for them to have to deal with that. That's and nothing that they deserve.
No, for sure. So if it's all independent, like beyond getting them set up, like what are you guys offering like an ongoing support?
So
franchises?
Yeah, in franchising, the relationship starts. We have the branding, we have the vendor relationships, we have larger buying power, the ability to get other product cheaper. There's a lot of additional benefits. But
I wasn't making a joke when she said she was going back. I wasn't making a joke. I thought she was legit. If you're an addict, I'm actually happy if you're legitimately going back to rehab, and would not make fun of you for that.
Even with websites or with different platforms, things that it might be cost ineffective.
I didn't know if that's what she was saying, because last time you gave me money, she was telling me she was going. That's why I congratulated her last time.
Or a single franchise,
like a while ago, a long time ago.
Be able to utilize. We have access to data reports and things like that could cost tens of thousands of dollars a month for some independents. But utilizing a franchise system, we can spread that across a much greater pool, and it makes things more cost effective in that capacity. And there's lots of sharing back and forth of best practices and things like that. Like a perfect example, the Big Mac was a franchisee innovation that then was shared with the franchise.
I don't have a problem. I don't need to go to rehab.
Franchisor, and then was introduced to the entire.
See, would I say that if I was somebody that actually had a problem? Like, no. What are we talking about here?
Brand, so there's great innovation that comes when you work together as a team.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it can go upstream too. Okay, so as I was saying, I just want to get that part about the franchise because I don't want that overlooked. The Mansell family, everybody that's been involved has got the rough end of the stick. We want to acknowledge that first, and now we're going to kind of go into
Can you congratulate me for beating my wife? No, I'm sorry. We disavow domestic violence. Please don't do that.
Some BAM specifics when it comes to interactions with this whole.
But what does she do though? What does she? I'm getting
situation. And so first one off is what it was mentioned that there was a reasonable offer, I think, in a blog post sent to Brian to settle the matter. Can you speak to what that was? Was it a straight dollar value based on what you guys thought it would be, or I guess tell me what that offer was as best you can.
Can you be more specific? There
was a blog post I referenced. What was a reasonable offer has been made to Brian as payment to settle the matter.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's exactly it either, but I think what might have been
paraphrasing. I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're good. I think what might have been referenced was, I think originally those that ended up taking over the store, they found some sets in their store that they thought, there's no way for us to know this, but some of these match this spreadsheet. Let's just offer to give these to them. We have no documentation that says otherwise, but let's just offer to give these to them, because this
whoever it is that inherited the store
left in the aftermath of the transition. It wasn't very much, but they made the offer and said, hey, you can have all this. And that offer was not accepted at the time.
Well, probably because it didn't include everything that was the store was in possession of.
Yeah, that makes sense. We've got
what the guy wants is all of his stuff back, all of it, everything he gave to the store that is technically still his property.
Let's see. Kind of looking at something else here. There were, I guess, going back to that old franchise, the franchise and franchisee relationship. It does seem that frequently when things go sideways, it's kind of like that was handled by the franchise. We kind of have.
Aiden, I lost respect for me for what? What the fuck did I do? I didn't. You lost respect for me?
I don't know if you said we don't have any control over that, but there's a lot that you do have control over, and that power is wielded, it seems like, when it needs to be. So is there anything that's going to change on that position? Do you feel like you kind of left them to fight their own fight when you say well, hold on, because it's your name's on the door and you understand why the hate's going your way if you're the logo on the door, right? So is there anything that's going to change in that, or do you feel like it's still going to be very much this store made this decision, they're going to stick with it kind of deal on future situations?
No, we always have our franchisees attempt to reach out.
Romeo, why do you keep flipping me at every clip?
If there's an issue that they're facing, and we
he just reposted an old clip.
There are certain laws that prohibit us from actually stepping in certain roles in certain capacities. Let's say, for example, employment law. We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. We can let people know that if somebody that they've hired endangers the public or is bad for the brand, then the franchisee will be held accountable. But we actually can't fire or step over the line of that that situation, and we can't take action on behalf of the franchisee in that capacity. So there are lots of things that we can and can't do.
Gotcha.
But we can offer support, we can offer help, we can try and help come up with solutions. And we
Is Dicker's tweet about you true? Dicker's made a tweet about me? Where did Dicker's tweet about me? Dickers. I got baited.
That's part of our role, is to help be here to help and assist.
Yeah. And again, this is coming. This is pulled things to save the franchises from any like further damage. Has anyone brought you like the option to opt out ever for situations like this, or is that even on the table anywhere? No, it's not up to. Okay. So I guess the question is sort of like, why now? This, I mean, I think a lot of people have heard a little bit about this, especially if you're in the Lego space. We'd heard, or we'd seen the sign, right? The now infamous sign that was draped over the store. Whenever.
Aiden, do you own any Section 8 housing in California? I've heard a lot of complaints about a certain landlord with curly hair. Okay, yeah, it's me, man.
That broke initially.
You really narrowed it down. A landlord with curly hair. Wow, man, that's really gonna narrow it down.
Why is it just now that we're paying attention? I mean, was it the videos that have come up that have brought you guys to the table? Has it been happening in the background and people just didn't know it till it was blown up? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like you guys are willing to talk now.
Yeah, that's probably because they had a video made on them. Yeah, that would probably be it. Yeah.
Again, we appreciate you guys coming on and giving you a chance to talk. But you know, like, is it, I mean, in reality, is this why? Because it got so big you couldn't not talk anymore?
No, like, part of the issue is, you know, I don't know. I'm 41 years old, so I've been around the block a little bit, but I've been in other business for quite a number of years.
Sure.
And
hey, to this guy's credit, I could believe he was 35.
The biggest things that I've
this guy's credit
is, you know, like, you take a logical, reasonable approach to almost all things, and most things will take care of themselves. And so, you know, when we looked at everything that was going on, we were trying to be logical and not just over emotional about the situation, but also looking for facts, not just the narratives that were being thrown out there. We obviously knew that the video is very misleading. It mischaracterizes a lot of people and a lot of things that actually occurred, and it's all chopped up and so forth. And so we knew that we needed to take the measured approach. But sometimes when you do that, it takes time, right?
Yeah.
And especially if you're you know, working with law enforcement, when you're working through the legal system, there's effort and time that has to be put into that in order for, because you can't just go in half-cocked and just say, hey, here's what we think happened. And they're like, well,
I'm trying to think, and I think PR is very interesting. I'm trying to think how what I would have advised had I been him, had I been defending this guy. Let's say he was telling the truth here for a minute and he was maligned in a video. The best way to respond is with a video of your own, right? Make like an edited video of your own and start it off just like playing into like already like baity subject matter. Like the video should literally start by saying false accusations ruin lives or something. And then you can get into all of them. And then everyone's like, wait, a false accusation.
So a week before this video broke, just to kind of like put it in layman's terms, a week before this Reckless Ben video broke and brought like the biggest spotlight to it to date, I would say, of the situation. You guys were actively working on it, or somebody on the team was, or it's pending some kind of, is that what you're saying?
There were elements
you thought about before, like frequently before this came back up again, or no?
There had definitely been some crimes that had been committed against several of our employees. And so we were working through some of those things already. And those were working through the process. And so, yeah, so there, like I said, I would say elements that were being worked on.
There were crimes committed against the employees before the video?
Yeah.
During the making of the video?
Yep.
Okay. And is that, and you're saying, your brother was saying it's gotten worse since the video's released, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And so is that
your brother? Wait, is the guy sold it to his brother?
Making you guys, or some of that making you guys step up and be
I might have missed that. They might have already said that.
About it now?
Again, I would,
because you got to say, like, you guys are showing up. I mean, I find it a little, it's not coincidental you guys are willing to talk now that it's blown up and it's getting a lot of views and traction.
No,
can we just like say that's happened?
Good pushback. Good pushback.
For sure not. No, what really happened was we had to wait until all of the documentation was properly filed with the courts. You know, like if you.
Why is this guy here? And who the fuck? This guy has not spoken a single word. Why is this guy even here?
If you start going out and saying things and blowing things up and doing all sorts of stuff before you've properly documented everything to the courts, it really hampers your ability to speak the truth, like in court.
Okay, so CEO hat off. So if I'm hearing you right, CEO hat off.
He's managing the stream. He's the stream manager.
As a dude, as a fighter for your brand and your franchises, when you saw that happening, you're like, man, I want to go out and say some shit. But you just were like, I can't until you filed this. What did you exactly file? Is it we're talking about the restraining order, or what was filed?
So there's multiple actions. Yeah, there's multiple actions that have been filed. They're all now public. So you know, anybody wants to go and take a look at those. Yeah.
Well, I advise the team, like, I'm not going to do pulling up paperwork here tonight. Like, you're saying it's been filed, and so the reason for the silence is you wanted to get. Well, first of all, you got to work your strategy internal. Like you said, you're 40. I'm in my 40s. Like, right. We know there's stuff that goes on behind the scenes. You can't just willy nilly go nuts, which is why I like my side job, because I can do that.
Being in your 40s,
I get it. There's things that need to be put into place.
Or I guess experience.
That is the reason for the silence. Did you ever speak on the other issue, even at the time of when the banner was draped over the store and all that? Still nothing, no response. Okay.
Nope. I mean, all of that was, again, being worked on, gathered, and looked at from a legal perspective, just to make sure that because again, I have to look out for my job and my responsibility. And it's hard for some people to recognize it, but my job and my responsibility is to look out for the best interest of the brand. If the brand is taken care of, then the brand continues to allow individual bricks and minifigs to supply benefit to the families that operate them and to the communities. Okay. And so just going off and being cavalier about how we approached it is not protecting the brand. And so, yes, it can be very difficult sometimes to restrain ourselves and not, like do something that the natural man is inclined to do and go and attack and fight.
I didn't know how else to say it. Like, you know, as a dude, you want to go out and punch somebody or verbally, whatever it is. Yeah. Brent, sorry, I just want to get to that opening salvo.
In Utah and go to a gun range and do some shooting, like and just kind of take out some of the aggression there. So
yeah. All right. Well, Brent, you want to hit a super or ask one of your own, and then we can get back to some other questions. And again, thanks for being here, man. I think it's going to hopefully clear the air on some of this stuff.
Yeah. So just real quick, everyone leaving supers, guys, we'll try to get.
How much is a decent mic? It depends on what you're looking to do. So I would advise, if you're not super familiarized with audio and just want to do basic commentary, get an AT2020 Plus, which goes for like what? It's under 200, right? It's a good quality mic. If you're just not like an audiophile, or all the audiophiles are like, what are you saying? But like, if you're just like a guy that just wants your voice to sound good and you just want to plug something in, you could get an, I'm seeing price here for $119, $169. It, like, for most commentary purposes, an AT2020 Plus is going to get your job done. I use a Shure SM7B, which I bought this years ago. The base mic, I think, costs like, what is that? Yeah, oh no, it's gotten a little less expensive. You could get it used in some place for like $300, maybe lower. But then you have to buy a cloud lifter for it, which is gonna up like another couple $100, and a preamp or whatever. I think that's what it's called, to boost it and make it usable. If you're not an audiophile, just get an AT2020 Plus.
Get to as many as we can, but like and especially like yesterday, an enormous amount of questions. But just to start all the way back from the bottom, I'll try. We'll do our best here. Don't know if you have the answer to this one. It's a little bit of an obscure question, but Crystal mentioned on Reddit that she was not allowed to retrieve her store parakeet. Didn't know there was a parakeet involved. Wow, what happened to him? Where is he? I want parakeet justice too. I doubt you know anything about a bird, but yeah.
No, actually, I know about the bird.
Is this brick builder or a real bird? What are we talking
about?
It's
a real bird that was in the store. And the incoming individual said, "Hey, don't forget your bird." And she says, "Your problem now." That was the answer.
And by the way, all this stuff you're saying and what Chris is saying, and again, she was very kind to us to come on. So again, we don't know what we're doing, but we're getting into receipts time, right? She says she has video of all those sets being there when you have the takeover. I'm sure you're
so then what happened to the bird? She said, your problem now, and then what? Did you guys have the bird euthanized?
Like, let me see it. And on the flip side, you guys made a video of what you did see. That'll all be turned over, correct?
Yep. And that's truly what we want the mediation and everything else for, so we can see it all. But yeah, so the video footage, for the claim should clearly indicate that she said, well, the bird's your problem now. However, the bird was, taken to a no-kill shelter, and hopefully it's been now rehomed. So the bird is
a no-kill shelter. Something tells me the shelter might not. Can we get the name of that shelter out of curiosity?
It's hopefully in very good hands right now.
The bird is hopefully. They sold it to like. Okay, I can't make that shit. Can't make that shit.
All right.
Appreciate people for just leaving donos and not saying anything.
Yeah. And if it's you guys just sharing your thoughts to like show how you feel, we're not gonna like ask him that, just so you know. Like, yeah, he'll see it, he understands, and he knows the narrative's going on. So if you guys have, again, comments, welcome, all that. But as far as like legit questions, we'll try to get those to you.
No, I'm gonna give you another $300 to own this guy.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through here.
The kill shelter, aka the dumpster out back. Yeah, we took him to a no-kill shelter, aka my pillowcase that I ended up flinging against the desk.
Don't want shout out to this guy who's playing Pokemon on the DS. All right.
Well, while you're doing that, Brent, let me Okay, so last night, have you reviewed at least part of? Oh, go ahead. Do this one. And then
here's an actual question. Sorry, it's like
we took him to the no-kill shelter. Okay, we put him in a cardboard box with a tube running to the exhaust of my car, which I turned on, and the bird, unfortunately, for health reasons, died.
We appreciate the support and the supers and everything, guys. But if we read every single thing, it'd take us a long time.
Go with it, Brent. We don't have to apologize. Let's go.
Yeah. So, GIOP2 Rex Commander. Shout out to the membership of 2 months. Wants to know why the stuff wasn't just returned at the start.
Great question. Appreciate that. First and foremost, we did not know about the arrangement that was in place, and we believed that, and when we took over the store, again, as they did the inventory, there was very little inventory in the store. So the documentation will show, like in all the court records will show actually how much was in the store. So it's nowhere near the amount claimed.
Yeah.
So people keep wanting to say, well, you had it and you should have returned it. Well, no, we didn't have it. And on top of that, those
where do you think it is now, man? Like, if you had to take best guess, I don't want to make you go through an answer you've already given a bunch of times.
It's where the bird went.
Well, I'm not gonna.
It's where the bird went, to the no-kill shelter. AKA, like, in a dumps, it's wherever it went where the bird went. It's in a better, all those Legos, they're in a better place now. We don't know where they are.
Where do you think it is? Okay,
but the social media post from 2023 says that it was removed to a secure offsite due to security reasons.
Talk to me about the thefts. You had to have been
a secure offsite.
You were. It's on your desk when one of your stores gets broken into. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many? Because this is something that's barely been touched on. How many times would you? Well, again, it doesn't have to be exact, but were there multiple break-ins of that store when that inventory was there? Could some of it go?
I don't know if it was while it was there, but there were at least 4 or 5 different break-ins at that location.
So does that, because then that also explains why?
Dude, I had a dog when I was a kid. He's my best friend, and he literally wasn't there one day, and I was told by my dad that he went off to a farm, and I lived for years thinking that my dad killed my dog, but it turns out, I said this before, my dog actually was on a farm. It wasn't just a story. My dog legitimately was on a farm.
It was taken off site, some of that inventory?
Yeah, I would
according to lore, we don't know, right?
According to the written statements from
I think that was the only time a story like that ended up actually being true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because last night, I believe Chris had said it didn't leave the premises, and I'm like, people are saying it did. It's like, so again, this is all stuff that'll have to be proven out, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we did have your favorite person, who, by the way, we're not going to have them on with you. We already talked about that, but they had like.
Aiden, I've watched all of your like 200 VODs, and I personally heard this story before, so you can't retell it, because if I know it, everybody else knows it.
3 questions, and he says he will make this go away if you're able to answer them. If you are, you are. If you're not, you're not. And by the way, they're kind of normie questions that are in line with everything we're asking here. If you guys didn't know about the consignment when the store was being taken over, I guess he's saying there's some security footage that shows otherwise. So
yeah.
Why would
they told you your fish went to a farm? Yeah, we sent the fish to a farm.
You say you didn't know about the consignment if that was spoken about during the transition? I do think we all saw that happen.
Yeah. So during the transition, a video circulating online, there was a support employee, a lower level support employee back at the home office, that verbally, as they're trying to work through this transition, verbally said,
"No, I never got to see him again, unfortunately." Which sucks.
That, hey, the new owner was just going to take all that consignment liability. Okay. That employee was not making any legal agreement. They meant exactly what Dan has always said. Any inventory that doesn't belong to the store would go back to its rightful owner. Acknowledging that there's a potential claim that exists in a hallway conversation is not the same as a legal notice of a third-party lien. I mean, again, this is getting into legalese type stuff, but BAM repossessed the store as a bona fide purchaser. The former owner never disclosed the consignment to BAM prior to that, which she was required to have done if one would have been approved, which it never was. And not formally, not ever, right? And so the legal notice for standard, the legal standard for a notice is not somebody just saying something in passing, right, on a camera or something along those lines. So in reality, no, we did not know that there was any actual consignment agreement. And it's been talked a little bit about.
So if it wasn't exactly by the book, you're saying it wasn't a legal statement or an understanding, we'll take care of that. Whatever he says, he shuffled it away. You don't think that's good enough?
Sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm not quite sure I understood.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. I apologize. It was but you're saying what's evidence? What was shown there does not satisfy because it wasn't a written request. I thought that's what you were getting into. I'm sorry.
No. I guess what I'm saying is, like, even a lower level employee just making a comment over the phone, not being present and saying, hey, if there is such a consignment agreement, we'll try and resolve whatever exists with that, is not the same as us saying, like, oh, we know that there's a consignment agreement and we're fully aware of all the things that go in and out of it.
Yeah, when you said lower level employee, what does that matter, I guess? Because if you had the guy who's just the bus driver wipe out people, like, it's like, what does that matter, I guess, if it was a statement made by somebody from the office?
Sure. But those lower level employees don't have the ability to authorize those types of agreements or arrangements, and so therefore they don't have the authority to ad hoc just essentially take on a liability or responsibility in that capacity.
Got it. So you have that in their JD.
So they're justifying why they stepped in on behalf of the franchisee, whose bird they sent to the farm.
And the store was empty before corporate emptied of all that before corporate took over. I guess the question is, how did she get, and again, this will have to be proven out, but how did she get metadata?
Call your dog on string. He's dead, man. Just like all my hopes and dreams.
Data timestamped pictures of Brian's sets in the store that show them in the store at the time she got kicked out.
Great question. Those metadata and timestamp photos are actually from the 2023 photo, like burst that they did on social media to show off those sets. So that's I don't
So
know.
those weren't time stamped of the time and date of turning over the store, and you've seen those and you've seen the metadata.
I actually don't. I'm assuming I've seen what you're talking about, but I don't know 100%. But to my knowledge, the only images that show the large collection in that capacity is the ones from 2023 when they were originally showing off the sets. And if anything's been doctored or otherwise, then that's something that obviously the court system will have to take a look at and know and understand.
Gotcha. And the third, why are, I guess, the whole consignments thing? It seems like there was some terms in there that allowed consignments. It seems like the handbook's been updated. I think before you even answer, I've learned, I think from your team, by the way, that it's more of a handbook. It's not something that anybody signs. Is that fair to say? And like, are you guys telling people when a new one's published, and are you saying they need to strictly adhere to that periodically? Like, what's the communication on when it's updated, if it's updated?
Yeah, no, it's updated regularly, but when we update things, we put them out as memos. This update is coming out and so forth, so it'll be incorporated into the franchise operations manual. The operations manual is technically signed in the sense that it's incorporated into the franchise agreement. It's the living portion of the franchise agreement. Therefore, they agree to abide by all of its policies, even as they are updated. Because just like, so hopefully that helps answer that question. But the first part of your question was, sorry, was something related to the operations manual?
Yeah, when you said,
all right, this is boring as fuck. I don't know what, like, is this
talking PR and that kind of stuff, like fundamentally, operationally, what's going to change? And if it involves PR, I don't want to remove that from the table, but what can we do better next time operationally and for your franchises?
Yep, ensuring that every franchise system is, like, every franchisee is using the approved accounting and inventory methodology. So ensuring that we have a standard inventory methodology, and that's number one. Number two, greater insights through field visits to ensure that, in inspecting records to see if there's...
Yeah, this is boring as shit. All right, that's a stream, guys. I'll see y'all here tomorrow. I'm just, like, I can't anymore. I can't pretend to be interested. We basically hit goal. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you for all the recent support. I'm going to send you into somebody who is live for the first time in a long time. And apparently him being live has killed my VC that I was going to go into, so... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to raid into Green, but Green does not have raids turned on. So instead you get Gamma. Maybe turn on raids next time, Green, so I could fucking raid into you, retard. Thanks, guys, for watching. Take care. I literally can't raid into Green. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.